Chapter 401. Jianghu snorted coldly and cursed in his heart. Then, he slowly turned around and left. He did not even look at Xiao Chen. Bang! There was a loud sound. Xiao Chen was expressionless as he kicked Jianghu's back from behind. This kick contained a total of 150 tons of force. After a few muffled sounds, a few bones in Jianghu's back broke. He vomited a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Jianghu's face was filled with pain. He pushed himself off the ground and tried to stand up. Bang! How could Xiao Chen give Jianghu the opportunity to stand up? He stomped down heavily again. Pa! Pa! Jianghu's handsome face came into contact with the ground again. This time, it was even more intense than the previous kick. Jianghu's face was swollen and blood flowed from the corner of his lips. Clearly, his internal organs were significantly injured as well. He was in a very sorry state. Chi! Chi! Jianghu struggled on the ground, trying to struggle free. However, Xiao Chen's right foot carried more than 100,000 tons of force. It was like a stabilizing force holding Jianghu in place. Jianghu could not use any of his abilities: State of Metal, Peak Inferior Grade Martial King Cultivation, high-rank sword techniques of the Heavenly Sword Gate, no matter what. No matter how Jianghu struggled, he could not stand up. Instead, as Xiao Chen increased his strength, the more he struggled, the more pain he felt. Xiao Chen looked at Jianghu on the ground. His expression did not change. He said indifferently, "Didn't your master tell you not to show your back to the enemy when you threaten them?" Ah! Xiao Chen, you have eaten a leopard's gall. How dare you sneak attack me? I am the final disciple of the Heavenly Sword Gate's Vice Sect Master. You offended me. You are dead for sure. Even Su Xiaoxiao will not be able to save you. Jianghu lay face down on the ground and let out miserable cries. His words were filled with boundless essence. His voice was sharp and seemed to be in a frenzy. It attracted the attention of many people at the port. Instantly, countless cultivators gathered around to watch the excitement. Strange, why is the white-robed bladesman fighting Jianghu? Unexpectedly, Jianghu could not retaliate at all. Indeed, he is, after all, one of the top 100 contestants of the previous 5-nation youth competition. Is this all he is capable of? Even if he was sneak attacked, he should not end up like this. However, he has the backing of the Heavenly Sword Gate. This white-robed bladesman would not dare to do anything to Jianghu. The Heavenly Sword Gate is one of the top sects in the Chu nation. There are many martial monarchs in the sect. Any one of them would be able to deal with him. Yes, but he dared to trample on Jianghu ruthlessly. Not everyone has that kind of courage. When the surrounding crowd saw Xiao Chen stepping on Jianghu, unable to move, they were all astonished. Jianghu was one of the top 100 contestants of the previous 5-nation youth competition. Jianghu had just finished speaking when Xiao Chen stepped on the back of Jianghu's head. Furthermore, Xiao Chen had held back. Otherwise, he would have crushed Jianghu's head. When Xiao Chen saw Jianghu in such a sorry state, he could not help but feel bored. How could such a person make it into the top 100 of the 5-nation youth competition? This was truly disappointing. Jianghu did not even raise his guard. Furthermore, he dared to threaten an opponent of similar strength to him. Did he really think that the words Heavenly Sword Gate would allow him to humiliate him? This was simply too laughable. Xiao Chen watched as the merchant ships returned to port one by one. He shook his head and released his foot. Then, he casually kicked Jianghu's body and lifted him up. Xiao Chen casually kicked Jianghu as though he was kicking a pile of trash. He did not have the slightest bit of arrogance. Seeing that a few merchant ships had already entered the port, Xiao Chen said to Bai Lishi, "Let's go." Bai Lishi laughed loudly and said, "I discovered that your temperament is finally to my liking. Such a brat who does not know the immensity of heaven and earth should be ruthlessly trampled on a few times. Only then would he feel better. Otherwise, he would not know his own capabilities. However, speaking of which, are you just going to let him off like this? Are you not afraid that he will seek revenge on you in the future?" Xiao Chen said calmly, "It does not matter. It is the same whether I kill him or not. His accomplishments will not be very high. There is no need to kill him and completely offend the Heavenly Sword Gate." The Heavenly Sword Gate was a sect with a sage. They also had many martial monarchs. If Xiao Chen offended the heavenly sword gate, killing Jin Wuji or not would result in a completely different outcome. Xiao Chen was still able to distinguish the severity of the situation. As long as he did not kill Jin Wuji, he could still endure the revenge of the heavenly sword gate. However, if that Jin Wuji did not know his place, Xiao Chen would not mind killing him. The Haut Yen medallion and the Heavenly Fiend medallion would be sufficient to help him deal with these problems. Bai Lishi was somewhat speechless as he said, "You brat, I thought you did not care about the Heavenly Sword Gate. Since that is the case, why did you make a move?" Xiao Chen placed his right hand on his saber hilt and smiled faintly. "How many times do you think he will show his back to me when he is defenseless? Since the opportunity is right in front of me, if I do not make that move, I will be letting myself down." Bai Lishi was stunned at first. Then he laughed loudly and said, "Ha ha ha. Brat, you are awesome. You have a trace of my demeanor back then. Who cares what high-ranked sect it is or how many major characters they have backing them? So be it. What do you mean by a gentleman taking revenge 10 years is not too late? Since there is an opportunity in front of you, you should vent your anger. Otherwise, if you keep it bottled up in your heart, you will get sick sooner or later." Hoochie! Just at this moment, the sound of something breaking came from behind. An extremely sharp killing chi surged towards Xiao Chen's back. Xiao Chen's right hand remained on his saber hilt, maintaining his guard at all times. He immediately felt this killing chi. Dang! Xiao Chen turned around and drew his saber. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chen quickly blocked the incoming sword. The two states merged on his saber. The power of massacre and the power of thunder burst out. Xiao Chen used his full power, not holding back at all. The moment he came into contact with Jin Wuji's sword, he knocked it away. Jin Wuji's face was swollen and his long hair was disheveled. He was in a sorry state. When he saw his sword knocked away, he was astonished. He could not help but vomit another mouthful of blood. Caught off guard, Jin Wuji was stomped on by Xiao Chen. Then, he was stomped on heavily. His internal organs were already injured. It was already very difficult for him to send out another attack. Xiao Chen raised his lunar shadow saber and placed it on Jin Wuji's neck. He said indifferently, "Jin Wuji, are you that eager to die?" When Jin Wuji heard this, he laughed loudly. "Trash! Do you dare to kill me? So what if you severely injure me? You have no sect or power. Even the Bloody Bladesman does not dare to kill me. What can you do to me? If you wanted to kill me, you would have done so long ago. Why aren't you making a move?" "It is all because I fear the revenge of the Heavenly Sword Gate." A ruthless look flashed on Jin Wuji's face. He said in a cold voice, "If not for Su Xiaoxiao, I would have killed you long ago. You would not have the chance to be so arrogant today. If you have the guts, then kill me. Just wait for the Heavenly Sword Gate to kill your entire family. Today, you have already thoroughly offended me. If you kneel and beg for mercy now, I can spare your life. Otherwise, no matter where you go, I will repay today's humiliation 100-fold. Jin Wuji's expression turned sullen. When he saw the saber that Xiao Chen placed on his neck, he did not show any fear. He is really reckless, Xiao Chen thought to himself. However, when he thought about it, he felt that something was wrong. Logically speaking, with Xiao Chen's saber pressed against Jin Wuji's neck and death approaching, even if Jin Wuji had the Heavenly Sword Gate behind him, he should not be so confident. Xiao Chen turned his head and looked in the direction of Jin Wuji's gaze. He saw a white-robed swordsman standing on the bow of a merchant ship returning to port. He had an indistinct smile on his face as he looked at the three of them quietly. That person's aura was completely withdrawn. There seemed to be a surging sword intent in his body, wanting to gush out. He was like a treasured sword that had not been unsheathed. Jin Wuji smiled and said, "This is my first senior brother, the final disciple of the Heavenly Sword Gate sect master. He just returned from experiential training in the Boundless Sea. He is a martial king and is undefeatable. Don't think that you are undefeatable just because you had a fortuitous encounter." It looked like this person was the source of Jin Wuji's confidence. No wonder he had stayed here for 3 months. He must have been waiting for this person. Xiao Chen said indifferently, "Interesting. He is much stronger than trash like you. However, no one can save you today." Dang! Boom! Just as Xiao Chen was about to use his saber to kill Jin Wuji, a powerful sword shot out from the merchant ship. Everywhere it passed, it kicked up huge waves on the surface of the sea. Its aura was incomparably terrifying. The sword chi gathered on the sword did not scatter at all. It gathered at the tip of the sword. Space was like layers of white paper stacked together as the sword pierced through it. Xiao Chen was mildly startled. The sword intent on the sword was stronger than he had imagined. Furthermore, it was incredibly fast, reaching Mach 3 in an instant. If Xiao Chen still wanted to forcefully attack, he would have to face this sword head-on. Xiao Chen thought quickly and quickly made a decision. He sheathed his saber and retreated, dodging this sword. Pah! Although Jin Wuji had said it casually, he had taken a trip to the gates of hell. He could feel his heart beating faster. It was several times faster than usual. He felt a lingering fear and could not help but kneel on the ground with a pu tong sound. Wang, wang, wang. That sword quickly spun around. It did not stab into the ground as it had done earlier. Instead, it spun around in the air and continued to stab at Xiao Chen. This is the Heavenly Sword Gate's Heavenly Gate defensive sword technique. It is a secret technique of the Heavenly Sword Gate. Aside from the sect master's inheritor, no one can learn it. Ding Fengqiu is here. No wonder this Jin Wuji was so bold as to sneak attack. It turns out that his first senior brother is here. This white-robed bladesman is in trouble. Ding Fengqiu entered the top 100 of the 5-nation youth competition a year ago. His talent is considered top-notch in the great Jin nation. Now that another year has passed, his strength will definitely increase explosively. When the many cultivators saw the sword flying in the air, they quickly figured out the origins of this sword technique and the identity of the person who executed it. Boom, boom, boom. Xiao Chen did not intend to waste too much time with the flying sword. If he did, he would fall into the other party's grasp. So he took 3 steps back. The enormous yuan qi on the sword had blasted 3 huge craters in the place where he had been previously. One could imagine how powerful the sword control technique was. Chapter 402. The Heavenly Gate defensive sword technique is indeed interesting, Xiao Chen thought to himself. It was hard to imagine that a sword could move so fast and be so mighty once it left the hands of a cultivator. Furthermore, it could kill from a distance. From the very start, Xiao Chen was undefeatable. However, in the end, swords were controlled by humans. Xiao Chen turned his head and looked at the white-robed swordsman standing at the bow of the warship with a relaxed expression. A fierce purple flame burned in his right eye. Boom! The flame in Xiao Chen's right eye quickly turned into a purple whirlpool. With a thought from Xiao Chen, the purple thunder true fire containing the origin energy of the purple thunder true fire immediately spewed out. Looking from a distance, the purple flames surging and roaring looked like a huge coiling dragon. It gave off a faint purple light and howled like thunder. The white-robed swordsman, Ding Fengqiu, frowned slightly. He quickly formed hand seals with his right hand and the flying sword attacking Xiao Chen flew out with a xiao sound. The flying sword pierced through the dense purple flames and returned to Ding Fengqiu's hand. Break! Ding Fengqiu shouted as he held the sword in his hand. A 30-meter-long sword qi rose from the sword. The sword qi was like a pillar surging forward. In an instant, it chopped the purple flames in half. Ding Fengqiu pierced through the purple flames filling the sky. He held his sword and leaped over, landing on the shore of the harbor. First senior brother, help me kill him. When Jin Wuji saw this person, he immediately rushed over joyfully. Ding Fengqiu smiled faintly and ignored Jin Wuji's words. He looked straight at Xiao Chen. His gaze was like a sharp sword shooting at Xiao Chen. What a sharp sword intent, Xiao Chen thought to himself. He is only a medial grade martial king, but the quality and quantity of his essence are equal to mine. It even seems to be slightly stronger. It looks like the other party is the genius swordsman that the Heavenly Sword Gate nurtured with all their resources. The spirit herbs that he consumes are much more than others. Bai Lishi whispered into Xiao Chen's ear, "You are probably not a match for this person. Not only did he comprehend sword intent, but his essence is even purer than yours. He should have just returned from the boundless sea's deep sea battlefield. That is when his killing qi is at its strongest." Without Bai Lishi saying anything, Xiao Chen could already feel it. He placed his right hand on the saber hilt and quickly merged the states of thunder and massacre. On the snow-white blade, purple and red lights alternated, looking very strange. A strong fighting spirit appeared in Xiao Chen's eyes. He did not show the slightest bit of fear. He had long since wanted to find a true opponent to test his strength. Without a doubt, this Ding Fengchou before Xiao Chen was a suitable candidate. Ding Fengchou looked at the two beams of light on the saber, and revealed a look of interest in his eyes. He smiled gently and said, "Interesting. Unexpectedly, you comprehended two states, massacre and thunder. I wonder how many strikes you can block." Xiao. The sword in Ding Fengchou's hand trembled and gave off a melodious hum. In the blink of an eye, he attacked at lightning speed, pointing his sword at Xiao Chen's forehead. The sword gave off a dense red light. Unexpectedly, Ding Fengchou had comprehended the state of massacre as well. Dang! Xiao Chen swung his saber gently and deflected Ding Fengchou's sword strike. He pushed off the ground and activated the windwalk shoes and the blue dragon cloud soaring art at the same time. Xiao Chen's speed immediately increased explosively. He moved like a roaming dragon beside Ding Fengchou and sent out 9 saber strikes at lightning speed. Dang! 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 Ding Fengchou's expression changed slightly. He had not expected Xiao Chen to be so fast. However, he did not panic. He moved in a strange manner and his body moved according to Xiao Chen's saber techniques. Although Ding Fengchou was slower than Xiao Chen, he was not at a disadvantage. Clearly, this was an excellent movement technique. When the weapons clashed, countless sparks flew. The two states of massacre clashed intensely with each other as they made their moves. A horrifying state of massacre spread throughout the harbor. Many cultivators felt a huge pressure. It was like a sword or a treasured saber was hovering above their heads, ready to fall at any moment. It was very frightening. Berserk wind sword dance, wind from all directions. Suddenly, Ding Fengchou shouted and infused another state into his sword. It was the berserk state of wind and a horrifying sword technique followed. Strong howling winds blew from all directions. Every gust of wind seemed to contain a powerful sword intent. The sword intent merged with the state of massacre and the strong wind. The moment Ding Fengchou used this move, he caught Xiao Chen off guard. This was especially so when the two states merged. In terms of essence, it immediately suppressed Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen broke Ding Fengchou's attack with his saber. Then his figure flashed in the air. His figure wavered and in that instant, he split into 9. Then, the 9 figures split into 9 again. This was the high-rank technique of the blue dragon cloud soaring art, roaming dragon's 9 transformations. Now that Xiao Chen had advanced to Martial King, he had sufficient essence to execute it twice. Immediately, 81 figures of Xiao Chen appeared in the air. A boundless strong wind blew. Every one of Xiao Chen's figures executed Wuxia transforms to qi at the same time. Instantly, countless purple saber qi filled the air. Dang! 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 The unending chain of saber qi and the sword qi hidden in the strong wind gave off melodious sounds as they clashed. The sounds resounded continuously above the harbor. With the support of the strong wind, Ding Fengchou's state of massacre immediately surged even faster. The area it covered expanded rapidly, and the state of massacre also turned berserk. Boom! All the figures merged back together. After Xiao Chen broke the wind from all directions, he also brought out his state of thunder to its limits, clashing with Ding Fengchou's two states. When Bai Lishi saw that the two of them showed signs of fighting to the death, he immediately felt impatient. If this continued, they would have to fight for at least half a day. Bai Lishi's 2-meter-tall stout body used pure force to bounce off the ground. In an instant, he arrived between the two of them. Bai Lishi hacked his axe at Ding Fengchou. It was unknown how much force the axe carried. When the axe chopped down, space seemed to distort. It was hard to imagine that this was caused by pure force. Bang! Ding Fengchou's sword technique struck the axe and gave off a loud sound. A formless shockwave surged out, forcing the two of them to retreat a few steps before they could stop. I say, brat, I just stepped on a piece of trash from your sect a few times. Is there a need to go all out? Bai Lishi placed his huge axe on the ground and laughed loudly. When Jianghu, who was at the side, heard this, he could not help but become enraged. He scolded, Bai Lishi, who are you calling trash? Who do you think you are? Bai Lishi laughed loudly. What a joke. After being stepped on like a dead dog, you still dare to say that you are not trash? With your appearance, you want others to not target you, Xianxia? Who do you think you are? You are just a piece of trash. If not for the title of Heavenly Swordgate, I would be able to kill a bunch of trash like you with one slap. You! Jianghu was so angry that his complexion turned purple. His fingers trembled as he held his sword, wanting to charge forward. Ding Fengqiu stopped Jianghu. His face sank as he said coldly, "Have you not embarrassed yourself enough? Get down." Jianghu's complexion turned ashen. He felt very upset in his heart. From the moment this Xiao Chen appeared, he had continuously spoiled his plans. At this moment, Xiao Chen had embarrassed Jianghu even more. It was like Jianghu was his nemesis, suppressing him. Ding Fengqiu pulled Jianghu down and sheathed his sword. He looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Not bad. It looks like there is another worthy opponent in the next 5-nation youth competition. Live properly and don't die prematurely. Next time you will not be so lucky." After Ding Fengqiu spoke, he pulled Jianghu towards the Green Wind Island city. Seeing that the battle was over and there was nothing else to see, the crowd slowly dispersed. Many of them had not expected Xiao Chen to be so strong. Even Ding Fengqiu, who had made it into the top 50 in the previous 5-nation youth competition, could not take him down in a short time. Bai Lishi looked at Xiao Chen and had an expression of pity on his face. He said, "Brat, don't show such an expression. He only used 70% of his strength at most. At most, after 500 moves, the situation would be in his favor." Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "How much of my strength do you think I used? He might have a chance of defeating me. However, he would not stand a chance of killing me." After Ding Fengqiu and Bai Lishi had gone far away, Jianghu asked in dissatisfaction, "First senior brother, why did you not kill him? He humiliated me like that. If I did not kill him, I would not be able to vent the hatred in my heart." Ding Fengqiu said calmly, "With Bai Lishi by his side, the price of killing him would be too high. It is not worth it for a small matter like yours." The sky had already turned completely dark. The number of ships returning to the Green Wind Islands harbor gradually increased. The two of them casually found a merchant ship that passed by the ancient desolate land. After Xiao Chen handed over the spirit stones, they walked to the deck. There were many fatigued cultivators on the deck. These people were all very strong. The most crucial thing was that Xiao Chen could feel a heavy killing qi from them. This was the same as Ding Fengqiu's. The only difference was that Ding Fengqiu had infused this killing qi into his state of massacre, allowing him to control it well. However, these people could not control it freely. Clearly, they had not comprehended their own state of massacre. These cultivators did not intend to remain on the ship. They walked off the bow in groups of 2 or 3. They should be preparing to head to the Green Wind Island to rest for a while. Soon, all the cultivators on the deck had left. Only Xiao Chen and Bai Lishi remained on the deck. Xiao Chen thought of something and asked, "Bai Lishi, earlier you said that Ding Fengqiu came from the Boundless Sea's deep-sea battlefield. Are the cultivators on the deck the same?" Bai Lishi nodded and said, "That's right. Since they went to the Boundless Sea for experiential training, they would definitely go to the deep-sea battlefield. However, due to the difference in strength, the people who just left were definitely not at the same level as Ding Fengqiu." "Battlefield? What kind of battlefield is it? Can you explain it more clearly?" Xiao Chen asked interestedly. In the earlier fight with Ding Fengqiu had only used the state of massacre to block the might of Xiao Chen's 2 merged states. Clearly, Ding Fengqiu's comprehension of the state of massacre was much higher than Xiao Chen's. Hence, Xiao Chen was somewhat interested in this deep-sea battlefield. Ding Fengqiu should have tempered his state of massacre there. Bai Lishi muttered to himself for a while before saying, "The deep sea and shallow sea battlefield can be said to be a war between humans and demons. The deep sea is the main camp of the demonic world." Chapter 403. Every demonic calamity starts in the deep sea. There is the largest spatial tear in the world there. That spatial tear cannot be completely sealed. Hence, there is an endless supply of demons in the deep sea. The war has never stopped. Xiao Chen's expression changed greatly. He said in shock, "How can there be such a horrifying thing? How come I have never heard of it before? There is no news of it at all." Bai Lishi laughed loudly and said, "This is very normal. The last demonic calamity happened only 10,000 years ago. Based on the pattern, the next demonic calamity will only arrive in a few thousand years. As long as the seal in the deep sea does not break, no strong demons will be able to escape." Based on your appearance, you should be thinking of going to the deep-sea battlefield to train yourself. If you want to understand more in advance, I can tell you everything I experienced in the deep-sea battlefield in detail. Xiao Chen glanced at Bai Lishi and asked suspiciously, "You have been to the deep-sea battlefield before?" Bai Lishi glared at Xiao Chen and said, "What's wrong? From your tone, it sounds like I can't go." "Let me tell you, not only did I go, but I went to the third-grade battlefield." "It looks like psychological methods are effective," Xiao Chen thought to himself. A smile appeared on his face as he said, "In that case, tell me in detail. What is a third-grade battlefield? How big is the battlefield? Does the difference in grade mean that the enemies are different?" Bai Lishi shrugged and smiled. "Don't try to be smart. Although I look stupid, psychological methods are useless against me. If you want to hear more information, use the firmament body tempering art. Just the first layer is enough. I risked my life to obtain it." Xiao Chen could only helplessly give up. He had expected this fellow to do something like this. He shook his head and turned to leave, heading for the ship's hold. Xiao Chen could not be bothered with Bai Lishi, who was shouting loudly behind him. After spending 2,000 inferior-grade spirit stones, he managed to obtain a good room in the ship's hold. Inside the bedroom, Xiao Chen sat on the bed and took out the 1,000-year-old snow ginseng. He muttered, "The 1,000-year-old snow ginseng should be able to help me stabilize my cultivation as an inferior-grade martial king. A 1,000-year-old snow ginseng could increase a martial artist's cultivation by 20 years. However, that was before Xiao Chen consumed large amounts of spirit herbs. At this moment, his body's resistance to medicine was already quite high. In addition, his foundation was already very strong, so this 1,000-year snow ginseng should only be able to raise his cultivation by 10 years. However, this was already pretty good. The 500-year-old snow ginseng did not even have 20% of its effect on Xiao Chen. 10 years of cultivation would be sufficient to stabilize his cultivation as an inferior-grade martial king. Xiao Chen, who had experienced consuming the snow ginseng once before, was much more familiar with consuming it now. The cold energy of the snow ginseng was infused into the herbs. Then, essence qi seeped into the herbs and slowly stirred them. Xiao Chen was not in a rush. He carefully refined the herbs for an hour. After that, the solid herbs in the snow ginseng turned into liquid. Then, Xiao Chen placed the snow ginseng in his mouth and bit down on a stem. Instantly, a cooling liquid flowed out of the snow ginseng and into the air. When the entire medicinal liquid entered Xiao Chen's abdomen, a strong medicinal energy immediately appeared. It turned into a gushing river in his meridians. Xiao Chen felt his entire body heat up. His complexion turned scarlet and his qi and blood surged, flourishing to the extreme. It felt like his entire body was on fire. The 1,000-year-old snow ginseng had exceeded Xiao Chen's expectations. The medicinal energy was a little excessive. Xiao Chen sank his consciousness and quickly circulated the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. The Purple Thunder Divine Incantation had already reached the 6th layer. The speed was 3 times faster than the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's 5th layer. There was no comparison at all. The Purple Thunder Divine Incantation quickly absorbed the energy in the medicinal liquid. As the medicinal energy poured in, the purple qi whirlpool became more resilient. Although it did not expand, its endurance increased. The quality of the extracted essence increased as well. The 1,000-year-old snow ginseng's medicinal energy was vast. It exceeded Xiao Chen's expectations. He spent 4 days before he completely absorbed the medicinal energy. After that, he used another 3 days to clear the first minor hurdle of Martial King, advancing to peak inferior grade Martial King. From start to finish, he used a total of 7 days. When Xiao Chen opened his eyes, he clenched his right hand tightly. He immediately felt a surging energy gathering in his palm. Peak inferior grade Martial King. Only like this can I be considered a true Martial King. Xiao Chen said with a joyful expression, "I just advanced to Martial King. The quality of my essence is still unstable. Only when I become a peak inferior grade Martial King can it be considered completely stable." Now that he met Ding Fengqiu again, Xiao Chen was confident that he would not be weaker than him in terms of essence. Xiao Chen got up and pushed open the door. He slowly walked to the deck of the merchant ship. He had not come out for 7 days and wanted to get some fresh air. Bai Lishi was bored as he sat on the deck. This merchant ship did not carry any other cultivators. Hence, there were only Xiao Chen and Bai Lishi. When Bai Lishi heard footsteps, he quickly turned around. When he felt Xiao Chen's aura, he said in astonishment, "You advanced to peak inferior grade, Martial King?" Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "It is all thanks to the help of that 1,000-year-old snow ginseng. I managed to save half a year." Bai Lishi had a pained expression on his face. He said regretfully, "The snow ginseng was originally a rank 7 spirit herb. It is extremely rare for it to reach 1,000 years of age. A regular big sect would not bear to give 1,000-year-old snow ginseng to their genius disciples." Bai Lishi sighed and continued, "If an elder needs it, he will definitely give it to the elder first before giving it to his disciple." "Brat, you are really lucky. Unexpectedly, you monopolized all the fortuitous encounters on Qianren Island. In the end, you even tricked this old man's 1,000-year-old snow ginseng." Xiao Chen said softly, "Don't worry. As long as we obtain the secret treasure, I will give you the second half of the firmament body tempering art. Actually, you do not have to follow me. After I obtain the secret treasure, I will give it to you." Bai Lishi said, "Brat, you are so cunning. It would be strange if I believed you. I would not feel at ease if I did not follow you." When Xiao Chen saw the scene in front, he interrupted Bai Lishi and said, "That's enough. The Thunder King Valley is in front." When the two looked up, the towering Thunder King Valley appeared before them. Bai Lishi was very tactful and did not say anything. The merchant ship slowly sailed into the Thunder King Valley. The instant the ship entered the valley, the sunlight above them disappeared. Thick, dark clouds cast a shadow on the deck. Boom, boom, boom. Boundless lightning churned as thunder roared in the sky above. Xiao Chen could clearly feel the might of the supreme thunder. The huge painting of the Thunder King in the valley looked the same as before. Its face was clearly visible. It looked like it would leap out of the valley at any moment. With his previous experience, Xiao Chen had placed the Lunar Shadow Saber in the Universe Ring before he entered the Thunder King Valley. Although the Lunar Shadow Saber trembled in the ring, it would not leap out. Xiao Chen looked up and saw boundless thunderclouds in the sky, stretching out for 500 kilometers without end. "Hey!" Suddenly, Xiao Chen's expression froze. He looked at the towering mountain peak and saw several figures. There were many people on both sides of the mountain peaks. That should be the closest to the immortal will of thunder. Why would there be people there? Xiao Chen felt curious. He slowly extended his spiritual sense up. Under the roar of thunder, Xiao Chen's spiritual sense seemed somewhat timid. Normally, Xiao Chen could teleport his spiritual sense a kilometer with a thought. However, at this moment, he could not move an inch. He was very careful. No matter how hard Xiao Chen tried, his spiritual sense refused to move forward quickly. When Xiao Chen saw the situation, he could only let it be. After 1 hour, Xiao Chen's spiritual sense arrived at the top of the mountain and recorded the situation in his mind. There were about 100 cultivators sitting cross-legged on both sides of the mountain peak with their eyes closed. Most of the cultivators had a sword by their side. Every cultivator had a different aura. However, without exception, they were all half-step martial monarchs. Xiao Chen even discovered several martial monarch experts sitting cross-legged with their eyes closed on a few of the higher slopes. Boom! Just as Xiao Chen was about to take a closer look, the immortal will of thunder in the sky suddenly shot down a bolt of lightning at Xiao Chen's spiritual sense. Under the illumination of this bolt of lightning, the dark sky became as bright as day. The expressions of the cultivators sitting with their eyes closed changed, and they opened their eyes at the same time. Under the rage of thunder, Xiao Chen was startled. He wanted to withdraw his consciousness from his spiritual sense. However, he discovered that this strand of spiritual sense was no longer under his control. It froze in the air, unable to move. It's over. The spiritual sense is connected to my mind. It fears lightning the most. If it strikes me, I will not be able to recover for at least 3 months. Xiao Chen thought in horror. In the past, even if his spiritual sense was blocked, he could immediately sever his mind. However, this was the first time he encountered such a situation. Xiao! Just as the lightning was about to touch Xiao Chen's spiritual sense, a whirlpool suddenly appeared in the sky and pulled the lightning back. After dodging a calamity, Xiao Chen quickly withdrew his spiritual sense. When his spiritual sense returned to his sea of consciousness, Xiao Chen heaved a sigh of relief. Bai Lishi, who was beside Xiao Chen, also felt the strange situation above his head. His expression changed greatly as he said in a soft voice, "Brat, are you seeking death? How dare you mess around in Thunder King Valley? If you want to die, that is your own problem. Don't drag me down with you." Xiao Chen smiled bitterly and said, "Sorry, I won't do it again in the future." The half-step martial monarchs on the summit all had suspicious expressions. Unexpectedly, the lightning that the will of thunder sent out could be withdrawn. This was the first time they had seen something like this. The merchant ship finally left Thunder King Valley. The blazing sun shone on the deck once again. Xiao Chen and Bai Lishi both heaved a sigh of relief at the same time, feeling relaxed. Bai Lishi said angrily, "Brat, what did you do earlier? I felt like there was a sharp sword hanging above my head. If it had fallen, I would have died." Xiao Chen turned his head back to look at Thunder King Valley behind him. He said, "I only saw some people at the summit and felt that it was strange." Bai Lishi said, "What is so strange about that? Those are the strong cultivators who go up there to temper their states. If you have the guts, you can go up there as well. I remember that you comprehended the state of thunder as well." Chapter 404. Xiao Chen muttered, "The immortal will of thunder. It looks like this is a good thing. I can give it a try in the future." Bai Lishi said, "It has survived for 1,000 years. Naturally, it is a good thing. In the past, there were even martial sages who tried to obtain this immortal will of thunder. However, they all failed in the end." There was nothing to see on the deck. After Xiao Chen chatted with Bai Lishi for a while, he returned to his room and continued cultivating. 7 days later, Xiao Chen was cultivating on his bed with his eyes closed. A series of knocks startled him awake. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and placed the remaining medial-grade spirit stones in his universe ring. Then, he got up and opened the door. At the door, Bai Lishi smiled and said, "Brat, we have arrived. Get off the ship." Xiao Chen felt suspicious. He said, "Why did this ship collapse? That doesn't make sense." The ancient desolate land was very far. Xiao Chen estimated that they would not even be able to cover half of the distance in 7 days. Bai Lishi said, "Brat, you are unlucky. The ship you chose is a merchant ship of the Great Chu nation. As soon as we reach the port of the ancient desolate land, we will have to change course. We will have to walk the rest of the way ourselves." The two of them walked out of the ship's hold. There were already many cultivators on the deck. With Bai Lishi in front, no one blocked the way. Xiao Chen followed behind him easily. "Where is the demon battlefield? How much further do we have to go?" Xiao Chen immediately asked after they left the port. Bai Lishi spent most of his time in the ancient desolate land. He was very familiar with the situation here. He explained, "We are going to the first stop in the ancient desolate land. It is also the city at the southern edge, Underworld City. As for the demon battlefield, we are still far away." Xiao Chen stopped and looked at the silhouette of a city in the distance. He muttered, "It is too much of a waste of time to walk there. Since we are already in the ancient desolate land, we have to travel at full speed." Bai Lishi said, "You can't be thinking of flying over, right? I cultivate the physical body. Before I reach martial monarch, I do not have the technique to fly. Furthermore, the journey is very long. Flying will exhaust a lot of essence. The most important thing is, when did I tell you that this is already the ancient desolate land? After Underworld City, we will reach the true ancient desolate land after walking for another 50 kilometers. No matter what, we have to go to Underworld City first. There is a specialized flying relay station there. We can ride a spirit beast to reach the demon battlefield." To think there is still such a long distance. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. It seems like this. And Xiao Chen's Lishi is that there will be. However, Xiao Chen still had a solution. A silver warship shot out from his right eye and said, "Come on up. You just need to point the way. I will bring you along." When Bai Lishi saw the silver warship suddenly fly out, his eyes filled with shock. He said, "This is a flying-type secret treasure. I have seen it in the ancient desolate lands auction before. Without 50,000 medial-grade spirit stones, it is impossible to buy it." Xiao Chen jumped onto the warship, and Bai Lishi followed behind. With a thought, the silver warship moved like a bolt of lightning, disappearing into the clouds. Under Bai Lishi's guidance, Xiao Chen drove the silver warship at full speed. In an hour, they arrived above Underworld City. After traveling for 50 kilometers, they did not see the expected ancient desolate land. Instead, a boundless lake appeared before Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen felt suspicious and asked, "Didn't you say that after 50 kilometers, we will reach the ancient desolate land? Why is there only a lake? I don't see anything else." Bai Lishi said, "Don't be surprised. This huge lake is the ancient desolate land. After the destruction of the Qianwu dynasty, the imperial capital was destroyed, and the 9 dragons fled. The surrounding land for 5,000 kilometers sank. After that, it rained for 10 years, forming this unprecedented huge lake, the Heavenly Extermination Lake. A lake formed by 10 years of heavy rain. How large is this lake?" Xiao Chen thought to himself. If this was a map from his previous life, it would be 10 times the size of China. Bai Lishi continued, "However, the ancient desolate land that most people speak of refers to the many islands of various sizes in the Heavenly Extermination Lake. The demon battlefield that you are going to is on Boulder Island." Xiao Chen piloted the silver warship and flew through the clouds. Occasionally, there would be people riding on flying spirit beasts or flying in the air. Occasionally, there would be a few gazes with ill intent staring at the two of them. After all, the value of a flying secret treasure was extraordinary. It was enough for many people to make a move on it. However, most of the gazes only glanced at the two of them before quickly turning away. This was especially so when they saw Bai Lishi. No one dared to have any designs on the silver warship. Xiao Chen even saw a few people quickly change directions when they saw Bai Lishi, fleeing into the distance. Xiao Chen smiled and said, "I couldn't tell, but you are quite a deterrent here. You managed to scare people away without doing anything." Bai Lishi said disapprovingly, "I have some reputation in the south. However, when I get close to Desolate City, I am nothing. When you get there, you better not show your flying secret treasure. Otherwise, if someone powerful wants to snatch your things, no one will be able to stop them." "Where is Boulder Island in the Heavenly Extermination Lake? Is it near the core?" Xiao Chen asked. He knew nothing about this ancient desolate land. He could only place his hopes on Bai Lishi. Bai Lishi said, "Not really. However, Boulder Island is rather special. Although there are no permanent residents, there are many cultivators on the island due to the demon battlefield. Furthermore, most of them are martial kings. Sometimes, half-step martial monarchs will come." Following that, Bai Lishi introduced Boulder Island in detail, giving Xiao Chen a better understanding. Boulder Island was about the same size as Qianren Island. There was only a small city on the island, Boulder City. The other places were occupied by strong demonic beasts. This was an island suitable for experiential training. There was a formation left behind from the ancient era in the center of the island. Through the formation, cultivators could enter the mysterious demon battlefield and hunt demonic beasts to obtain secret treasures. "We have arrived," Bai Lishi suddenly said as he pointed to an island below. Xiao Chen focused and landed a kilometer away. Then, he recalled the silver warship into his right eye and jumped down with Bai Lishi. Xiao Chen landed firmly on the ground without making any sound. There was a simple and crude city in front of him. The city walls were short and dark. It looked like a desolate and dilapidated city. It could not even be compared to Mo City. However, the dozen or so guards in front of the city gate would make you throw these thoughts out of your head. These guards were actually inferior-grade martial saints. The strongest one was even a martial king. Furthermore, every one of them had an extremely strong aura. Their right hands were on the weapons at their waists. An indistinct killing chi lingered. Such a lineup was comparable to what Xiao Chen had seen in Shiha City. In fact, it was even stronger. Boom! A loud sound came from behind. The ground could not help but tremble. Naturally, Bai Lishi had landed as well. "Damn! Brat, you are already jumping from a kilometer. Are you trying to fall to your death?" Bai Lishi cursed as he walked forward with an unhappy expression. A height of a kilometer would definitely not injure Bai Lishi. Bai Lishi was merely grumbling. Xiao Chen said indifferently, "Are we going to the demon battlefield now or entering the city first?" Bai Lishi asked, "What's the date today?" "The 9th. Bai Lishi walked forward with large strides and said, "Let's enter the city first." The entrance to the demon battlefield will only open when the moon is full. We are still far from that. You can make some preparations. Every time, there are more than 1 or 2 cultivators who die in the demon battlefield. Xiao Chen did not have any say in this. He could only listen to Bai Lishi and follow him to the city gates. Occasionally, there were cultivators rushing about on the main road. These people were not weak. At the very least, Xiao Chen had not seen any cultivators below Martial King. The cultivators on this island were different from the cultivators that Xiao Chen had met in other places. Aside from their overall strength, they all had a dense killing chi. Occasionally, a ferocious glint flashed in their eyes. With one look, Xiao Chen could tell that they were fugitives. Entering the city, you will have to pay 1,000 inferior grade spirit stones. You will have to pay 3,000 inferior grade spirit stones. The leader of the city guards looked at their cultivation. Xiao Chen had to pay 1,000 inferior grade spirit stones. As for Bai Lishi, he had to pay 3,000 inferior grade spirit stones. Although he was surprised at the high entrance tax, Xiao Chen was a newcomer and the people here were not simple. He could only obediently pay 1,000 inferior grade spirit stones. Bai Lishi laughed loudly and took out a black medallion. He showed it to the leader and said, "Rank 4 member. You are exempt from the tax. Go on in." After entering the city, Xiao Chen asked depressedly, "What is that medallion? Why don't I have to pay the entrance tax?" Bai Lishi put away the medallion and smiled proudly. "Ancient Desolate Pass. Originally, you could have applied for it in Underworld City. Although it is only the lowest rank, it would be able to waive 10% of the entrance tax." Ancient Desolate Pass. Xiao Chen muttered to himself. However, he still could not understand it. He only understood after Bai Lishi explained it to him. In the ancient desolate land, there was an organization recognized by all the powers, the Heavenly Extermination Union. Cultivators in this organization could apply for a medallion. This medallion was the Ancient Desolate Pass. With the Ancient Desolate Pass, one could accept and issue missions in the Heavenly Extermination Union. Cultivators relied on the number of missions they completed to increase their rank. The lowest rank for the Ancient Desolate Pass was rank 1 and the highest was rank 9. The higher the rank, the more benefits one could enjoy in the various cities of the Ancient Desolate Land. For example, entering the city, purchasing items, taking on missions of a higher rank, seeking protection, and so on. Bai Lishi continued, "The origins of this Heavenly Extermination Union are very mysterious. Even now, it is still a mystery as to who is behind it. However, to ordinary cultivators it does not matter. Obtaining an Ancient Desolate Pass is a good way to integrate into the Ancient Desolate Land." As the two spoke, Bai Lishi led them to the largest restaurant in the city, the Immortal Gathering Pavilion. Xiao Chen asked for a superior room. Unexpectedly, he had to pay with inferior grade spirit stones. Silver banknotes from the outside world were useless here. After resting for a night, Xiao Chen tried to find out more information in the restaurant. After all, he could not go to Bai Lishi for everything. If he asked too much, the other party would bring the topic to the firmament body tempering art. This would be very annoying. There were many cultivators entering and leaving the restaurant every day. It was very convenient to ask around. Chapter 405. After paying some inferior grade spirit stones, the waiter would be able to provide a more complete version of the information he had heard. It turned out that this demon battlefield had already been closed for more than 100 years. This time, it had only reopened 2 years ago. After that, the number of cultivators coming to Boulder Island increased. From the waiter's words, Xiao Chen knew that the demon battlefield was rumored to be an ancient battlefield. During the ancient era, a startling war had happened there. The result of the war was a crushing defeat for the humans. Countless cultivators died at the hands of demons and demonic beasts. The last human martial emperor used his supreme strength to split the space of the battlefield, forming the demon battlefield. Countless human cultivators died there. The various secret treasures of the ancient cultivators were buried in the battlefield. Later on, during the Jianghu dynasty, someone used a formation to open a door to this space. He discovered that it had already become a small world. Countless demonic beasts and demons thrived there. All sorts of ancient secret treasures could be found everywhere. It was a place where fortuitous encounters and danger coexisted. There was still much more information that the waiter did not know. After all, he had never been to the demon battlefield before, so he had no way of knowing the details. After Xiao Chen gave the waiter another 10 inferior-grade spirit stones, he sent him off. He thought to himself, it looks like the information I obtained is not complete. I have to find a cultivator who has been to the demon battlefield before to understand the situation. Haha. Brat. Don't overthink. Since I agreed to go with you, why are you still worrying? Bai Lishi said with a laugh as he walked down the stairs and sat across from Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen raised the wine cup on the table and took a sip. He smiled helplessly and said, I hope you can be relied on. Bai Lishi drank a large mouthful of wine and wiped off the alcohol on his lips. He said, don't ask about that messy information. Just look at the map I gave you. Don't enter the core region. Aside from demonic beasts and demons, just be on guard against human cultivators. I'll be honest with you. In the demon battlefield, most of the cultivators actually died at the hands of humans. Xiao Chen's heart sank. It seemed that the situation was much worse than he had imagined. Not only did he have to face unknown demonic beasts and demons, he also had to be on guard against sneak attacks from humans. This medial-grade secret treasure was much harder to obtain than he had imagined. For the next few days, Xiao Chen was active around the small city. There were many demonic beasts outside the city. This was a suitable place to practice martial techniques. Before he went to the demon battlefield, he would be able to maintain a state of excitement. 6 days passed very quickly. The originally bustling small city became quiet. The large number of cultivators in the city quickly headed in one direction. When nearly all the cultivators in the Immortal Gathering Pavilion had left, Bai Lishi and Xiao Chen followed the crowd. Everywhere the cultivators passed, the demonic beasts blocking the way were cleared out. Their path was smooth and unobstructed. 6 hours later, the two of them stopped at the center of Boulder Island. It was already packed with people. A quick count showed that there were no less than 1,000 warriors. I heard that there was an inferior-grade martial king who managed to obtain 9 peak inferior-grade secret treasures by himself. He made a fortune at the desolate city auction. There was also a fellow who was very lucky. He killed a high-ranked blood demon and sold its demon core for more than 10,000 medial-grade spirit stones. Several cultivators discussed excitedly. There were all sorts of tempting treasures in the demon battlefield. Their gazes filled with anticipation as they looked at the empty space in the center. Bai Lishi smiled coldly and said, these people are really reckless. It would be good if half of the 1,000 people managed to come out. Xiao Chen sized up the crowd, looking for cultivators worth paying attention to. However, some of the more experienced cultivators hid themselves very well. It was hard to glean any useful information from them. Furthermore, there were some cultivators who kept talking with excitement in their eyes. With one look, it was clear that this was their first time in the demon battlefield. They did not know much about the situation on the other side. The full moon slowly moved in the air. Before countless people's expectant gazes, it finally arrived above them. Instantly, a gentle pillar of light soared into the sky from the empty space in the center. The space around the pillar of light started to twist. So. The cultivators leaped towards the pillar of light one after another. Then they disappeared from Xiao Chen's sight. This pillar of light should be the entrance to the demon battlefield. When most of the cultivators had left and Xiao Chen was about to enter, Bai Lishi's expression suddenly changed. He pulled Xiao Chen back and said, wait a moment. Xiao Chen felt suspicious and asked, what's wrong? Bai Lishi pointed in a direction and said, look over there. Xiao Chen looked in the direction Bai Lishi pointed. He saw 10-odd cultivators with extremely strong auras standing there. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen could not figure out the strength of this group of people. I nearly misjudged them. They are all half-step martial monarchs. It looks like they are here to hunt high-ranked demons. Such an operation is rather rare. I have to go over and take a look. You should go and get the medial-grade secret treasure yourself. A fervent look flashed in Bai Lishi's eyes as he whispered. Xiao Chen frowned slightly and asked, can you do it? Bai Lishi smiled and said, thanks to you, I have already cultivated the firmament body tempering art to the 4th layer. My strength is more than twice what it was 3 months ago. Xiao Chen was mildly startled. This Bai Lishi is really a genius at cultivating the physical body. Unexpectedly, he managed to cultivate a heaven-ranked cultivation technique to the 4th layer in such a short time. You better pray for your luck. Don't die prematurely. Otherwise, the second half of my firmament body tempering art will be destroyed. I'll take my leave first. Seeing that the 10-odd people had entered, Bai Lishi laughed loudly and followed. Just as he was about to step into the pillar of light, he then turned around and reminded, "You must be careful. Don't be greedy. You must be careful of the humans behind you." Xiao Chen smiled faintly to indicate that he understood. After interacting with Bai Lishi for the past few days, Xiao Chen knew that although Bai Lishi was not a proper person and had a bad temper, he was not a serious person. However, in the end, he was not a treacherous person. He was very straightforward, which suited Xiao Chen's temperament. He took out a secret manual from the universe ring and quickly tossed it to Bai Lishi. When Bai Lishi heard the sound, he immediately turned around and caught the secret manual. When he saw its contents, he could not help but reveal an expression of joy. Just as Bai Lishi looked up and was about to say something, he discovered that Xiao Chen had already disappeared from where he was. Xiao Chen had taken the initiative to enter the pillar of light. He could not help but smile and say, "This brat is not too much of a scam." Naturally, the secret manual that Xiao Chen tossed to Bai Lishi was the second half of the firmament body tempering art. After observing it for such a long time, Xiao Chen was certain that Bai Lishi was not lying to him. Since that was the case, there was no need to drag things out. Although Xiao Chen liked to maximize his benefits, he always kept his promises. 1. After Xiao Chen entered the Ring of Light, a desolate world appeared before him. When he looked up, the sky was scarlet with thick red clouds drifting by. The ground was littered with rocks and weeds. Only some strange plants were sparsely scattered on the ground. The terrain of the space was extremely complicated. Xiao Chen scanned the surrounding 3 kilometers with his spiritual sense. Not only did he discover mounds, desolate mountains, stone forests, swamps, but he also discovered a jungle made of strange plants. It was extremely strange. Xiao Chen took out a map and started to search for his position. The Pillar of Light on Boulder Island would send the cultivators who entered to the periphery of the demon battlefield. Unless one had some special tools, no one would be able to control where they landed in the demon battlefield. After Xiao Chen put away the map, he finally confirmed his position. Then he looked around. Many cultivators gathered in groups of 2 or 3, looking around excitedly. There were also some experienced cultivators with cautious eyes. They kept their hands on their weapons at all times. Occasionally, a ferocious glint flashed in their eyes as they looked at the cultivators beside them. "Friend, are you alone? Let's team up." Just as Xiao Chen was about to depart, a hearty laughter came from behind him. He turned his head to look. And saw a short-haired cultivator in gray robes. He had a squarish face, looked to be in his 20s, and a saber hung at his waist. He was a superior grade martial king. He walked over to Xiao Chen with a smile on his face. A few cultivators of various cultivations followed behind him. However, they were all medial grade martial kings at the very least. The short-haired cultivator introduced himself as if he was very familiar with Xiao Chen. "I am Wei Tong. This is my first time coming to Boulder Island with a few friends. It looks like this is your first time entering the demon battlefield as well. How about we accompany each other?" As he spoke, Wei Tong's gaze quickly swept over Xiao Chen's attire. His gaze lingered on Xiao Chen's shoes and robes for a while. When Wei Tong saw the black gloves on Xiao Chen's hands, a greedy look flashed in his eyes. However, he hid it very well. His smile remained very sincere. Xiao Chen smiled coldly to himself. When he saw the other party's expression, he said indifferently, "There is no need. I am already used to being alone." Wei Tong revealed a disappointed expression. He said, "That is a pity. If brother is interested, you can come and look for us at any time." Xiao Chen performed a cupped fist salute and turned to leave. He withdrew his aura and kept his right hand on his saber hilt, maintaining a high level of vigilance. After Xiao Chen left, a ferocious look flashed in the eyes of a cultivator behind Wei Tong. He asked suspiciously, "Big brother, why did you not make a move? He is a fat sheep. Unexpectedly, he has 3 secret treasures on him." "Indeed, big brother. He is just a peak inferior grade martial king. We can deal with him in a few moves. After we kill him, there will be no problems," another person said. Wei Tong said calmly, "How foolish. I do not know if he is a fat sheep or a ferocious wolf. With your eyes, be careful. You might not be able to eat the sheep. Instead, you might end up being eaten like weeds. This person's gaze was calm. His right hand was on his saber hilt. He maintained a distance from me, allowing me to advance or retreat. Based on this, it is clear that this person is extraordinarily vigilant. He is not that easy to kill. After saying this, Wei Tong watched Xiao Chen leave. He paused for a while before saying, "The most important thing is that although this person is only an inferior grade martial king, his killing chi is denser than mine. He is not a kind person. The secret treasures on him are probably stained with blood." Chapter 406. What about Big Brother? He is such a fat sheep. I can't bear to let him get away. Wei Tong said, "Even if you can't bear to, you have to. In this demon battlefield, there are plenty of fat sheep to slaughter. Don't offend someone you cannot afford to offend. Even 10 lives would not be enough. Let's go." Shill. Blood dripped from the lunar shadow saber. A rank 7 demonic beast in front of Xiao Chen was chopped in half. After separating from Wei Tong and the others, Xiao Chen did not get far before he was attacked by demonic beasts. The demonic beasts here were very crafty and very patient. Several times, Xiao Chen had just killed a demonic beast and was about to catch his breath when a few demonic beasts suddenly appeared and launched a sneak attack. If not for Xiao Chen keeping his guard up at all times, he might have fallen for the demonic beast's attacks. After digging out the demonic beast's demonic core, Xiao Chen thought suspiciously. It is said that there are countless secret treasures in the demon battlefield. Why have I not seen a single one? Bang! Bang! Just at this moment, intense sounds came from in front, together with the sound of the wind. Xiao Chen stopped and looked around. Then, he found a high ground and looked over. The sound came from about 2,000 meters ahead. He could no longer see it. Fortunately, Xiao Chen still had his spiritual sense and was not blind. 2 medial-grade martial kings were fighting an intense battle with an early rank 7 demonic beast in the distance. That demonic beast looked like a barbaric ox. There was a sharp horn on its head. Its entire body was covered in fiery red fur, like a burning flame. When it stepped on the ground, it shook continuously. The demonic beast looked very mighty. However, when the 2 martial kings worked together, it could not do anything. It was forced to retreat. After all, it was only an early rank 7 demonic beast. The attacks of the 2 martial kings were very sharp. Furthermore, they were not greedy and did not take any risks. They advanced and retreated rationally. The barbaric ox's defeat was only a matter of time. It is just killing demonic beasts. There is nothing to see, Xiao Chen said indifferently. Just as he was about to withdraw his spiritual sense, he discovered something interesting. Pusi. After the barbaric ox was killed, its belly was cut open by a sharp knife. A blood-stained secret treasure fell out. That secret treasure was a small bronze beast. It should have been carved from a demonic beast or spirit beast from the ancient era. Spiritual energy surrounded the secret treasure. Even though it was stained with blood, it was hard to hide. When Xiao Chen saw this scene, he felt incredulous. Killing demonic beasts for secret treasures. Could this be the same as the online games in my previous life? That's impossible. I have killed so many demonic beasts, but there are no secret treasures. Could it be that the drop rate is a problem? Xiao Chen could not figure it out no matter how he thought about it. The scene he saw confused him. His spiritual sense could not help but stop there. Xiao did not understand. Tian. Xiao Chen. Shen. Brother Chen. Not. To Tian Xiao to I. Chen Xiao Ti do say. Chen it. To a complete secret treasure, even the lowest inferior grade secret treasure, was worth at least 1,000 medial grade spirit stones. If one was lucky, it could be sold for several thousand medial grade spirit stones. No matter what, this was a good item. It was something that could tempt most cultivators. Xiao Chen continued to look at it with interest. Bang! As Xiao Chen expected, after they confirmed it was a secret treasure, the 2 of them attacked each other at the same time. They started killing each other for a secret treasure. When Xiao Chen saw this scene, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. It is just an inferior grade secret treasure. If they could trust each other, they would not end up like this. These 2 must have formed a temporary team. The 2 of them fought until their eyes turned red. They sent out all sorts of killing moves. They hated that they could not kill each other immediately. The battle was extremely intense. Soon, the two of them suffered significant injuries. No matter who won this battle, they would end up severely injured. After a while, just as the victor was about to be decided, a pool of blood suddenly appeared on the ground. Xiao Chen's expression changed. That was a demon of the blood demon world, a race of the demonic world. Xiao Chen had seen them in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's strange space before. They were also known as blood demons. They ate human hearts. Their methods were extremely bloody and cruel. Bang! The blood turned into a pale human figure. Its baleful aura soared into the sky. It attacked at lightning speed, its sharp nails piercing the hearts of the two cultivators. The two cultivators were at a critical juncture in their fight. They did not expect such a situation to happen. They cried out miserably as their hearts were grabbed by the other party. Jie, 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 jie. That blood demon laughed a few times. It held the two bloody hearts in its hand and revealed a cruel smile on its pale face. Xiao Chen could not bear to see what happened next. The blood demon directly swallowed the two hearts and revealed an expression of enjoyment. Xiao Chen could sense with his spiritual sense that after the blood demon swallowed the hearts of the cultivators, the baleful aura on its body became denser. Pooh! Pooh! The blood demon casually kicked the two corpses on the ground, causing them to explode. Then, he waved his hand, and the secret treasure in the shape of a bronze beast flew into his hand. The blood demon revealed a mocking expression. Humans are indeed an inferior race. They can't even resist a small temptation. This is a tried and tested method. Che, 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 che. Xiao Chen also felt that it was unfortunate. This blood demon should only be a low-rank blood demon. It should be no stronger than a medial-grade martial king. Two medial-grade martial kings could have easily killed Xiao Chen in a head-on clash. However, because of a secret treasure, they lost themselves and died without a complete corpse. That blood demon looked around. When he saw that there was no one around, he found an early rank 7 demonic beast. The baleful aura on the blood demon's body terrified the demonic beast. He easily subdued this demonic beast, cut open its skin, and stuffed the secret treasure back in. A scarlet light flashed on the blood demon's hand, and the wound on the demonic beast instantly healed. There were no visible problems. After everything that happened the night before, the low-rank blood demon released the demonic beast in satisfaction. He licked his lips and said with a greedy expression, "I wonder what my next prey will taste like. Human hearts are indeed delicious." Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. He finally understood why the demonic beasts had secret treasures in their bodies. The secret treasures of the demon realm were naturally in the hands of the demon dwellers. When the humans wanted to kill them and obtain the secret treasures, the demon dwellers had already killed them. When the humans wanted to kill the demons and obtain the secret treasure, the demons treated the humans as their prey. Who could have the last laugh would depend on their own abilities. Xiao Chen looked at the hidden blood demon and said calmly, "Since I saw the secret treasure made of bronze beasts, I might as well take it." The blood clouds above Xiao Chen's head looked like they would never disperse. Only when a strong wind blew would they ripple. The sky was like a drawing board. However, there was only one color on this drawing board: scarlet. On flat ground, Xiao Chen moved very quickly. With one step, he could leap several hundred meters. Everywhere he passed, he left behind a long shockwave. When Xiao Chen met some demonic beasts along the way, he did his best to avoid them. If he could not avoid them, he would end the fight quickly. It took them an hour to cover the distance of more than 2,000 meters. He scanned the area with his spiritual sense and found the demonic beast that the blood demon had stuffed into the secret treasure. It was an early rank 7 purple python tiger demonic beast. It looked like a ferocious tiger. The purple python tiger demonic beast was 10 meters tall on all fours. Its fur was purple, and occasionally, black chi came out of its pores. There was a purple python-like tail coiled on its back. The purple tail was as thick as an adult's arm. There was a bulge at the end of the purple tail that looked like a snake's head. An early rank 7 demonic beast was about as strong as a medial-grade martial king. With Xiao Chen's current advancement, he could deal with it easily within 20 moves. However, when Xiao Chen thought about the low-ranked blood demon hiding behind it, he had to put on a good show to lure it out. Otherwise, it would be pointless to scare it away. Xiao Chen revealed himself and leaped into the air. He landed in front of the demonic beast and sent out a strand of energy. Xiao Chen did not infuse too much essence into the energy. The purple python tiger easily dodged it by tilting its body. A ferocious glint appeared in its eyes as it roared and pounced at Xiao Chen. The purple python tiger crossed the distance of 200 meters in one leap and arrived before Xiao Chen. It opened its jaws, revealing its 4 fangs. A cold light flashed as it bit at Xiao Chen's neck. Hoo! The purple python tiger's huge body created an intense wind as it soared into the air. This caused Xiao Chen's hair to flutter. Xiao Chen drew his saber, and a purple saber light flickered as he chopped at the purple python tiger's neck. The purple python tiger roared ferociously and smashed its right paw against the saber. Xiao Chen was forced back a few steps before he could stabilize himself. After knocking back Xiao Chen, the purple python tiger roared excitedly. It charged at Xiao Chen with a flourishing aura. Dang! 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 Every strike of the purple python tiger's 2 front paws sounded out. They carried tens of thousands of kilograms of force as they smashed at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen brandished his huge saber in front of him to prevent the claws from grabbing him. It is quite strong. This claw probably has about 70 to 80 tons of force. However, this should not be the purple python tiger's killing move. I have to continue acting. As Xiao Chen retreated, he calmly analyzed the situation. In the blink of an eye, he had exchanged more than 100 moves with the purple python tiger. When the purple python tiger saw that it could not knock Xiao Chen to the ground, it became enraged. It opened its mouth and spat out a black energy wave at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's expression turned grave. His saber flickered with a purple light as he chopped the energy wave in half. Hoo-chi! The moment the energy wave scattered, a purple snake head shot at Xiao Chen at lightning speed. The purple python tiger's purple tail was actually a purple python. This startled Xiao Chen, causing him to quickly retreat. However, this purple python was simply too fast. As Xiao Chen retreated, it wrapped itself around his ankle. Chi! Chi! The snake coiled around Xiao Chen a few times. Then, it opened its mouth and bit down ferociously. When Xiao Chen saw the snake's venomous fangs, even if he did not get injured, he would be poisoned. Xiao Chen's left hand shot out at lightning speed and clamped down on the snake's mouth. Xiao Chen exerted force on his arm as he used 2 fingers to clamp down on the snake's mouth. The huge force prevented the snake's mouth from opening. Just as Xiao Chen and the purple python fought, the purple python tiger's huge body crashed into Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen suffered a heavy blow to his chest and immediately fell over. This is about the end of the act. If this goes on, this beast will really eat me up, Xiao Chen thought to himself as he watched the purple python tiger open its mouth to attack his neck. Bang! A crisp sound rang out. Xiao Chen increased the force in his left hand and crushed the snake head. Then, he fiercely punched the purple python tiger's chest. Chapter 407. Kasie. With the dragon and tiger body sculpting art circulating at full power, this punch contained 150 tons of force. The force of the punch permeated the purple python tiger's internal organs and instantly shattered them. Just as the purple python tiger's huge body pressed down, Xiao Chen somersaulted and dodged it. There was a loud bang, and the purple python tiger's corpse fell heavily to the ground. The clothes on Xiao Chen's chest had already been torn by the purple python tiger's attack. His long hair was messy, and he was covered in dust. Xiao Chen cut a sorry figure. When the low-ranked blood demon hidden in the darkness saw this, it relaxed. It stuck out its tongue and licked its lips. A greedy look appeared in its eyes. Xiao Chen stretched out his body and took out a sharp saber from his universe ring. Then, he cut open the purple python tiger's belly. Blood immediately spurted out, along with a small, exquisite bronze statue. Xiao Chen stretched his hand out, and a suction force pulled the bronze statue over. It floated above Xiao Chen's palm. He stabbed the lunar shadow saber into the ground beside him. Then, Xiao Chen took out an old cloth and slowly wiped the blood off the bronze statue. An incredibly lively and lifelike statue appeared before Xiao Chen. When Xiao Chen saw the statue's appearance, he found it familiar. Suddenly, he remembered seeing it in the Fierly Sect's Secret Treasures book. The secret treasures from the ancient era were all famous. Those that were not superior-grade secret treasures would not appear in the book. However, based on the aura of this bronze statue, it was clear that it was not the original. It should be a fake. See. An extremely weak sound came from behind Xiao Chen. If one did not pay close attention, one would not be able to hear it. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Xiao Chen's lips curled up in a smile. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the lunar shadow saber. Then, he turned around and stabbed the saber into the ground. The tip of the saber struck the blood. Xiao Chen used some force, and purple electricity crackled and flickered on the snow-white saber. Ah! There was a miserable shriek as the blood turned into a human figure. The lunar shadow saber pinned the other party's body to the ground. Pure and tyrannical lightning attributed essence. The blood demon's body was convulsing non-stop, unable to resist at all. The blood demon's body did not have the slightest ability to resist. Don't kill me. I still have many secret treasures. As long as you let me go, I will give them all to you, Blood Demon said, trembling in pain. His heart was filled with extreme fear. He had thought that this person had fallen for his trap, and that his strength was only the. He did not expect that this sudden attack would not even give him a chance to dodge. Xiao Chen, who had personally seen this blood demon devour human hearts, did not believe the words of this blood demon at all. Such a cunning demon dweller would definitely suffer a great loss if he coveted some small advantage. Xiao Chen unsheathed his blade, and purple flames shot out from his right eye. He was prepared to burn this blood demon to death. As the purple flames burned, the blood demon's miserable shriek lasted for a while before it went silent. After a while, it turned into a pile of ashes. Xiao Chen used the tip of his saber to poke at the ashes a few times. A scarlet demon core appeared. The demon core contained a horrifying baleful aura. If one could absorb it, it could greatly increase a cultivator's killing chi. At the same time, it could temper a cultivator's mental energy. This thing had always been in short supply. However, the demon core of a low-ranked blood demon did not have much value. The baleful aura it contained was useless against a martial king. Xiao Chen casually tossed the demon core into the universe ring. Then, he took out the book that introduced secret treasures and started reading it. Soon, he found the source of the bronze statue. The bronze statue was a sculpture of an ancient mutated beast. This mutated beast was called Flame, the strongest fire-attributed mutated beast in the world. It consumed flames as food. In this world, there was no flame that it could not consume. The more flames it consumed, the stronger the might of the flames it spat out. Using the flame beast as the model, the ancient cultivators created a secret treasure. It could also consume all sorts of flames in the world. After it merged, it could spit out an even more powerful flame. Although it could not compare to a true flame beast, it was not far off. Its might could not be underestimated. It was a peak superior grade secret treasure. After Xiao Chen read the introduction, he toyed with the ordinary-looking bronze statue in his hand. It had a flickering spiritual light. He said, "A superior grade secret treasure radiates light into the sky. Its spiritual energy can spread for 5 kilometers. It looks like this flame beast bronze statue is very simple. It is indeed a fake." Xiao Chen erased the imprint on the flame beast bronze statue and placed his own imprint on it. Then, he prepared to use the purple thunder true fire to test the might of this flame beast. Suddenly, a loud sound came from the distance. It was like a sudden clap of thunder. It was so loud that it hurt one's eardrums. Xiao Chen looked up and saw a huge whirlpool in the scarlet clouds in the distant sky. Countless scarlet bolts of lightning appeared out of nowhere. A tyrannical aura soared into the sky from the ground, shattering the scarlet clouds in the sky. So. Many cultivators in the demon battlefield felt this aura and looked up. A few cultivators could not resist their curiosity and quickly flew over. When Xiao Chen felt the fluctuating energy in the air, he muttered, "What a strong aura! It should be as strong as a martial monarch. Is this the target of those half-step martial monarchs?" An intense curiosity arose in Xiao Chen's heart. He wanted to check it out. However, he managed to overcome his curiosity in the end. Even the most ordinary half-step martial monarch would be able to deal with Xiao Chen in a few moves. It would be too naive to try and take advantage of them. Furthermore, there was a demon as strong as a martial monarch in the middle. If Xiao Chen was not afraid of death, he could join in the fun. Xiao Chen withdrew his gaze and maintained his vigilance as he continued forward. Along the way, he ran into some crafty demons. Some tossed their secret treasures on the ground and used the aura of the secret treasure to attract the cultivator's attention before launching a sneak attack. Some disguised themselves as humans to get close to Xiao Chen and wait for an opportunity to make a move. Xiao Chen saw through all these tricks. Along the way to the medial grade secret treasure, he obtained 3 or 4 inferior grade secret treasures. Xiao Chen stopped in front of a messy stone forest. He muttered, "I have finally reached this place. This place is indeed at the periphery of the demon battlefield. I hope Bai Lishi did not lie to me." The messy stone forest covered an area of a kilometer squared. There were strange rocks everywhere. Each rock was at least 10 meters tall, standing upright on the flat ground. The atmosphere in the forest was very strange. It was very quiet. When the wind blew, the faint smell of blood wafted in the air. Xiao Chen scanned the forest with his spiritual sense and soon discovered the medial grade secret treasure that Bai Lishi mentioned. A pair of flashing black boots lay quietly on a stone pillar in the middle of the messy stone forest. When Xiao Chen probed it with his spiritual sense, the boots flickered with a dense spiritual light, giving off an overwhelming spiritual energy. The spiritual energy contained in these boots was much stronger than that of a regular peak inferior grade secret treasure. This was at least an early medial grade secret treasure. Indeed, Bai Lishi did not lie to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen rejoiced. Coincidentally, the windwalk shoes on his feet could no longer keep up with his cultivation. Now, they could only increase his movement speed by 10%. Xiao Chen's overall movement speed could not break Mach 2. It remained stuck at a bottleneck. However, based on Xiao Chen's experience along the way, he often encountered demons tossing their secret treasures on the ground to attract the attention of cultivators. Then they would take the opportunity to kill them. This place should be no exception. If there were no danger, the secret treasures would have been snatched away long ago. Xiao Chen scanned the surroundings with his spiritual sense again but did not discover any demons. This was within his expectations, but it did not mean that there was no danger. The ability of demons to hide their auras was much higher than that of regular human cultivators. Unless one personally tracked the other party, it would be very difficult to sense a demon with one's spiritual sense. Since this demon could take out a medial grade secret treasure, its rank was definitely not low. The low-ranked blood demons that Xiao Chen killed easily could not compare to it. I have to think of a way. As he stood outside the stone forest, Xiao Chen did not rush in. He revealed a contemplative look. Enemies hidden in the dark were always the scariest. This was because one could not predict where they would come from or how strong they were. Xiao! Xiao Chen casually waved his hand and pulled over 7 or 8 rocks of similar sizes. This stone forest did not lack rocks. Xiao Chen sent out a few strands of essence and gently lifted up these rocks. Then, he held 2 fingers together and condensed an incredibly sharp saber qi. His 2 fingers danced in the air, and just like that, he started carving in the air. Stone chips fell off, and soon, an exquisite stone eagle sculpture appeared. Xiao Chen's fingers did not stop moving as he continued to carve. Soon, 8 stone sculptures appeared around him, floating quietly in the air. Life bestowal spell. Xiao Chen shouted and pointed to the front. The 8 stone eagles in the air all came to life. Puda! Puda! The goshawk, which had a wingspan of a meter, stirred up whirlwinds on the ground and shot toward the stone forest like an arrow that was released from a bow. With Xiao Chen's current cultivation and the aid of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's 6th layer, he was already very familiar with the life bestowal spell. He had no difficulty communicating with the 8 eagles at the same time. Just as they were about to get close to the secret treasure, 3 red lights flashed, and the 3 goshawks at the front were directly blasted into a pile of debris. After all, they were just stone sculptures made of ordinary stones. They did not have high combat prowess. At the same time, a blood demon in red robes appeared on a stone pillar. He had a pale complexion and a sullen gaze. Pa! 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 The red-robed blood demon flicked his hands and sent out a few strands of scarlet energy, trying to shatter the remaining 5 eagles. A middle-rank blood demon was as strong as a superior-grade martial king who comprehended a state. He would be difficult to deal with. However, he was still within the limits of what Xiao Chen could handle. To be on the safe side, Xiao Chen had to test him to see if he had any companions. With a flip of his hand, Xiao Chen sucked in 10 odd stones in one breath. His gaze was calm as he moved his hands at the same time. Shwa! 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 Stone chips fell from the ground. Xiao Chen pushed his concentration and movements to their limits. In 3 breaths, he completed the stone sculpture. Boom! The 10-odd large eagles soared into the air and quickly flew towards the stone pillar in the middle. They spread their wings and connected them together. In an instant, the dozen or so flies covered a large area of the sky. Chapter 408. Clearly, one blood demon would not be able to destroy so many eagles in an instant. At that time, Xianxia could take the opportunity to control the eagles and snatch away the secret treasures. Unless there are other blood demons, Xianxia muttered to himself, a cautious look in his eyes. Boom! 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 The eagles that swooped down at the secret treasures were blasted into dust one after another. Xianxia focused his spiritual sense on one of the eagles and nimbly dodged the attacks. Nimbly dodging the attacks, it seized an opportunity and hooked the pair of shoes with its talons before retreating with lightning speed. Bang! This eagle did not fly very high before it was blasted into dust by a blood arrow. The shoes slowly fell to the ground. Another blood demon appeared on the stone pillar. This one wore blue robes, and its aura was no weaker than the first blood demon's. Unexpectedly, it was also a middle-rank blood demon. 2 middle-rank blood demons. This is going to be problematic, Xianxia thought to himself. No matter what, I have to give it a try. Medial-grade secret treasures are not that easy to come across. A fierce purple flame burned in Xianxia's right eye. Then, it quickly condensed and compressed. Soon, the boundless purple flame turned into a rhombus-shaped purple light. With a thought from Xianxia, the purple light quickly elongated. Xiao! The purple arrow turned into a purple arrow and shot at the second middle-rank blood demon. The purple arrow moved like a beam of light, tearing through the obstruction of space. Its speed instantly reached Mach 3. Before the blue-robed blood demon could react, a bloody hole appeared in its shoulder. At the same time the purple flames shot out, Xianxia activated the windwalk shoes on his feet. He moved at lightning speed on the rocks. Finally, just as the secret treasure was about to fall, he grabbed the pair of black shoes. When the 2 blood demons saw that Xianxia had obtained the secret treasures, they did not show any surprise on their faces. It was as if everything was within their expectations. The blood demon that was struck by the purple thunder true fire licked his lips. He had a malevolent expression as he smiled. Another fat sheep has come knocking. What a dense killing chi. I like it. This time, no matter what, you cannot snatch it from me. The other blood demon stared coldly at Xianxia. He smiled gently and said, let's see how capable you are. If you can't eat it, I don't mind helping you. Ga. The blue-robed blood demon laughed strangely, and the wound on his shoulder squirmed. He laughed and said, I can't eat it? What a joke. Finish off this brat in 10 moves. Strange, these 2 blood demons seemed to be waiting for him to fall into their trap. The arrow shot by the purple thunder true fire might have been purposely shot by the other party to lure him in. A thoughtful look appeared in Xianxia's eyes. He placed the secret treasure in his universe ring and prepared to leave this place first. No matter what, it was too dangerous to face 2 middle-ranked blood demons at the same time. Thinking of this, Xianxia pushed off the ground and turned around to retreat. Don't leave, human. No one has ever escaped from this stone forest. Ga. The blood demon laughed strangely and chased after Xianxia. When Xianxia heard this, he was slightly stunned. A few tall rocks appeared in front of him and blocked his path. Break! Xianxia instantly drew the lunar shadow saber and a sharp saber chi chopped the rocks in half. However, before he could relax, the strange rocks actually merged back together. Bang! 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 Xianxia continuously attacked with his saber. The purple chi whirlpool in his body spun rapidly. The lunar shadow saber flickered with electric light as he hacked down with the state of thunder infused in it. The stone, which had just been reassembled, was instantly smashed into pieces by the surging power. ZZ! A strange energy spread out, turning the rocks into countless shards flying in all directions. Once again, they were sucked over. Soon, they turned back into a huge rock, blocking Xianxia's path. Just as Xianxia was about to try a few more times, he suddenly felt an extremely dangerous aura behind him. The middle-ranked blood demon's blood arrow was approaching. Jie. Stop running, human. Stay here. I will definitely not let you feel pain. Xianxia tilted his body slightly and dodged this attack. Then, he leaped over the rocks blocking his path and continued flying forward. When Xianxia looked up, he discovered something strange. The path he took seemed to have changed. The direction of the entire stone forest seemed to have changed. Xiao Chen was clearly heading back. However, he did not know which direction it led to. This was very shocking. Since the direction on the ground was messed up, I'll just go by the sky. Xiao Chen executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art and quickly soared into the sky. Bang! After flying for only 100 meters, an invisible barrier appeared above Xiao Chen's head. His head smashed into it. Xiao Chen had no choice but to land on a stone pillar on the ground. When he looked up, the direction he had just determined was now messed up again. The entire space of the stone forest seemed to be in complete chaos. It changed at every moment, making it impossible to walk out normally. The blue-robed blood demon chased after Xiao Chen. He revealed a playful smile on his pale face. He said in a hoarse voice, "Give up. The natural laws of this stone forest change at every moment. If you do not live here for at least 100 years, you will not be able to walk out." Xiao Chen's back faced the blue-robed blood demon. He looked to the front, thinking about some problems. It was like he did not hear what the blue-robed blood demon said. "Brat, are you scared, silly? Are you going to end yourself, or do I have to do it myself?" "Che, che, che." The blue-robed blood demon laughed strangely when he saw the silent Xiao Chen. "Never mind. Since I can't leave for now, there is no need to overthink. Whether Bai Lishi lied to me or not is not something I need to worry about now." Xiao Chen gently pulled off the blue strip of cloth on his forehead. Then, he slowly turned around. The red mark on his forehead made his fair complexion look very bewitching. When the blue-robed blood demon saw Xiao Chen's appearance, he was slightly stunned. He felt that something was wrong, but he could not pinpoint what was wrong. "Since you want me to stay, I will grant your wish. I will not leave." Xiao Chen's lips curled up, revealing a sinister smile on his bewitching face. "Trying to scare me? You are just an insignificant inferior-grade martial king. You are seeking death." The blue-robed blood demon shouted ferociously. He moved his 10 fingers and instantly shot out countless blood arrows. The blood arrows contained an intense baleful aura. With one glance, it looked like countless evil spirits crawled out of hell and launched themselves at you. As they wailed like ghosts and howled like wolves, there seemed to be all sorts of illusions around your ears. If one did not have a strong will, they would collapse on the spot under these illusions. A bright light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes, and all the illusions and the evil spirits of hell vanished. Thunderclouds filled the sky. Xiao Chen held his lunar shadow saber as he stood on a huge rock. As thunder roared, saber lights danced around continuously. Dang, 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 dang. The blood arrows seemed very solid. When Xiao Chen's saber lights clashed, they gave off a melodious sound. Sparks flew everywhere on the saber. Xiao Chen's saber light was so dense that not even wind could pass through. The blood arrows were all knocked away. When the blood arrows landed on the huge rocks, they immediately created finger-sized holes. After a while, all the blood infused into the huge rock. The huge rock instantly shattered. This showed how strong the blood arrows were. However, Xiao Chen's saber lights did not make any progress. No matter how fast he was or how violent he did not move. With my saber in hand, thunder roared, but I did not move. When the blue-robed blood demon saw that the illusions and blood arrows were useless against Xiao Chen, not even giving him any trouble, he revealed a trace of shock in his eyes. That illusion of his was not an ordinary illusion. The number of demonic beasts and humans he had killed over the past few hundred years could be counted as tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of them. Regular superior-grade martial kings would not be able to struggle free of the baleful aura formed by the illusions. Even if they managed to struggle free, their minds would turn blurry for a while. However, nothing happened to Xiao Chen. His martial techniques were not messed up at all. This brat was somewhat difficult to deal with. The blue-robed blood demon's gaze turned cautious. He looked at his companions in the distance, wanting to call them over to help. However, he resisted the urge. If he could not deal with an inferior-grade martial king, he would be exploited by that fellow in the future. The blue-robed blood demon's gaze turned ferocious once again. He gave up on seeking help from his companions. The blue-robed blood demon roared ferociously and condensed a red ball of light in his hand. The surface of the ball of light was mottled. Occasionally, the cries of resentful spirits came from it. Fragmented blood wave. A faint radiance appeared in the surroundings of the scarlet ball of light. It flew towards Xiao Chen at high speed and slowly rotated in the air. In the end, it formed a horrifying scarlet whirlpool. It even tore the air apart. Xiao Chen focused his gaze. He did not advance. Instead, he retreated. He gathered all his essence on the tip of his saber. Then he held the lunar shadow saber in his right hand and spun it counterclockwise. See. A whirlpool appeared on the tip of the saber in the opposite direction of the fragmented blood wave. Purple electric light flickered in the whirlpool, crackling non-stop. Boom! The two whirlpools clashed with each other. A huge energy shockwave spread out in all directions. The boulders in the surroundings were crushed into powder. Instantly, a large cloud of dust filled the air. The blue-robed blood demon retreated 10 meters before he could stabilize himself. However, Xiao Chen did not move back. He shouted and charged forward with a lunar shadow saber in hand. Rushing thunder chop. Xiao Chen leaped into the air and descended from the sky. He carried a surging momentum as he hacked down at the blue-robed blood demon. The saber gave off an intense cold light. Electricity flickered on it, making one tremble in fear. The blue-robed blood demon crossed his hands and formed a scarlet barrier, trying to block Xiao Chen's move. However, although Xiao Chen's state of thunder was only at small perfection, it was much stronger than the great perfection state of a regular cultivator because of the purple thunder divine incantation, a heaven-ranked cultivation technique. How could the blue-robed blood demon block this move? Bang! The scarlet barrier only lasted for a moment before it shattered. The blue-robed blood demon's figure was knocked back by the surging energy. In an instant, he shattered countless boulders. When the red-robed blood demon saw this scene from a kilometer away, he mocked. It looks like you can't take it. Do you need help? That's none of your business. The blue-robed blood demon retorted. As he looked at Xiao Chen flying over, he said angrily, Today, I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. I will let you have a taste of being eaten alive by a blood demon. Chain fragmented blood wave. When the flower shadow landed, 9 red balls of light appeared beside the blue-robed blood demon. The balls of light circled around the blue-robed blood demon. The cries of countless aggrieved spirits came from them. Chapter 409. The aggrieved spirits wailed together. Immediately, a scene of hell appeared before Xiao Chen's eyes. Mountains of sabers and seas of flames filled the air. Horrifying scenes of human monarchs appeared before him. The blood demon wanted to disrupt Xiao Chen's state of mind, stirring up his mental energy and throwing his mind into chaos. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. In terms of mental attacks, only a martial monarch could threaten him. The mental attacks of this blue-robed blood demon were nothing to him. They were like floating clouds to Xiao Chen. A few strands of spiritual sense turned into countless sharp blades and instantly chopped the various mysterious phenomena into nothingness. Ha ha ha. So what if your mental energy is strong? My 9-ring fragmenting blood wave is already complete. No one can save you today. The blue-robed blood demon laughed loudly. 9 scarlet balls of light flew at Xiao Chen. The balls of light spun quickly and soon formed 9 huge scarlet whirlpools in the air. Then, the 9 scarlet whirlpools connected and formed an incredibly huge whirlpool. A scarlet light filled Xiao Chen's vision. Aside from this strange scarlet whirlpool, there was nothing else in front of Xiao Chen. It gave him a feeling that he could not block it. ZZ. The scarlet light in the whirlpool was like tentacles extending in the air, tearing through the air. Everywhere it passed, all the huge rocks shattered. It even pierced through the air. Retreat! Xiao Chen decisively retreated. He pushed off the huge rock and retreated several hundred meters in the blink of an eye. Jie. Where can you retreat to? The longer you retreat, the stronger my chain-fragmenting blood wave will be. You will die even more miserably. The blue-robed blood demon's maniacal laughter came from behind the scarlet whirlpool that covered the sky. Xiao Chen's expression remained calm. His heart was as calm as the waves in an ancient well. He pushed off the ground twice and retreated another kilometer at lightning speed. The purple thunder divine incantation circulated quickly in Xiao Chen's body. He pointed his saber at the sky and thunder roared. He circulated the state of thunder to its limits, and a 100-meter-wide electric whirlpool appeared in the sky. Rumble! The sound of galloping horses could be heard amidst the rumbling of thunder in the sky. The sound of the galloping horses mixed with the rumbling of thunder, and the sky seemed to tremble. Rushing thunder roar. Thousand army break. The lunar shadow saber drew on the strong force in the air. Seeing the scarlet whirlpool surging towards him, Xiao Chen calmly swung his saber. Within the whirlpool, a golden lightning knight holding a spear soared into the sky. It covered a distance of 1 kilometer in an instant, and the golden spear struck the center of the scarlet whirlpool. Break! The golden lightning knight flicked his right hand and thrust his spear forward, leaving a long trail of golden light behind him. Light exploded like thunder. The blood-colored vortex began to shatter unceasingly. After a while, the golden lightning knight shouted again, and the scarlet whirlpool that covered the sky was completely broken. The warhorse made of lightning let out a neigh and crashed into the blue-robed blood demon while carrying the knight. Wuxia! The spear broke through the blue-robed blood demon's defense and stabbed a bowl-sized hole in his chest. The blue-robed blood demon's complexion paled as he vomited large mouthfuls of blood. The blue-robed blood demon held the spear made of lightning with both hands. However, the golden lightning paralyzed him. His body could not help but twitch. Save me! Quickly save me! The blue-robed blood demon pleaded as he looked at the red-robed blood demon in the distance. The red-robed blood demon's lips curled up in a cold smile. He did not seem to care at all. When the lightning knights dispersed, the blue-robed blood demon could not be more dead. His eyes were wide open and filled with disbelief. Xiao Chen walked forward expressionlessly. He poked the blue-robed blood demon's corpse a few times with his saber, digging out his demon core. Then, he pulled gently, wanting to grab the middle-ranked blood demon's demon core. Hoochie! Just at this moment, a sharp scarlet light shot towards Xiao Chen. Its speed was comparable to the speed of Xiao Chen's saber, reaching 3 times the speed of sound. Xiao Chen was startled. He gave up on the demon core and left deep footprints on the ground as he retreated several hundred meters. Feeling a slight chill on his chest, Xiao Chen looked down. There were 5 claw marks on his clear-wind robes. The inner armor was torn, nearly injuring his flesh. What a strong explosive force, Xiao Chen thought to himself as he looked at the red-robed blood demon in front of him. The red-robed blood demon grabbed the demon core and revealed a wide smile on his pale face. He looked at Xiao Chen and said gently, "I really have to thank you. I have been waiting for this for several decades. You have helped me greatly. Later, I will eat your heart to repay you." Jie. The red-robed blood demon placed the demon core in his mouth and chewed it with relish. He revealed an expression of enjoyment on his face. It looked extremely cruel. Jie. Do you feel that I have become stronger? After I eat your heart, I will break through to become a high-ranked blood demon. The red-robed blood demon laughed strangely. He did not mind the guilt of eating his companion. He seemed to have a clear conscience. Xiao Chen could feel the red-robed blood demon's aura growing stronger. In the end, it actually increased by 20%, reaching the peak superior grade Martial King realm. Seeing the silent Xiao Chen, the red-robed blood demon slowly walked forward. He smiled faintly and said, "Why are you not saying anything? That move earlier exhausted a lot of your essence, right? I'm guessing that you have less than 30% left. Do you want me to give you some more time?" "Pa." The red-robed blood demon said he wanted to give Xiao Chen more time. However, right after he spoke, he sent out a palm strike. The strong baleful aura kicked up a strong wind. The sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling came from the wind. When the red light shone, even the formless wind turned scarlet. The red mark on Xiao Chen's forehead started to flicker with a bright red light. The state of massacre started to surge, and the snow-white lunar shadow saber started to alternate between purple and red. Xiao Chen did not move at all. He did his best to maintain his calm. The saber light danced around continuously, scattering the palm wind the red-robed blood demon sent back. The red-robed blood demon's explosive power was very startling. He could move at Mach 3 in an instant. However, the red-robed blood demon could only move at Mach 2. The only thing that Xiao Chen could rely on was his attack speed. With the aid of the black gloves, Xiao Chen could move at Mach 3 when using drawing the saber. Hence, Xiao Chen could not move. Once he moved, he would be at a disadvantage. Xiao Chen was very clear on what a difference in movement speed of Mach 3 meant. This meant that Xiao Chen's attacks would not be able to knock down the red-robed blood demon. However, the red-robed blood demon could advance and retreat as he pleased. Once he met with danger, he could retreat quickly. Dang! Dang, dang. A strong wind blew by Xiao Chen's ears. The ghostly cries and wolf howls were like demonic music, lingering in his mind. Occasionally, the red-robed blood demon's strange laughter could be heard. Maintaining his state of mind, Xiao Chen was as steady as a boulder. It was like his feet were fixed to the top of a huge rock. No matter how unpredictable the red-robed blood demon sent out sharp palm winds, Xiao Chen did not budge. The lunar shadow saber danced around in all directions. Xiao Chen made use of drawing the saber with every saber strike. Aside from essence, most of it was mental exhaustion. Tiring. Extremely tiring. However, Xiao Chen had to do his best to persevere and find an opportunity to counterattack. Otherwise, only death awaited him. There was no other way. He had nowhere to retreat to. Interesting. You know that your movement speed is not as fast as mine, so you do not dare to move, afraid that I will control your rhythm. You are using your strong attack speed to block my attacks. However, how long do you think you can last? 20 minutes? 10 minutes? Or 5 minutes? The red-robed blood demon took a few steps back at lightning speed. A playful smile appeared on his pale face. After attacking for a long time without success, the red-robed blood demon started to use psychological warfare to lower Xiao Chen's morale. Xiao! Xiao Chen pointed his saber at the red-robed blood demon and revealed a faint smile on his fair face. He said, "You can give it a try. Let's see if I fall first or if I grasp your rhythm first." Haha. In that case, let's continue playing. The red-robed blood demon laughed strangely. Then, he turned into a beam of red light and charged at Xiao Chen again. Boom. 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 The horrifying red light contained a boundless baleful aura. The red-robed blood demon executed all sorts of killing moves. He attacked Xiao Chen from the front, left, and right. When the two's intense attacks clashed, the surrounding air rippled like water. The strong energy seemed like it would tear space apart. The red-robed blood demon originally had the strength of a superior-grade martial king. After he absorbed the blue-robed blood demon's demon core, his strength increased explosively. Xiao Chen merged the two states to their limits. He did not dare to be careless as he broke every killing move of his opponent. Xiao. After another hour, the red-robed blood demon still could not take down Xiao Chen. He revealed an impatient expression on his pale face as he retreated again. Xiao Chen remained calm. He said indifferently, "Is that all you are capable of? In that case, you might have to stay behind today." The red-robed blood demon snorted coldly and said, "Even at death's door, you are still so stubborn. I will make sure you beg for mercy later." A ruthless look flashed in the red-robed blood demon's eyes. He pressed his palms together and quickly formed hand seals. Rings of red light slowly spread out from his palms. A horrifying energy slowly gathered on the hand seals. The red light became increasingly brighter. It was bright red like blood pulsing. It looked very strange. Great Blood Demon Imprint. The red-robed blood demon roared ferociously. When the red light reached its peak, he stopped forming hand seals. Then, he used an overwhelming force to press down on Xiao Chen. The great blood demon was like a tall mountain descending from the sky with boundless energy. Its aura was overwhelming, causing one to tremble in fear and find it hard to breathe. However, Xiao Chen's expression did not change much. Instead, he felt excited. He was not afraid of clashing head-on with a red-robed blood demon. He was only afraid of the red-robed blood demon clinging to him. When the situation turned bad, he would retreat. If that happened a few times, Xiao Chen might not be able to leave the stone forest immediately. No matter how mentally strong he was, he would collapse. Xiao Chen had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. As long as he could drag this out until the red-robed blood demon clashed head-on with him and gave up his advantage in speed, he was confident of finishing him off in 3 moves. Xiao Chen placed the saber in front of his nose. His left hand moved up and down the tip of the saber, slowly moving it up and down. When his finger brushed past the tip of the saber, a purple and red fog sunflower bud suddenly appeared on the stone pillar under Xiao Chen's feet. When the great blood demon imprint struck him, it completely enveloped him. Chapter 4:10. Bang! There was a loud sound and the huge rock under Xiao Chen's feet instantly turned into dust. The purple and red Wuxia flower's flower bud fell to the ground. The huge rock quickly reformed behind the Wuxia flower's flower bud and landed firmly on the ground. Inside the flower bud, Xiao Chen could not help but vomit a mouthful of blood. His internal organs churned violently, and the strands of energy on the inner vest trembled violently. The energy threads on the inner vest broke one by one. The might of this great blood demon imprint far surpassed Xiao Chen's expectations. Despite the protection of the flower bud and the inner vest, it still inflicted such severe internal injuries. Without these two layers of protection, Xiao Chen's internal organs would have shattered. The red-robed blood demon floated quietly in the air. When he saw the undamaged flower bud, he revealed an astonished expression on his sullen face. The red-robed blood demon was very clear on the might of the great blood demon imprint. Although he had only cultivated the first layer, he had absorbed the blue-robed blood demon's energy. Even a high-ranked blood demon would suffer significant internal injuries after receiving the full might of this great blood demon imprint. I don't believe that you can block this move. What the hell is this? Break for me! The red-robed blood demon shouted angrily and formed a claw with his fingers. Then, he quickly clawed at the flower bud. Bang! Just as the red-robed blood demon was about to touch the flower bud, it exploded. A horrifying shockwave spread out and swept away the red-robed blood demon. The red-robed blood demon flew back 100 meters with an extremely pained expression before he managed to stabilize himself. A strong wind blew and petals filled the sky of the stone forest. Xiao Chen leaped out and pierced through the petals, charging at the red-robed blood demon. The purple and red petals gave off beams of spiritual light invisible to the naked eye. When the spiritual light entered Xiao Chen's body, Xiao Chen's speed immediately increased to Mach 3. At this moment, Xiao Chen no longer held back like before. He brandished his saber and sent a sharp saber light at the red-robed blood demon with a boundless saber intent. Xiao Chen launched an unending barrage of attacks with the momentum of rushing thunder, pushing the red-robed blood demon back. The red-robed blood demon blocked Xiao Chen's attacks. The more he fought, the more astonished he became. The speed he was so proud of was actually unable to shake off Xiao Chen's attacks. He wanted to gather his strength and retreat, but he found that the move just now had consumed too much of his strength. He did not have much left. There was no chance for him to escape from Xiao Chen's attack. Despicable human, do you think you can trap me like this? Blood Shadow Clone Technique. The red-robed blood demon cursed. A red light flickered on his body, and he split into 3. However, he did not attack Xiao Chen. Instead, he ran in different directions. He wanted to escape first. He firmly believed that as long as he left this place and completely digested the blue-robed blood devil's power, Xiao Chen, who could not escape from a stone forest, would be his meal sooner or later. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "Clone technique? It seems like I know it as well." Roaming Dragon's 9 transformations. Xiao Chen's figure trembled, and he immediately split into 9 figures. Then, the 9 figures trembled again, and a total of 81 figures appeared in the air. Again. Xiao Chen clenched his teeth and risked exhausting his essence. The 81 figures trembled at the same time. He split into 9 again. Instantly, 729 figures appeared in the air, densely packed together. The air was filled with Xiao Chen's figures. It was not easy to wait for this fellow to exhaust most of his energy. If Xiao Chen allowed him to leave the stone forest, then Xiao Chen would lose the chance to catch him. Furthermore, with this experience, Xiao Chen would definitely not choose to clash head-on with Xiao Chen again. So no matter what, Xiao Chen could not let him leave. There was only one chance. He absolutely could not miss it. When the red-robed blood demon saw that his surroundings were filled with Xiao Chen's figures, he finally revealed a horrified expression for the first time. Each of his 3 clones was surrounded by hundreds of Xiao Chens. At this moment, they looked incredibly insignificant. With the aid of the fog sunflower petals, each of the clones was no slower than the red-robed blood demon. There was no chance for him to break through. The red-robed blood demon's path of retreat was completely sealed. Merge! The red-robed blood demon shouted. The other 2 clones turned into clumps of red light and returned to his main body. A ruthless look flashed in his eyes. The red-robed blood demon's entire body gave off a bright red light, and a dazzling scarlet light appeared in his eyes. A baleful aura spread out from his body like smoke. The red-robed blood demon unleashed all sorts of killing moves without caring about the exhaustion. A scarlet light flashed, and a strong wind howled. He quickly broke out of the encirclement. Several of Xiao Chen's clones shattered into pieces. This red-robed blood demon had gone completely berserk. Trying to leave? It's too late. Wuxia transforms to Qi. The lunar shadow saber hummed, and the hundreds of Xiao Chen's figures in the stone forest brandished their sabers at the same time, executing the Wuxia transforms to Qi of the Wuxia saber technique. Instantly, hundreds of ancient divine Wuxia trees appeared in the air. Then, the Wuxia trees scattered and turned into boundless saber Qi. Dang, dang, dang. In this small space, the alternating purple and red saber Qi were like a torrential storm. The red-robed blood demon locked onto by Xiao Chen had no way of dodging. The principle was very simple. In a torrential storm, even if one held an umbrella, one would still get wet. Furthermore, the thousands of saber Qi in the air were even more ferocious than a torrential storm. No matter how fast the red-robed blood demon was, he could not dodge all of them. Xiao! Xiao! In the blink of an eye, the red-robed blood demon's clothes were tattered by the saber Qi. Blood flowed all over his body. His flesh was lacerated, and countless wounds covered his body. He looked very miserable. Merge! Xiao Chen shouted, and the hundreds of figures turned into countless beams of light, gathering on Xiao Chen's body. When all the beams of light gathered, Xiao Chen leaped up and thrust his saber in the air. He easily tore apart the defensive Qi barrier that the red-robed blood demon laid. Now that the red-robed blood demon was severely injured, how could he block Xiao Chen's lightning-fast saber strike infused with the state of massacre and the state of thunder? Pussy! The tip of Xiao Chen's saber stabbed deeply into the red-robed blood demon's chest, creating a fist-sized wound. The red-robed blood demon was in so much pain that he wished he were dead. Blood leaked out of his eyes as he said in a crazed manner, "Even if I die, I will drag you down with me, you lowly vile human." Energy gathered in the red-robed blood demon's entire body. His skin started to swell continuously. At the critical moment, the red-robed blood demon actually thought of self-detonation. Xiao Chen thrust his saber forward again. His expression was calm as he said, "Do you think that you still have a chance?" Wuxia blossoms. Xiao Chen drew his saber, sending out a long blood arrow. Flower petals filled the air and formed a huge whirlpool, heading for the red-robed blood demon's wound. Bang! A huge force surged over. The red-robed blood demon's body smashed through several huge rocks before he stopped. His continuously swelling body instantly shriveled up. A tree trunk grew out of his wound. Then, countless branches extended from the tree trunk. Soon, a luxuriant Wuxia tree grew at a visible pace. A tall, towering Wuxia tree appeared out of nowhere. Many purplish-red Wuxia flowers bloomed on the branches. This time, Xiao Chen did not have any misgivings at all. The Wuxia tree's growth was extremely wild. When the Wuxia tree bloomed, all the life force in the red-robed blood demon's body was sucked dry, turning him into a dried corpse. Explode! Xiao Chen formed a hand seal with his left hand and controlled the mysterious energy in the air. He shouted, and the Wuxia tree instantly exploded. The red-robed blood demon's body could not be any more dead. No matter how strong the red-robed blood demon's life force was, there was no exception. The instant the red-robed blood demon's body exploded, thousands of beams of red light made of baleful aura quickly flew toward Xiao Chen's forehead. In Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness, the Scarlet Throne greedily absorbed this baleful aura. It trembled in excitement, and the entire sea of consciousness surged. The red-robed blood demon's baleful aura far surpassed Xiao Chen's expectations. His body also grew excited uncontrollably. A red light appeared in his eyes, making him look very sinister. The low-rank blood demons that he killed in the past could not compare at all. With just a thought, he could easily kill them with his spiritual sense. That feeling of sinking into depravity gave him a thrill. Even though that blue-robed blood demon was a middle-ranked blood demon, Xiao Chen only needed a few breaths of time to easily destroy that desire. However, this time the feeling was very intense. All the cells, skin, and blood in Xiao Chen's body surged. His mind was filled with the power of massacre. Xiao Chen wanted to destroy this intoxicating feeling a few times, but he gave up at the last moment. That feeling of his entire body surging made him sink in, unable to extricate himself. Even though Xiao Chen knew that it was not good and would drive him crazy, he could not do it. He was afraid that he would lose this feeling if he destroyed it. Just as he was about to lose himself, Xiao Chen placed the tip of his tongue between his teeth and bit down hard. Immediately, he bit off a small piece of flesh on the tip of his tongue. The intense pain caused Xiao Chen to regain some clarity. The pain on the tip of his tongue did not last for long. Xiao Chen revealed a resolute expression. Just as the pain was about to disappear, he used his spiritual sense to turn into a sharp blade and cut off the intoxicating feeling in his sea of consciousness. Xiao! Xiao Chen only managed to sever this feeling after a total of 5 minutes. Cold sweat poured down Xiao Chen's back. He felt like he was about to collapse. Xiao Chen was mentally fatigued. This action had actually exhausted half of his mental energy. The red-robed blood demon was originally very strong. He was already a peak middle-ranked blood demon. After he swallowed his companion, he could be considered a high-ranked blood demon. Not only did the baleful aura it contained increase in quantity, but it also increased in quality. It was not something that low-ranked blood demons could compare to. Furthermore, the baleful aura of such demons was much stronger than that of human cultivators of the same cultivation level. The unique brutality, bloodthirst, massacre, and other negative emotions of demons were much stronger than those of humans. Xiao Chen leaned against a huge rock. His eyes had already regained their clarity. He said softly, "It looks like I have to pay special attention to absorbing the baleful aura of demons in the future. This is not on the same level as a cultivator." The crisis this time had a lot to do with Xiao Chen not being mentally prepared. If Xiao Chen had been prepared, given his mental state, even if he could not digest this baleful aura quickly, he would not have been in danger of sinking into oblivion. After resting for a while, Xiao Chen recovered most of his spirit. He stood up and said, "After absorbing so much baleful aura, the state of massacre should have become stronger." Xiao Chen gently flicked his finger, and a saber chi infused with the state of massacre shot out. Chapter 4:11. Wang! Wang! The red saber chi instantly pierced through the huge rock in front, leaving behind a finger-sized hole. After that, it did not lose any momentum. It pierced through another 100 rocks and flew for a kilometer before stopping. When Xiao Chen saw this, he revealed an astonished expression. He had not even used a tenth of his strength in this attack. However, the effect was startling. If it had been pure lightning-attributed essence, Xiao Chen's attack would have been able to shatter 10 huge rocks at most. It was shattering and not piercing. This was because lightning-attributed energy was too berserk. Without the state of massacre, it could easily scatter. That was to say, after Xiao Chen infused the state of massacre, the might of this strand of saber chi more than tripled. Furthermore, it was denser and sharper. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. The power of the Scarlet Throne was simply incredible, even horrifying. Xiao Chen had not cultivated any killing cultivation techniques or martial techniques. Logically speaking, he should not have been able to comprehend the state of massacre. However, right now, he only had one throne. Xiao Chen's state of massacre was much stronger than that of cultivators who cultivated the killing Dao. The secret treasure that the ancient evil king left behind contained too many secrets. With Xiao Chen's current strength, it would be difficult to unravel them. Xiao Chen shook his head and stopped thinking about this problem. All he had to do was ensure that he did not sink into it. When he was strong enough, all the secrets would naturally be unraveled. After Xiao Chen used his spiritual sense to search for the demon core of the red-robed blood demon, his figure flashed. A demon core that could rival that of a high-ranked blood demon was already something good. Cultivators who wanted to temper their mental energy would spend a lot of money to purchase it. When Xiao Chen landed, he waved his hand and sucked the demon core in front of him into his palm. Then, he revealed a faint smile. Now that he had dealt with his target, it was time to look at the spoils of war. Xiao Chen took out a pair of black boots from the universe ring, a true medial-grade secret treasure. When an inferior-grade secret treasure reached Martial King, its effects would gradually weaken. However, when a medial-grade secret treasure reached Martial Monarch, it could still be barely used. With this pair of boots, Xiao Chen would not have to worry about similar secret treasures for a long time. The spiritual imprint left in a medial-grade secret treasure was much stronger than an inferior-grade secret treasure. Xiao Chen spent a lot of effort before he managed to imprint his own spiritual imprint on it. The owner of this pair of boots had completely become him. He had to give these boots a name. The boots weren't much different from ordinary shoes. They were standard, but the color was a lot darker. Coupled with the spiritual aura, they looked very extraordinary. Xiao Chen used his hand to gently touch the surface of the boots. He could feel the fine lines on the boots. Following the touch of his finger, The lines on the boots slowly released a faint radiance. When the light completely lit up, it turned out to be a black-winged blood flame eagle with its wings spread open, covering its entire body. It spread its wings as if it was about to take flight, looking extremely realistic. The bloody flame eagle was said to be one of the fastest flying spirit beasts in the ancient era. The bloody flame eagle with its black wings was the king of this type of spirit beasts. However, it was already extinct on the continent. There had not been a black-winged blood flame eagle for several thousand years already. Xiao Chen muttered, "Since there is a black-winged blood flame eagle carved on it, let's call them blood flame shoes." After changing into the blood flame shoes, Xiao Chen stomped on the ground a few times and started to adapt to the might of this medial-grade secret treasure. By relying on the blue dragon cloud soaring art, Xiao Chen could reach Mach 2. With the aid of the windwalk shoes, he could reach Mach 3. Xiao Chen wondered how fast the blood flame shoes could raise his speed. He felt anticipation as he quickly circulated the blue dragon cloud soaring art. Xiao! Xiao Chen's figure shot forward at lightning speed, heading for a huge rock 200 meters in front and crashing into it. What a fast speed! Xiao Chen was startled. If he crashed into it, he would be very embarrassed. He pushed off the ground and quickly changed his direction. Xiao Chen weaved through the rock forest, making many turns. After the initial panic, Xiao Chen finally got used to the bloody flame eagle's speed. After that, Xiao Chen unleashed his full strength and circulated the blue dragon cloud soaring art to the limit without caring about the expenditure of essence. He wanted to test the limits of the blood flame shoes. Xiao Chen moved in and out of the rock forest. In this extremely complicated environment, he tested the blood flame shoes and his reaction speed at the same time. After a long time, Xiao Chen stopped. He revealed an excited smile and said, "This speed is at least Mach 3. 5. It is at least 30% faster than before. This medial-grade secret treasure truly lives up to its name." Xiao Chen could not help but be excited. In the martial king realm, unless one had a special fortuitous encounter or was a cultivator of the wind attribute, the peak speed was Mach 4. The peak speed was 4 times the speed of sound. For most people in the martial king realm, 4 times the speed of sound was an insurmountable hurdle. Furthermore, with Mach 3. 5, even if Xiao Chen met a peak half-step martial monarch, he had a 50% chance of escaping. His chances of survival had increased significantly. What made Xiao Chen feel somewhat unfortunate was that the blood flame shoes seemed to be able to accomplish all this easily. That was to say, if his base movement speed was higher, his overall movement speed could increase even more. The blue dragon cloud soaring art was a heaven-ranked movement technique. Xiao Chen's current speed was already top-notch among cultivators of the same cultivation realm. Xiao Chen had practiced it to small perfection long ago. However, from then on, he could not advance any further. He could no longer surpass it. This was the hard requirement of a heaven-ranked cultivation technique. Before one's cultivation reached a certain level, there were no shortcuts to continue practicing it. According to the records in the books, after the blue dragon cloud soaring art reached consummation, one could roam the world and summon 18 blue dragons to control. With the help of the blue dragon, one could break through the obstacles of the sky and soar into the world beyond. One could travel to the boundless depths of the sea, roaming freely in the depths of this world. It was clear that Xiao Chen had only scratched the surface of this movement technique. There was no way for him to improve it further. It was a pity for the blood flame shoes. When Xiao Chen saw the blood flame shoes carved on the black boots, he felt curious. Secret treasures would not have anything unnecessary. The materials needed to forge secret treasures were extremely rare. No refiner would be so extravagant as to do that. Hence, the black-winged blood flame eagle's patterns were definitely not just for decoration. "I have to give it a try," Xiao Chen thought to himself. He slowly circulated his essence to the soles of his feet. Using the soles of the boots, Xiao Chen slowly sent his essence to the indented patterns. The moment his essence touched the patterns, the remaining half of the essence liquid in the purple chi whirlpool in Xiao Chen's body surged up, quickly draining it. Boom! The patterns on Xiao Chen's boots lit up at the same time, giving off a resplendent light. Then, 2 ear-piercing bird cries rang out. The black-winged blood flame eagle in the boots seemed to come to life, spreading its wings and flying off. Before Xiao Chen could react, he was lifted up by a strong force. That strong force dragged Xiao Chen's body forward. He was like an out-of-control train crashing into a boulder in front. Bang! 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 Xiao Chen's body smashed a boulder into dust. Then, a second, a third, a fourth. All the boulders within 500 meters of Xiao Chen were smashed into pieces. The sudden turn of events did not give Xiao Chen a chance to use his essence to protect his body as he crashed into the boulders. Everything happened in the time it took for a spark to fly. From the moment Xiao Chen infused his essence into the black-winged blood flame eagle's patterns to the moment he smashed through all the boulders in his way, not even half a blink of an eye had passed. Xiao Chen lay on the ground in a sorry state with a swollen face. He felt like all the bones in his body had fallen apart. The intense pain caused him to moan involuntarily. It was simply too painful. This feeling was like an ordinary person ramming their face against a wall. Furthermore, what Xiao Chen crashed into was not a wall. Instead, it was a boulder comparable to a small hill, much harder than a wall. Furthermore, Xiao Chen had not crashed into it while he was stationary. He had crashed into it while running at high speed. Just thinking about how the boulders had all been smashed into dust, one could imagine how fast Xiao Chen had been. Even though Xiao Chen had cultivated the dragon tendon tiger bone and had not suffered any substantial damage, the pain was still significant. Xiao Chen lay on the ground for half an hour before he managed to catch his breath. Although he appeared depressed, he was even more pleasantly surprised. Unexpectedly, there is a secret technique hidden on these blood flame shoes. It can allow me to break through Mach 4 in an instant. Although it is only 500 meters away, it can definitely give the enemy a pleasant surprise. Unfortunately, the only flaw was that it exhausted too much essence. After executing it once, Xiao Chen had exhausted a quarter of his essence. Never mind, I am already very satisfied with this. I have profited greatly this time. It looks like the blood flame shoes are a peak medial grade secret treasure. Xiao Chen revealed a faint smile on his bruised face. However, he quickly withdrew it. The most pressing problem now was how to leave this strange place. If it was as the blue-robed blood demon said, he would have to stay here for 100 years before he could leave. If they had to stay for 100 years before they could leave, it would be really troublesome. Humans did not have a lifespan as long as demons. White-robed brat, are you there? If you are, say something. Speak louder. Just as Xiao Chen was thinking, a vigorous voice suddenly resounded in the stone forest. A bewildered expression flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. Why is Bai Lishi here? Are you there? If you are, say something. Damn it! Are you really dead? Bai Lishi's coarse voice resounded again. Xiao Chen hesitated for a while before finally replying loudly. Right after Xiao Chen spoke, there was no reply from Bai Lishi's side. Just as Xiao Chen was feeling suspicious, a loud rumble came from above. A black dot quickly descended towards him. The black dot quickly grew larger in Xiao Chen's eyes. It was Bai Lishi holding a huge axe. He had increased the size of his axe by more than 10 times, breaking through the barrier of space and chopping down at Xiao Chen. Bai Lishi moved as fast as lightning. Xiao Chen quickly dodged. Bang! The huge axe struck the ground where he was originally standing, creating a long crack. Xiao Chen sucked in a breath of cold air. If this had struck his head, even if he did not die, he would be severely injured. A look of rage flashed in his eyes. Bai Lishi wants to kill me? Brat, stop overthinking. Quickly jump onto the axe. I will get you out. Chapter 4:12. Bai Lishi's anxious voice rang out. Xiao Chen thought quickly and quickly made a decision. Then, he jumped onto the axe. Xiao! The huge axe rose from the ground and flew up, carrying Xiao Chen forward. Under Bai Lishi's control, the huge axe carried Xiao Chen through the air. After Xiao Chen left the chaotic stone forest, he jumped off the huge axe. Bai Lishi waved his hand and the huge axe returned to him. When Bai Lishi saw Xiao Chen's expression, he immediately smiled and said, Brat, what's wrong with you? Did you smash your face into a wall? Xiao Chen felt embarrassed. Bai Lishi's words were spot on. However, Xiao Chen could not admit to this even if he was beaten to death. Didn't you go to chase after that group of half-step martial monarchs? Why are you here? Xiao Chen changed the topic. Bai Lishi said somewhat embarrassedly, Sorry, I did indeed lie to you. Many people know that there is a medial-grade secret treasure in this chaotic stone forest. However, aside from a few rookies, no one dares to barge in. I'm sure you understand the reason. Xiao Chen revealed an expression of understanding. Actually, He had already guessed this. He said indifferently, "I know what you mean. There is no need to say anything more. Since you obtained the firmament body tempering art and I obtained the medial grade secret treasure, you dragged me out. Consider it written off. I will not seek trouble for you anymore." When Bai Li Shi heard this, he quickly said, "White-robed brat, you have misunderstood me this time. Although I did intend to use the messy stone forest to trick you, I realized on the way that you are a good match for my temper. Especially when you gave me the secret manual in the end. At that time, I intended to tell you the truth. However, you ran too fast. I could not even call out to you in time. The moment I entered, I rushed over here. Along the way, I ran into some trouble. I did not expect to be too late. However, I managed to drag you out." Xiao Chen remained silent. There were no flaws in Bai Li Shi's words. Bai Li Shi had treated him fairly. Xiao Chen was not a narrow-minded person. When he thought about how badly he had cheated Bai Li Shi in the past, it was reasonable for Bai Li Shi to do the same to him. No matter what, the other party had still pulled him out. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen said, "All right, I'll trust you this once. Tell me about the stone forest behind us. What's the situation like? Why is it so strange?" When Bai Li Shi saw that Xiao Chen did not blame him, he felt relieved. He replied, "I don't know either. In any case, it is very strange. Once, a half-step martial monarch entered and could not come out. In the end, 2 demons pestered him to death. You're quite capable to be able to kill that demon," Bai Li Shi said in shock. After a pause, he took out a small book and said, "This is for you." Xiao Chen took it and asked, "What is it?" Bai Li Shi smiled and said, "Naturally, it is good stuff. These are my experiences in cultivating the physical body over the past few decades. Take a look. It is not that old Bai is boasting, but after visiting so many places in the continent, I have not seen anyone with a stronger physical body than me." Bai Li Shi's experiences in cultivating were really good stuff. His talent for cultivation was indisputable. Otherwise, he would not have been able to cultivate a heaven-ranked cultivation technique to the 4th layer within 2 months. Xiao Chen casually flipped through the small book and placed it in the universe ring. He said, "Thank you. Coincidentally, my cultivation of the physical body has reached a bottleneck." Bai Li Shi waved his hand and said, "There is no need to thank me. Consider it my apology for what I did to you earlier. I'll be leaving first." This time that group of people provoked something powerful. About 5 kilometers away, Xiao Chen felt an aura that rivaled that of a martial monarch. That aura did not disperse. Instead, it grew even more berserk. That was the place Bai Li Shi was referring to. 10-odd peak half-step martial monarchs against a martial monarch blood demon. A battle of this level was not something that could be resolved in a short time. If it dragged on, it might even last 1 or 2 days. It was not strange that it had not ended yet. As Xiao Chen watched Bai Li Shi leave, he felt an urge to go and see what was going on. Xiao Chen did not fear anyone below half-step martial monarch. However, if he ran into a half-step martial monarch, Xiao Chen would not have any chance of victory. Xiao Chen would not have more than a 10% chance of escaping. Hence, Xiao Chen decided not to join in on the excitement. However, now that he had the blood flame shoes, Xiao Chen had a 50% chance of escaping unscathed from a half-step martial monarch. He might as well join in on the excitement. That blood demon might be a peak high-rank blood demon. Not only would it have a valuable superior-grade demon core, but it would also have a large number of secret treasures. Xiao Chen's gaze slowly turned resolute. He grasped the saber hilt with his right hand and said softly, "I should prepare well. Actually, there is still a high chance of success." Snatching something from a half-step martial monarch would be like snatching food from the jaws of a tiger. Just the blood flame shoes alone would not be enough. Xiao Chen thought for a while and took out a 1-meter-long, thumb-thick tree branch with overwhelming spiritual energy from the universe ring. This was the branch of the Wutong tree that Xiao Chen had bought at the Heaven Ascending platform. The Wutong tree was a spirit tree second only to the 3 divine trees. Naturally, this branch of the Wutong tree contained overwhelming spiritual energy. It was a bona fide spirit tree and was suitable for the life bestowal spell. Xiao Chen used a carving knife to cut off half of the branch and placed the other half in the universe ring. Then, he started to think about what kind of strong weapon to carve. Naturally, The strongest ones that Xiao Chen had seen were the Supreme Elder of the Supreme Sky Sect and Bai's father. However, Xiao Chen hesitated on carving a martial sage for the life bestowal spell. Firstly, the martial sage was too strong. He feared that the Wutong tree would not be able to withstand it. Secondly, if he could not carve out any charm, it would greatly reduce his strength. Secondly, the martial sage had already obtained some heavenly Tao energy. Xiao Chen was afraid that if he used the statues of these people, it might alert the other party. That would not be good. It was better to use Ying Yu's statue. Ying Yu was now a half-step martial monarch. She was very familiar with carving and would be able to grasp the charm of a statue. After making up his mind, Xiao Chen cut off a quarter of the half-meter-long spirit tree. Then, he took out a carving knife and started to seriously carve Ying Yu's statue. Shwa! Shwa! Wood chips fell off slowly. After 1 hour, Xiao Chen carved a statue of Ying Yu wearing battle armor. On the statue, Ying Yu revealed a faint smile on her beautiful face. She held a spear in her hand, which looked like it would fly out at any moment. Naturally, a statue used for combat could not be as crude as those single-use statues. Xiao Chen used 10 minutes to work on it before he was satisfied. Xiao Chen dripped his blood into the statue. Now, he had completed the life bestowal spell. With the remaining spirit tree, he could carve 3 more statues. Xiao Chen thought for a while before carving a statue of himself. Then, he dripped his blood into the statue. All of this took another 2 hours. Although it took a long time, Xiao Chen felt that it was all worth it. He had never fought with a half-step martial monarch before. He could never underestimate his opponent. No matter how much preparation he made, it was never too much. Although Xiao Chen had trump cards that could fight against half-step martial monarchs, he could only use them once. It was best not to use them. Boom! 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 Loud sounds came from the distance again. As the wind blew, there seemed to be all sorts of ghostly wails and wolf howls mixed in. It was extremely horrifying. It is time to depart. Xiao Chen pushed off the ground and headed for the center of the battlefield, his figure flashing as he flew. On the flat ground, Xiao Chen moved like a roaming dragon. From a distance, he looked like a dragon soaring above the ground. As Xiao Chen got closer to the battlefield, the overwhelming baleful aura of the peak high-rank blood demon became clearer. Xiao Chen even felt a faint pressure on his mind. When Xiao Chen was 2 kilometers away from the center of the battlefield, he stopped. Countless cultivators around him had fallen long ago. Xiao Chen moved his feet quietly and hid himself in a corner that would not attract attention. Dust filled the air in front of Xiao Chen. A strong wind blew, kicking up sand and rocks. When Xiao Chen looked up, his vision was blurry. He could not see the situation clearly. Xiao Chen could only vaguely see some figures moving in the air with a bright light. Horrifying energy fluctuations came from them. Ferocious roars resounded endlessly. Occasionally, flames, frost, rain, and thunder flashed. These were the different states of 10-odd half-step martial monarchs bringing out their limits. After fighting for such a long time, there will definitely be casualties. I think I heard a human scream earlier. Indeed, me too. Our opponent is a peak high-rank blood demon. Normally, they only appear in the core region of the demon battlefield. This time, one appeared in the inner area. This is really strange. A peak high-rank blood demon is as strong as an inferior-grade martial monarch. These people are only half-step martial monarchs. The difference is too great. They will definitely be injured. A few bold and skilled people wanted to go in and watch the excitement. If they were lucky, they might even find the corpse of a half-step martial monarch. If that happened, everything would be worth it. Bang! 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 After entering 100 meters, miserable cries resounded. These people's bodies bounced back. When these people entered, their bodies were still intact. Now they were in a sorry state. Some of them had been electrocuted into charcoal. Some had their upper bodies like icicles while their lower bodies were charred into mush. Clearly, they had been struck by the power of ice and fire. There was also a stone pillar. After it fell to the ground, it instantly broke into pieces of mud. The many cultivators watching could not help but be shocked. Although they knew that these people would not have a good ending, they had not expected such a miserable ending. Xiao Chen also revealed a horrified expression. Earlier, He had clearly seen the situation inside with his spiritual sense. When these superior-grade martial kings entered 100 meters, they were immediately discovered by the half-step martial monarchs inside. The 10-odd half-step martial monarchs had a tacit understanding. Half of them blocked the attacks of the blood demons while the others attacked together, sending out all sorts of horrifying killing moves. These superior-grade martial kings could not resist at all before they were blasted back. What happened next was what everyone saw. It looked like these half-step martial monarchs were all very cunning. They would not allow others to interfere with their prey. If you want to take advantage of the situation, there is no way. Chapter 4:13. In the center of the battlefield, Xiao Chen's spiritual sense saw the corpse of a half-step martial monarch. It looked like the miserable cries that those people had heard earlier were true. Xiao Chen looked up and saw a few cultivators standing in the air as well. There were more than 100 of them. These people had calm gazes and withdrawn auras. They did not move at all. They stared at the battlefield. The dust in the air did not seem to obstruct their vision. Martial kings could indeed fly. However, if they wanted to stay in the air for a long time, they would exhaust a significant amount of essence. From this, it could be seen that the cultivators hovering in the air had a much higher cultivation than those on the ground. It was clear that if the battle ended, it would be faster to dive down from the sky than to charge down from the ground. The martial kings on the ground also wanted to stay in the air for a long time. However, they could not withstand the exhaustion of essence. This was the difference. Xiao Chen continued looking around, searching for Bai Lishi. Finally, he found him a kilometer to the northeast. A few cultivators with strong auras stood around Bai Lishi. Bai Lishi was currently conversing with these people in a soft voice. It looked like he had found his companions and was preparing to move together. Withdrawing his gaze, Xiao Chen casually found a rock and quickly carved an eagle. Then he used the life bestowal spell. Hoo! An eagle appeared under Xiao Chen's feet and slowly carried him into the air. Without a doubt, the sky was the most suitable place to move. When the cultivators at the side heard the commotion and sensed Xiao Chen's cultivation, they could not help but laugh. This brat overestimates himself. It is not that easy to stay in the air. If we could go up, we would have done so long ago. He really does not know his limits. Does he think that no one can do anything to him just because he has a spirit pet? Let's just watch the excitement. After all, the battle over there will still be some time before it ends. Let's just treat it as some entertainment. The cultivators all had faint mockery on their faces. As they watched Xiao Chen fly higher, their gazes filled with anticipation. There were even some who had murderous glints in their eyes, hoping that Xiao Chen would be seriously injured so that they could take advantage of the situation. When Xiao Chen heard this, he was startled. It looked like he thought differently. Aside from the fact that they could not afford to expend their essence, there were other reasons why these cultivators did not go into the air. Whatever the case, I will deal with it when it comes. I do not fear anyone below half-step martial monarch. Even if I am not a match for some peak superior grade martial kings, I will be able to retreat easily. Brat, is this a place for you to stay? Scram! Xiao Chen had just stopped when a bald cultivator flew over from 100 meters away. Hearing the bald cultivator's voice, the other cultivators in the air all looked over. Their gazes were filled with interest. Ha ha ha! That brat is dead for sure. He actually chose Shifeng's territory. That fellow is famous for his ferocity. It looks like he is a rookie. Shifeng is quite famous in the southern region of the ancient desolate land. When the cultivators on the ground saw Xiao Chen fly over to the bald cultivator's side, they all laughed loudly. Xiao Chen stood on the eagle and held the lunar shadow saber in his hand. As he looked at the bald cultivator in front of him, his gaze was extremely calm. Although the area in the air looked vast, all the good spots were occupied. If Xiao Chen wanted to find a good spot, he had to knock one of them down. At the same time, he had to display his strength to deter them. This would deter the other cultivators from acting rashly. As for the person in front of Xiao Chen, not only did he have a good spot, but he was also the best target for Xiao Chen to establish his might on. The bald cultivator, Shifeng, had a sinister expression. He held a large saber in his hand and emitted killing chi. When Shifeng saw that Xiao Chen did not say anything, the killing intent in his eyes intensified. He said coldly, "I'll say it again, this is my territory." Scram immediately. When the other peak superior grade martial kings in the air felt Shifeng's killing chi, They thought to themselves, this brat on the eagle is going to die. There were several hundred cultivators here. However, only 100 of them qualified to be in the air. For Shifeng to be able to snatch a spot, his strength was clearly not something a regular superior-grade martial king could compare to. It would be too easy to deal with an inferior-grade martial king. Shifeng's expression turned sullen. His killing chi seemed solid as it spread throughout his body. A murderous intent appeared in his eyes as he stared at Xiao Chen. I gave you a chance, but you did not cherish it. In that case, die. When Shifeng saw that Xiao Chen had no intention of retreating, he roared ferociously and pushed off the air. His figure flashed in the air, leaving behind afterimages. Berserk Dragon burst. A flame soared up from the saber and turned into a sky azure dragon. It coiled around the saber and roared ferociously. Unexpectedly, it gave off the might of a sky azure dragon. What a strong berserk dragon burst. Shifeng's understanding of the state of fire has deepened. Unexpectedly, he can infuse the dragon might in his body into his saber technique. This move is as strong as a peak earth-ranked martial technique. That white-robed brat will not be able to block it. Let's go quickly and prepare to collect his corpse. A few quick-witted cultivators moved quickly and arrived behind the battle between Xiao Chen and Shifeng. No one wanted to fall behind. Dragon might. Xiao Chen thought to himself. Indeed, it was as he guessed. This Shifeng's martial technique was based on dragon might. That would be easy to deal with. If it were another peak superior grade martial king, Xiao Chen might not be able to take them down even after spending a long time. However, this Shifeng's blue dragon martial spirit was an ancient holy beast, the ancestor of all dragons. Using dragon might before him was akin to seeking death. Xiao Chen held the lunar shadow saber in his left hand and stood on the eagle with a calm expression. Just as the berserk sky dragon was about to charge over, when the berserk sky azure dragon was about to charge over, Xiao Chen stretched out his right hand and clenched his fist. With a thought, the blue dragon tattoo on his right arm seemed to come to life, moving slowly on the surface of his skin. Boom! That berserk flaming sky azure dragon started to sway violently. The entire saber trembled. Shifeng felt the dragon might in his body suddenly react to something. It was an extremely terrifying thing. It ran amok in his body. No matter how he tried to control it, he could not calm it down. Xiao Chen shouted and moved his palm forward. The blue dragon moving around his arm gave off a formless dragon roar. Bang! Bang! There were two crisp sounds, and the flaming sky azure dragon around the saber shattered. The saber also broke into pieces and fell to the ground. Shifeng vomited a mouthful of blood. His body was like a broken kite as he fell straight to the ground. Shifeng's complexion was frighteningly pale. The dragon might that he had cultivated for decades actually scattered in an instant. Without a year or so of recuperation, he would not be able to recover to his previous state. Shifeng crawled up from the ground and revealed an indescribable horrified expression. He looked at Xiao Chen with eyes filled with horror. Then without saying anything he fled. Shifeng's speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from everyone's sight. Strong winds howled, dust filled the air, and thunder roared. The horrifying energy did not stop for even a moment. However, all the cultivators within 2 kilometers of the battlefield gaped. They were speechless. The place was incredibly silent. How can this be? This white-robed brat actually broke a peak earth-ranked martial technique with one palm strike. Furthermore, that palm strike did not seem to contain any might. Just a simple palm strike like that scared off a peak superior grade martial king. How strong exactly was this white-robed brat? However, the crux of the problem was that although Xiao Chen's aura was dense, he was indeed only an inferior grade martial king. Even if Xiao Chen cultivated a peak cultivation technique and had natural treasures to nourish himself, he would only be equal to Shifeng. It was impossible for him to scare off Shifeng with one palm strike. All sorts of questions filled the crowd's minds. They could not find an answer no matter how hard they thought about it. The people waiting to see Xiao Chen make a fool of himself were even more horrified. Even Shifeng was not a match for him. Did that mean they were even less of a match for him? Xiao Chen withdrew his palm and looked at the cultivators preparing to pick up his corpse. He smiled faintly and sent out a palm strike. Retreat! A few strong winds blew, startling the 8 peak medial grade martial kings and causing them to scatter quickly. What a joke! This was a palm strike that could easily defeat Shi Feng. How could they dare to take it head-on? However, after a while, the horrifying strength they expected did not arrive. Nothing happened. Xiao Chen withdrew his right hand, and the purple thunder true fire in his eyes slowly gathered. He looked at the crowd on the ground and smiled faintly. Sorry, it was just a joke. I did not expect you to be so cowardly to come and pick up my corpse. So it was just a joke. The 8 people on the ground heaved a sigh of relief. Although they were angry, they did not dare to be as unbridled as before. Hu Qi! Just at this moment, Xiao Chen suddenly attacked again. A purple arrow shot out from his right eye. The hair on the head of a medial-grade martial king started burning for no reason. How hot! My hair! My hair! That person was startled. He started to slap his head, trying to extinguish the flame. However, the other 7 sucked in a breath of cold air. They felt a lingering fear. There was only a thin line separating the hair from the forehead. What did this mean? They looked at the white-robed youth on the eagle again. He still had a calm expression and a faint smile on his face. He looked very relaxed and at ease. The 7 of them did not say anything and quickly fled this place. If this person was unhappy, that strange purple flame would not be hitting their hair. They thought about how they had mocked him earlier and even harbored malicious intentions. They wanted to make a move on him while he was severely injured. How could they dare to remain here? The moment Xiao Chen used this move, many cultivators could clearly see that it was an extremely fast flame arrow. It was different from the strange palm strike earlier. This allowed them to clearly sense his strength. This youth was indeed qualified to stand in the air. Everyone withdrew their gazes and continued to look at the center of the battlefield. However, in their hearts, they all placed Xiao Chen on the dangerous list. Chapter 4:14. Bai Lishi smiled faintly and said, "This brat is always full of surprises." Bai Lishi, do you know that youth? One of Bai Lishi's companions asked. Bai Lishi's smile did not change. He nodded gently and said, I do. He is the white-robed bladesman. Let's not keep an eye on the battlefield and follow behind this brat. I guarantee that we will not be in any danger and gain some benefits. Is that true? Bai Lishi laughed loudly and said, It is up to you whether you believe me or not. I will only say one thing. The biggest winner of Qianren Island is this brat. Even the bloody bladesman and slaughterer of 1,000 did not obtain as many benefits as he did. The people behind him whispered to each other. They had disapproving expressions on their faces. Clearly, they did not believe Bai Lishi's words. However, Bai Lishi laughed loudly and ignored the expressions of these people. No matter what they thought, he had already made up his mind. The battle in the arena was still incomparably intense. The energy whirlpools stirred up violent gales that never stopped. Everyone was anxiously waiting for the moment when the battle would end. Ah! Just at this moment, another miserable shriek came from the battlefield. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Another half-step martial monarch had died. The peak superior grade blood demons are indeed horrifying. Unexpectedly, 2 of the half-step martial monarchs who normally roam around died today. These half-step martial monarchs are really not afraid of death. When they saw a peak superior grade blood demon, they should have left quickly. It would be a pity if they died. What do you know? Half-step martial monarchs are not true martial monarchs. In order to become a martial monarch, aside from the various barriers and essence, the most important thing is to open the sea of consciousness and strengthen their mental energy. If their mental energy does not reach a certain level, they will never be able to break through the barrier to martial monarch. Several of them are reaching the end of their lifespans. If they do not stake at all, they will not have another chance. After the death of another half-step martial monarch, the battlefield, which had been silent for a while, resounded with discussions again. Secret manuals for tempering mental energy are the rarest secret manuals in the continent. There are not many of them. If you want to quickly strengthen your mental strength, you can only rely on external objects. This Blood Devil's Monster Core is a kind of external object that can train mental strength. Peak superior grade blood demons normally only appear in the core zone of the demon battlefield. That is a place that even martial monarchs do not dare to casually enter. Now, they can run into a peak superior grade blood demon in the inner area. Do you think they will give up? When the cultivator who questioned Xiao Chen earlier heard this, he finally understood why this group of half-step martial monarchs and above were fighting so hard. When Xianxia heard this, he fell into deep thought. My time is almost up. If I don't give it my all, I really won't have a chance. Hence, even though they knew that it was very dangerous, even if they eliminated the blood demons and faced many cultivators with ill intentions, these half-step martial monarchs had no other choice but to fight to the end. As time went by, another 3 half-step martial monarchs died. The number of people on the other side decreased from 18 to 13. After fighting for such a long time, the aura of the peak superior grade blood demon had weakened significantly. Its initial berserk aura soared into the sky. Even people 10 kilometers away could feel its aura. Now, the crowd at the 2-kilometer mark no longer felt any pressure. The sun set in the west, and the blood demon's time was almost up. In the end, a peak superior grade blood demon could not deal with close to 20 half-step martial monarchs. In the center of the battlefield, an old man in black robes exuding an incredibly strong aura held a sword in his hand. With a stern expression he said, "It's about time. The few of us will stop it from self-detonating. Old Gu, Old Huang, Elder, and Old Mu, I will leave the cultivators who will arrive to you." After a pause, the old man continued, "I will hold on to the demon core for now. After this, we will split it evenly. Does anyone have any objections?" "Old Qin, don't worry. Everyone still believes in the holy fire manor's reputation," the 6 people who were named answered. Clearly, they trusted the old man. In reality, this was not the first time this group of people had come to the demon battlefield. Every time, Old Qin had been the one in charge. This old man's prestige and the power behind him guaranteed that they would not fight amongst themselves or kill each other. Hence, they trusted this old man. A black-robed blood demon surrounded by a few people gave off black smoke. A baleful aura radiated from his eyes as he roared angrily. He tried to use a secret technique to escape several times, but his escape route was blocked. The horrifying wounds of various sizes on the blood demon's body healed quickly. However, the rate of recovery was not as fast as the number of wounds increased. Horrifying killing moves containing overwhelming energy bombarded the blood demon's body. His life force drained rapidly. His time was almost up. "I am not satisfied. I spent 1,000 years to make a breakthrough. You bunch of lowly humans caused my 1,000 years of hard work to go to waste. If I die, let's all die together." The black-robed blood demon said with a ferocious expression. His skin started to swell up quickly. Old Qin's expression did not change. His deep eyes were like an ancient well. He said calmly, "Very good. He is going to self-detonate. Attack." Boom! 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 A strong energy burst forth from the center of the battlefield. The red clouds in the sky churned continuously, forming a scarlet whirlpool. A strong wind blew from the whirlpool, making it hard for the crowd to keep their eyes open. An overwhelming baleful aura was hidden in the wind. It was like an evil spirit lingering around the crowd. Those who were not mentally strong would collapse on the spot. That blood demon is going to self-detonate. Sensing the monstrous energy, the crowd started to get excited. It was finally over. No matter what the result was, the group of half-step martial monarchs would be exhausted. At that time they would not be able to block so many people. Chi. However, just as the energy was about to reach its peak, 10 resplendent lights of various colors lit up below the whirlpool. When the lights faded, the whirlpool above them vanished without a trace. The battle was over. The strong wind that had been sweeping the battlefield for a long time finally stopped, and the dust settled. Xianxia muttered to himself, the self-detonation was stopped. It looks like this group of half-step martial monarchs came prepared. Boom! Just at this moment, when the dust settled completely, the blood demons suddenly shot out beams of dazzling lights. They were all sorts of secret treasures flying through the air. Xianxia counted them roughly. There were at least 100 secret treasures. 2 or 3 of them were rare medial-grade secret treasures. Secret treasures could only be used by humans. Fiendish demons collected secret treasures to attract the attention of humans and kill them. If they wanted to attract more humans and consume their hearts to increase their strength, they needed a sufficient number of secret treasures. Normally, the strong blood demons would hide a horrifying number of secret treasures. It's a secret treasure. He truly lives up to his reputation as a peak high-rank blood demon. He actually collected so many secret treasures. Haha! Indeed, we did not wait in vain. With so many secret treasures, everything is worth it. Quickly, attack. The blood demon is already dead. If we do not attack now, there will be no more opportunities. The surrounding cultivators, who had been preparing for a long time, naturally did not want to miss this rare opportunity. If the group of half-step martial monarchs reacted, it would be too late. Xiao, xiao, xiao. Countless figures rushed towards the center of the battlefield. All the cultivators had excited expressions on their faces as if they could obtain secret treasures with a wave of their hands. The peak superior grade martial kings in the air charged towards the ground. Relying on their geographical advantage, they were ahead of everyone else. As Xiao Chen stood on the eagle, his expression remained calm. He did not rush forward with the crowd. Bai Lishi was already infected by the atmosphere of the crowd. Just as he was about to rush forward, he saw the stunned Xiao Chen. So he stopped as well. Bai Lishi, let's go quickly. If we are any slower, we will not be able to snatch anything. Indeed. Although there are many secret treasures, there are even more cultivators. If we are late, we will not even be able to snatch the lowest-ranked secret treasure. Bai Lishi had a resolute gaze as he said, "There is no need. You all go first. Be careful. Those half-step martial monarchs are not to be trifled with." Bai Lishi, you are too timid. Half-step martial monarchs are indeed scary. Let's see how capable these half-step martial monarchs are. How can they block so many of us? Haha. In that case we will go first. You can wait on your own. When the time comes and you do not obtain anything, don't get jealous. The group laughed loudly and quickly flew forward. They did not take Bai Lishi's words to heart. Bai Lishi smiled bitterly and did not say anything. After all, he trusted his intuition. Since Xiao Chen had not made a move, he must have his reasons. So. Just as the crowd was about a kilometer away, 6 old men suddenly appeared. These people were expressionless, and their clothes fluttered without any wind. Their auras were terrifyingly strong. They did not seem like cultivators who had been exhausted for a long time. It seemed like they had been conserving their energy, and had not exhausted themselves at all. When their auras merged, it was like a tall mountain blocking the path, suppressing everyone until they could not breathe. Oh no! These are peak half-step martial monarchs. When the peak superior grade martial kings felt the auras of the 6 people, they did not hesitate to retreat. Strong wind, lightning, cold ice, raging flame, earth wall, white fog. 6 different states spread out wildly from the 6 half-step martial monarchs. In the blink of an eye, the energy storm that had already stopped raging once again. All kinds of energy burned together, and even the air became a killing weapon, exploding non-stop. Hundreds of cultivators could not retreat in time and bore the brunt of the attack. The berserk energy immediately tore them to shreds. The few cultivators who managed to escape were severely injured as well. Their flesh split open and they fell to the ground. Only a few cultivators with peak inferior grade defensive secret treasures managed to escape unscathed. However, those secret treasures were completely shattered. They no longer had any value to use. This was a heart-wrenching sight. Because Bai Lishi's companions had arrived rather late, they did not notice the situation in front of them. By the time they arrived, they happened to run into the first wave of the strongest attacks. They did not even have a chance to retreat before they were blasted into smithereens. They could not be any more dead. Half-step martial monarch. What was a half-step martial monarch? It was someone who had been a martial king for a long time. Their state and essence had already reached the peak of the martial king realm. Chapter 4:15. As long as one's mental energy was sufficient to open their sea of consciousness, they could immediately advance to martial monarch. They would be considered one of the top experts in the entire continent. Experts of such cultivation would raise their states and cultivation to their limits. Unless they were martial monarchs, no one would be a match for them. Killing medial grade martial kings and superior grade martial kings would be as easy as killing pigs or dogs. At this moment, the only thing they feared was the peak superior grade martial kings in the air. As for the others, it was not a matter of quantity but quality. No matter how many came, it would be useless. Boom! 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 The 6 old men moved forward 100 meters and attacked again. With all sorts of peak states, their normally simple martial techniques became fatal moves. Several cultivators died on the spot. The old man in the middle immediately stopped. When he saw the peak superior grade martial kings in the air whose auras were raised to their limits, He frowned slightly and muttered, "Everyone, just go back to where you came from. Things that are not yours, so don't think about reaping without sowing. Otherwise, I don't need to explain the consequences." The 100 peak martial kings in the air were expressionless as they looked at the secret treasures flying around. Clearly, they did not want to leave. One of them smiled coldly and said, "Unexpectedly, there are still 6 of you who have not made a move yet. No wonder a newly advanced peak high-rank blood demon could kill 3 of you. However, if the 6 of you want to monopolize all these secret treasures, it is not enough." "That's right. At worst, we will fight to the death. No one will obtain them. The baleful aura of a peak superior grade blood demon's demon core is overwhelming. Without strong willpower, it would be difficult to extract it. If you do not let us take the secret treasures, we will not let you take the demon core." "That's right. You can just take the demon core. If you want us not to take the secret treasures, that is impossible. It is impossible to return empty-handed." The 100 peak superior grade martial kings in the air withdrew their auras and argued with each other. Immediately, both sides entered a stalemate. If no one gave way, an even more intense battle would ensue. The medial grade martial kings and ordinary superior grade martial kings had already been frightened out of their wits, so they retreated 2 kilometers. When these peak superior grade martial kings saw the 100 peak superior grade martial kings, their thoughts started to stir. As they looked at the secret treasures flying around, their eyes revealed a desire. When Bai Lishi saw the earlier situation, he heaved a sigh of relief. He cultivated his physical body. Before he reached the great accomplishment stage, it would be difficult for him to match up to other martial artists in terms of speed. If he really charged in, even if he could retreat, he would be left with a body full of injuries. Xiao Chen looked at the secret treasures flying through the air, focusing on the 3 medial grade secret treasures. The other inferior grade secret treasures were no longer worth his attention. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense had been lingering in the middle of that group of people. When old Qin opened his mouth to let the 6 of them pay attention, Xiao Chen's spiritual sense immediately sensed the state of these 6 people. His goal was to prevent the current situation. It could only be said that this person called Old Qin was very decisive. Even if some people died, he still wanted to preserve the strength of the 6 people. Presumably, the power behind him must be very strong. Otherwise, if they could not suppress these 6 people, they would be in big trouble. Looking at the 3 medial grade secret treasures in the air, then looking at the group of people negotiating anxiously, Xiao Chen took out a sculpture from his universe ring. A plan formed in his mind. There was a deep red demon core in the middle of the blood demon's corpse. It gave off a strange red light, dyeing the surroundings scarlet. At the same time, there was a faintly discernible barrier that entangled in the void. 100 meters away from the demon core, Old Qin and the other 10 people all had some bloody wounds on their bodies. However, their eyes revealed a fiery glow on their fatigued faces. They were clearly very excited. However, they still retained their rationality. They did not let their desires get to their heads. One of them said worriedly, "Old Qin, you exhausted most of your essence. Furthermore, you are injured. Can you withstand the impact of the baleful aura?" This blood demon died with a lot of resentment. "I think the impact of the baleful aura from his demon core is even stronger than that of a peak high-rank blood demon's demon core," another person said. Old Qin snorted coldly. "If you think your mental energy is stronger than mine, you can go and take it yourself. There is no need to speak nonsense with me." When the others heard this, they quickly said, "Old Qin, that is not what we meant. Naturally, your mental energy is the strongest among us. We are just a little worried." When Old Qin heard this, he smiled coldly and said, "This old man's mental energy is only one step away from opening the sea of consciousness. I should be able to do it if I put in some effort." Just as Xiao Chen was about to step into the red light, Old Qin heard the conversation between the group of peak superior grade martial kings and Old Gu. His expression turned somewhat hostile. "Tell Old Gu to just take the 3 medial grade secret treasures. Leave the rest to them. After we deal with the matter here, we will make them spit it out 100-fold. For now, we will let them off easy." After Old Qin spoke, he stepped into the red light without looking back. The moment he entered, countless illusions appeared before his eyes. All sorts of horrifying scenes appeared before Old Qin's eyes like an azure hell. It was hard to tell the real from the fake. It felt like he would be swallowed up by evil spirits in the next moment. Old Qin's expression remained calm. His eyes were calm. He turned his mental energy into a sharp blade and chopped down all the illusions. However, that baleful aura was very difficult to deal with. Old Qin's mental energy could not completely destroy it. Evil spirits, Azura, and vengeful spirits continued to appear. Even though Old Qin was only 100 meters away, he had to take each step with great difficulty. Sweat poured down his forehead continuously. Clearly, Old Qin was not having an easy time. The 100-peak superior grade martial kings in the air stared at the 6 grave and stern old men on the ground. The old men withdrew their auras and grasped their saber hilts tightly to prevent the 6 from suddenly attacking. No matter what, the other party was a half-step martial monarch expert. In a one-on-one fight, none of them could last more than 100 moves against the old men. It would even be difficult for them to escape unscathed. The only thing they could rely on was their advantage in numbers. As for the cultivators on the ground who had retreated far away, they were not strong enough to last more than 100 moves against the old men. Before a half-step martial monarch, Xiao Chen's strength was insufficient. He did not even have the capital to negotiate. In reality, these people had not expected that there would be 6 half-step martial monarchs who were not exhausted at all. Otherwise, they would not have charged forward so recklessly. Hurry up and make your decision. Give us the secret treasures and the demon cores. Stop delaying, a peak martial king in the air said impatiently. He felt somewhat uneasy in his heart. If they obtained the peak high-rank blood demon's demon core, they would have nothing to fear. There would be nothing that could threaten the other party. Hurry up and make your decision. Stop dilly-dallying. Stop delaying. At worst, we will just break up. No one will benefit. You can forget about advancing to martial monarch in this lifetime. The peak superior grade martial kings in the air slowly lost their patience. If they continued waiting, they would not be able to obtain anything. Scram quickly. If you take another step forward, we will kill you without mercy. The 6 old men wore cold expressions as they faced the pressure from these people. They had no intention of retreating. More than 100 secret treasures would be a great fortune. How could they just give them up like that? Furthermore, there were 3 medial-grade secret treasures. Even these half-step martial monarchs did not have medial-grade secret treasures. All the more they could not give them up. The smell of gunpowder in the air started to build. Both sides were on the verge of breaking out. The atmosphere seemed like it would go out of control at any moment. Just at this moment, an old man quickly rushed over and whispered something into the ears of the old man with the family name Gu. Old Ge's expression changed slightly. He muttered to himself for a while before saying to the people in the air, "Aside from the 3 medial-grade secret treasures, the rest are yours." You are too naive. 1 medial-grade secret treasure is equivalent to dozens of inferior-grade secret treasures. Do you think we are fools? You really want to take all the benefits for yourselves, treating us like monkeys. The crowd could not take this lying down. A few cultivators with fiery tempers could not resist making a move. Old Ge's expression turned grave. He said coldly, "What are you thinking of doing? Don't be reckless." Chi-chi. Just at this moment, the cry of an eagle came from the sky. It sounded very loud, as if it was trying to attract everyone's attention. All the cultivators, including the 7 half-step martial monarchs, could not help but look up. They only saw an eagle spreading its wings and casting a large shadow. It quickly flew towards the secret treasures in the air. It's that white-robed brat. He is going to snatch the secret treasures. Is he crazy? Someone below exclaimed. Old Ge's expression changed drastically. Killing chi surged from his entire body, and the surrounding air stirred up. Strong winds blew as he said coldly, "You are seeking death." Old Gu waved his hand, and an extremely dense energy shot out. Boom, boom. The remaining 6 half-step martial monarchs made their move almost at the same time as Old Gu. Sharp attacks rained down like a torrential storm. At the same time, the peak superior grade martial kings in the air started cursing. This brat is too dishonest. Unexpectedly, he dares to snatch the secret treasures alone before everyone else. All sorts of killing moves were unleashed at the same time. Hundreds and thousands of condensed attacks surged toward Song Ying in an instant. Ice, flames, saber chi, sword chi, fist winds, sword lights. All sorts of killing moves were launched. Even if a true half-step martial monarch arrived, he would have to dodge and not clash head-on with such a large number of attacks. This was the principle of ants biting an elephant to death. Furthermore, Xiao Chen was not an elephant. Hence, in the crowd's opinion, unless Xiao Chen was crazy, he would not do something that attracted all the attacks. The goshawk, which was carved from stone, was instantly smashed into stone chips by countless fierce attacks. Then, it turned from stone chips into ashes and completely disappeared from this world. However, there was no one on the eagle. There were only 3 incredibly nimble wooden sculptures. The instant the eagle shattered, the chaotic and strong energy tossed them high into the air. The thumb-sized wooden sculpture was almost weightless. The shockwave from the explosion. The shockwave from the explosion sent the 3 wooden sculptures flying several kilometers into the sky, far away from the horrifying energy attack. Is he dead? With so many attacks, not even dregs are left of this brat. Chapter 4:16. If I can survive this, I will dig out my own eyes. Haha. You really know how to pick an opportunity to say that. However, this brat does not have a chance to live. It looks like there is no need to dig out your eyes. This brat is crazy. Does he really think that he can get away by playing some tricks? If he could, we would have gone long ago. How could it be his turn? This is the result of trying to be smart. He will die without a complete corpse. This is a very realistic lesson. Looking at the resplendent sky that was exploding like fireworks, everyone sighed with emotion. When all the energy scattered and the blurry sky became quiet again, there were 3 white figures flashing in the air. 3 white figures flashed in the air, each heading for a medial-grade secret treasure. These 3 people wore white robes and had fair skin. They were handsome and had delicate features. There was a blue strip of cloth on their heads and a saber at their waist. Who else could it be but that Xiao Chen? Damn it! How can this be? Not only did he not die, he even turned into 3 people. The people below were shocked. Their mouths gaped open as they cried out in shock. Their eyeballs nearly fell out of their sockets. They could not understand what was going on. Even a martial monarch expert could not withstand such an attack. How could he, an insignificant inferior-grade martial king, obtain it unscathed? This was too illogical. It completely surpassed everyone's imagination. The cultivator who said he would dig out his own eyes had an expression of horror on his face. How can this be? How can this be? Shadow doppelganger technique, chase. We cannot let him take away the secret treasures. When old Gu saw the white figures about to obtain the medial-grade secret treasures, he was furious. He kicked up a strong wind and soared into the sky. The 3 Xiao Chen figures in the air grasped the medial-grade secret treasures tightly. They smiled faintly and executed the roaming dragon's 9 transformations. Instantly, the 3 figures turned into 27 figures. Wuxia transforms to Qi. The sabers danced around, and a purple light flickered. Boundless purple saber Qi flew in the air without any pattern. They spread out over a large area, like a torrential storm. When the secret treasures in the air were struck by the saber Qi, they immediately fell to the ground like rain. Secret treasures. When the secret treasures appeared, all the cultivators recovered their wits and started fighting over them. The scene immediately turned extremely chaotic. The wooden sculpture Xiao Chen smiled in satisfaction. Immediately, the 27 figures all laughed as well. Bang! Bang! Old Gu swept out with his palm and shattered 7 clones in an instant. The remaining 27 clones quickly dove into the crowd. Under the cover of the clones, the 3 Xiao Chens with medial-grade secret treasures found 3 desolate cracks in the rocks. Then, they turned into wooden sculptures and hid in the cracks with the secret treasures. The palm-sized artifact and thumb-sized wooden sculpture were hidden in a small crack in the stone. With the current chaotic situation, no one would notice them at all. The spiritual would return to the wooden sculpture. Xiao Chen's fleeing clones immediately lost the supportive energy, vanishing into thin air. Xiao the divine. Xiao tu they. Tu Xiao tu. Occasionally, miserable cries came from the crowd of several hundred people as they fought over the secret treasures falling from the sky. Even the originally calm peak superior grade martial kings could no longer endure. Xiao Chen had completely disrupted the situation. They could not find Xiao Chen. If they did not go down to snatch the secret treasures, not only would they fail to obtain the medial grade secret treasures, but they would also lose all the inferior-grade secret treasures. Old Gu, what do you think? The 7 half-step martial monarchs continued to stand in the air, carefully scanning the surroundings. Old Ge's expression turned sullen. He said somewhat irritably, Old Qin said that we must obtain these 3 secret treasures. If we cannot protect them, we will not get any demon cores. What do you think we should do? The reason why Old Qin had them stay back to recuperate and build up their strength was because of this situation. This was originally a simple matter, but now they had completely messed it up. When they thought about it, they felt that they had no hope of getting any demon cores. They could not help but feel depressed. Don't make that expression. Split up and give chase. There is still a chance. I don't believe that this brat, an inferior-grade martial king, can run that fast. Old Gus snorted coldly and headed south. He moved as fast as lightning, and in an instant, he was far away. The others perked up and flew out to investigate. Naturally, these people would not be able to catch up to Xiao Chen. If they got his location wrong, it would be useless no matter how fast they were. The faster they flew, the more wrong they would be. Even if they managed to find Xiao Chen's location, they would only be 3 pieces of wood. In that case, where was the real Xiao Chen? In the boundless scarlet clouds in the sky, where even the air seemed to be frozen, Xiao Chen's true body was hidden in the drifting scarlet clouds. The scarlet clouds contained all sorts of horrifying negative states. Xiao Chen used his spiritual sense to form a tight barrier around himself to prevent these states from attacking him. The scarlet clouds were formed from the corpse qi, baleful qi, the resentment of the dead, the demonic qi of the fiendish demons, and the qi of massacre. One needed extremely strong mental energy to hide in the scarlet clouds. Otherwise, even a half-step martial monarch would not dare to hide in the scarlet clouds. Below Xiao Chen was the core of the earlier battlefield. The corpse of the blood demon lay there quietly. Its dark red demon core gave off a viscous red light. Old Qin's wrinkled face looked very fatigued. He walked with great difficulty in the scarlet light. The distance of 100 meters was like a rugged heavenly road. He had barely covered half of it. Behind the scarlet light, 10 half-step martial monarchs stood in a circle, guarding the area. To them, they could lose the secret treasures if they had no other choice. However, they could not lose the peak high-rank blood demon's demon core. They could not afford to lose it. The demon core was their hope of advancing to martial monarch. It would be impossible for them to meet a peak high-rank blood demon in the inner area of the demon battlefield in the future. Xiao Chen raised his head and looked at the chaotic scene a kilometer behind them. 6 half-step martial monarchs were scattered in the air, trying to chase after Xiao Chen's clones. Xiao Chen revealed a faint smile as he looked at the glowing dark red demon core. He took a deep breath, and his gaze slowly turned resolute. Xiao Chen knew what he was going to do next. He was going to snatch away the thing that the 10-odd half-step martial monarchs cared about the most. Any half-step martial monarch could easily kill Xiao Chen. Even if they were significantly injured and exhausted most of their essence, they could still kill him easily. It was just like how Xiao Chen could easily crush an inferior-grade martial king, even if he was severely injured. This was a qualitative difference. At this moment, Xiao Chen's position had simply swapped. He had become the target that could be crushed easily. However, this was a rare opportunity. The 10-odd half-step martial monarchs were all exhausted and covered in wounds of various sizes. They had prepared for so long and encountered such a good opportunity. If they did not take the risk, they would regret it in the future. Being a yes-man had never been Xiao Chen's character. When it was time to attack, he would attack without hesitation. As long as there was a 50% chance of success, that would be enough. The figures of the 6 half-step martial monarchs that were not exhausted flashed and disappeared from Xiao Chen's vision. The time has come. Attack! Xiao Chen shouted in his heart. He continuously increased his weight and scattered the essence holding him in the air. Xiao Chen was like a mountain falling to the ground under the pull of gravity. Chi! Chi! Xiao Chen's speed instantly increased to the limit, surpassing Mach 4, which was the maximum speed a martial king could achieve. When the 10-odd martial monarchs guarding the sides saw Xiao Chen falling like a meteor, their expressions changed greatly. Just as they were about to make a move, Old Qin, who had already traveled most of the distance in the red light, relaxed. He smiled sinisterly and said, "There is no need to bother with him. Let him come down. One wave of this baleful aura will kill him." How reckless! He can help me share some of the pressure. When the martial monarchs heard this, they thought it made sense. Even with old Qin's cultivation, it would not be easy for him to endure. Given how fast this brat was falling, the impact of the baleful aura would be even stronger. Coincidentally, he could absorb most of the baleful aura, allowing old Qin to complete the most difficult distance. The meteor-like Xiao Chen crashed into the red light. The ferocious baleful aura immediately turned into countless malicious spirits. They charged at Xiao Chen like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The mental energy in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness flowed continuously. Suddenly, his eyes turned golden. There was a deity in each of his golden pupils, standing quietly in the depths of his eyes. Wuxia. Xiao Chen's eyes widened. The two deities made their moves at the same time. A flood surged into the sky. The malicious spirits that were like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood were instantly purified, vanishing without a trace. Bang! Under the effect of gravity, Xiao Chen landed heavily on the ground, causing it to tremble. Old Qin immediately felt the pressure on him lessen. He looked at Xiao Chen, who had fallen beside the demon core. He revealed a mocking smile. You overestimate yourself. The impact of mental energy is even more terrifying than an essence attack. You are just an inferior grade martial king, yet you dare to join in the fun. Scram! Old Qin shouted angrily. He prepared to kick Xiao Chen away. However, when Old Qin extended his leg, Xiao Chen, who was on the ground, started rolling. When Xiao Chen stood up again, the scarlet demon core on the ground had already disappeared. What's going on with this brat? Under the terrifying attack of that baleful aura, he can't even move. Even if his soul was not destroyed on the spot, he should be in a coma for at least a year. The expressions of the 10-odd half-step martial monarchs at the side froze. Their brains seemed to have short-circuited. Even old Qin had to endure the baleful aura bitterly. How could this white-robed brat not do anything? Xiao Chen smiled faintly. Taking advantage of the moment these people were stunned, his figure flashed. Xiao Chen swept his universe ring and placed the corpses of the 3 half-step martial monarchs into it. Then, he activated the blood flame shoes. He moved at Mach 3. 5. Heading for the group of people fighting for the secret treasure. Xiao Chen descended from the sky and picked up the demon core. Then, he picked up the corpses of the 3 half-step martial monarchs. This series of actions happened in the time it took for a spark to fly. Xiao Chen did not hesitate at all. It was like he had done this many times in his mind. He was very familiar with the process. Stop staring blankly. Quickly chase after him. This brat snatched away the demon core. Old Qin roared. Chapter 417. The 10 people were stunned for a moment before they reacted. They were shocked and furious. They quickly turned around and chased after Xiao Chen. All sorts of strong attacks flew behind Xiao Chen. After activating the blood flame shoes, Xiao Chen's speed reached Mach 3. 5. While he was stunned, he had already moved more than a kilometer, easily dodging these attacks. That brat is back. He has a medial-grade secret treasure. Capture him and don't let him escape. When the originally chaotic crowd suddenly saw Xiao Chen rushing over, they immediately stopped fighting and surrounded Xiao Chen. Of course, inferior-grade secret treasures were not as attractive as medial-grade secret treasures. When Xiao Chen saw these people's actions, he smiled gently and ignored them. He executed the roaming dragon's 9 transformations and soared into the air. Boom! 10-odd sharp attacks flew at Xiao Chen's previous position. A huge pit appeared in the ground, and a horrifying shock wave surged out. The cultivators who had rushed over excitedly bore the brunt of the shock wave and were immediately blasted away. The cultivators behind quickly stopped and looked up. They saw 10 half-step martial monarchs. Their faces were filled with rage, and their auras swept through the dust on the ground. They kicked up a strong whirlwind as they rushed over. Seeing that the 10 people were about to attack again, the crowd was startled. They quickly scattered in different directions. Bang! 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 Attacks flew at Xiao Chen, who was moving up and down in the air. Several dozen clones immediately shattered into pieces. However, Xiao Chen's true body dodged the attacks, not suffering any damage. The attacks containing all sorts of peak states blasted hundreds of pits of various sizes in the ground. Even the smallest pit was at least 100 meters wide. Clearly, these half-step martial monarchs were extremely enraged. They did not hold back at all. What kind of grudge do they have? They even managed to peel off a layer of the ground. What exactly did this brat do? 10 half-step martial monarchs are attacking without any regard for their lives. Even if they have a medial-grade secret treasure, there is no need for such a large formation. This white-robed brat is extraordinarily courageous. First, he snatched 3 medial-grade secret treasures right before everyone's eyes. Now, he offended 10 half-step martial monarchs for some reason. The crowd moved aside and looked at the countless deep pits in the ground, the lingering energy, and the 10 enraged half-step martial monarchs. They all felt confused. As Xiao Chen flew past a crack in a boulder, he waved his hand, and the 3 wooden carvings and the medial-grade secret treasure flew into Xiao Chen's hand. Why is one intermediate artifact missing? Xiao Chen looked at the 2 artifacts in his hand with a puzzled expression. When Xiao Chen looked back, he saw Bai Lishi's tall figure in the crowd. He held a secret treasure in his hand as he smiled and waved at him. If there was anyone present who could see through Xiao Chen's plan, it would be Bai Lishi, who had been keeping an eye on Xiao Chen. Never mind. It is already pretty good that he left 2 behind for me. I should leave first. Xiao Chen placed the secret treasures in his universe ring and dodged the relentless attacks behind him. Then, he continued to rush forward. Young man, as long as you hand over the demon core, I will let you go immediately. You can take the 3 medial-grade secret treasures and the corpses of our companions. My holy fire manor will not seek trouble for you. Otherwise, no matter who you are or what power you have behind you, you will not be able to escape the holy fire manor's pursuit in the ancient desolate land. Old Man Qin's voice was filled with vigor. It reverberated within 10 miles, and everyone could hear it clearly. Damn. This brat is too greedy. Medial-grade secret treasures, the corpses of half-step martial monarchs, and the demon core of a peak high-rank blood demon. Unexpectedly, he took them all. When the many cultivators heard the old man's words, they immediately burst into an uproar. This fellow was too greedy. They were still fighting to the death for a few inferior-grade secret treasures. However, he took all the most valuable treasures in one go. What is a gap? This is a gap. If this brat can escape alive, he will be someone to be reckoned with in the future, a peak superior-grade martial king said with a sigh. However, even if he escapes, he will not have a good ending. The Holy Fire Manor is too powerful in the southern islands of the ancient desolate land. It is not a good thing to offend the Holy Fire Manor. Someone at the side smiled and said, "You all are oversimplifying things. I remember who this brat is. He is the white-robed bladesman, who recently became very famous in the great Qin nation. When he first appeared, he offended most of the noble clans in the great Qin nation. I believe that with his temper, the Holy Fire Manor will not be able to suppress him. Just wait and see. It will be fine if old Qin can catch up to him. However, if he cannot, he will end up with the demon core of this peak high-rank blood demon and the treasures in his companion's ring. The 3 medial-grade secret treasures will all be for naught." Xiao Chen could not be bothered with old Qin's words. He continued to run forward. The other party was on his tail. Even with the help of the blood flame shoes, he could not shake off these half-step martial monarchs. Xiao Chen still had to dodge the overwhelming attacks. His speed was already affected. If he got distracted by the other party's words, they would catch up to him. As for what the other party said about letting him go if he lost the demon core, Xiao Chen did not believe it. "Old Qin, this fellow's speed has reached Mach 3. 5. It will not be easy to catch up to him," an old man said, panting slightly. Old Qin moved like lightning as he flew quickly. He said indifferently, "In that case you can stay. However, you can forget about the demon core." The moment old Qin said that, the old man fell silent. Even if he exhausted his essence, he would not be able to stop. Xiao Chen pushed off the ground and executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art to its limits. He was like a blue dragon flying around. Boom! 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 The 10 half-step martial monarchs in pursuit in the air sent all sorts of attacks at him. Xiao Chen weaved through the torrential rain and wind. The horrifying energy made one's heart palpitate. If one got hit, Xiao Chen would be finished. The attacks are too concentrated. At this rate, I will get hit sooner or later. Furthermore, my speed will be affected. I have to split them up. Xiao Chen did a somersault on the ground. As he got up, he thought to himself, With a flip of his hand, 3 more wooden sculptures appeared in his hand. Life bestowal spell. 3 white figures appeared around Xiao Chen. The moment they appeared, they immediately ran in 3 different directions. It was hard to tell which was the real one. If one asked Xiao Chen who he was most familiar with in this world, it would definitely be him. Hence, the wooden sculptures were the most charming. They could almost pass off as the real one. Old Qin, what should we do? Where do we go? When the 3 figures appeared, the 10-odd people in pursuit immediately stopped. They were at a loss. When they used their mental energy, they found that the 4 figures were all real. They could not tell which were which. Old Qin's expression turned sullen. After muttering to himself for a while, he quickly made a decision. This brat has many tricks up his sleeves. Let's not bother about him. We will split up and chase after him. We cannot let any one of them off. We cannot let this brat escape. The 10-odd people immediately split into 4 groups, each heading in a different direction. Old Qin and an old man quickly followed behind Xiao Chen's real body. Old Qin was 60% confident that this was the real body. However, he did not dare to be too sure. This was not the time to think too much. If he thought too much, Xiao Chen would run further. Hence, he could only split up and chase after Xiao Chen. With only 2 people left, the densely packed attacks immediately decreased by half. Xiao Chen felt much more relaxed. With a flip of his hand, another wooden sculpture appeared. It was Yingyu's sculpture. These 4 statues could have been used for a long time. Xiao Chen could only use them now. With a flip of his palm, Yingyu immediately brandished her spear and blocked the 2 people behind her with a flourishing aura. Old Qin's expression changed slightly. He said in astonishment, "This is the great Qin nation's first princess. How can it be? No, it is a clone. Block her. I will continue chasing." An old man at the side nodded and said, "Old Qin, be careful. This brat is full of tricks. You have exhausted yourself. Be careful." Old Qin snorted coldly. "Don't worry. He is just an inferior grade martial king. No matter how many tricks he has, I can crush him with one hand." Finally, only 1 person remained of the group chasing after him. Xiao Chen heaved a sigh of relief. A beam of light descended from the sky and appeared in Xiao Chen's vision. Xiao Chen smiled gently. He had finally arrived at the exit of the demon battlefield. Trying to leave? How can it be that easy? Giant sand palm. Old Qin shouted and smashed his palm towards the ground. A huge, formless palm appeared out of nowhere and instantly imprinted itself on the ground. Hoochie! Hoochie! The hard ground trembled continuously. It was like the waves on the surface of the sea, rising and falling. In an instant, the entire ground turned into a sea of sand. Boom! A huge palm made of sand quickly formed. It was more than 200 meters tall. When it spread its fingers, it covered the sky and the sun. In an instant, it completely encased Xiao Chen. A large shadow appeared, and Xiao Chen's vision immediately turned dark. He felt a sense of danger. When he checked his surroundings with his spiritual sense, he was startled. The timing of this giant sand palm was very precise. It took into account Xiao Chen's speed. The instant it appeared, it enveloped him. As long as the 5 fingers closed in, Xiao Chen would be severely injured, even if he did not die, under the horrifying pressure. I have to charge out quickly. Xiao Chen did not even think. He immediately infused some essence into the blood flame shoes. His body flew uncontrollably towards the only bright spot in front of him. Bang! The palm made of sand closed in, and there was a loud explosion. The power of the peak state of Earth surged forward. Xiao Chen, who had just escaped, was caught off guard and was struck by this force. Xiao Chen vomited a mouthful of blood and tumbled a few times in the air before crashing to the ground. Old Qin's complexion was frighteningly pale. There was no trace of blood at all. Clearly, that move earlier had exhausted a lot of his essence. When Old Qin saw Xiao Chen vomit a mouthful of blood and continue rushing forward, he said angrily, "Damn it! You let him escape like this. Sand cage." Old Qin shouted and landed on the ground. He pressed his right hand tightly to the ground. The entire ground immediately rippled like waves, moving continuously. Xiao Chen felt the ground under his feet loosen, and he immediately sank into it. Chapter 4:18. The countless grains of sand in the surroundings moved continuously, quickly forming a huge cage, trapping Xiao Chen within as it shrank continuously. Wuxia breaks the heavens. After struggling out of the sand-filled ground, Xiao Chen did not hesitate to execute one of his strongest killing moves. At this moment, he could not afford to hesitate. He only had one chance. If he could not break out of this cage, he would be completely sealed. So, he immediately executed Wuxia breaks the heavens. A pillar of light quickly elongated on the snow-white saber. Soon, it was a kilometer long. It merged two strong states and tore a large hole in the sandwall above him. Xiao Chen's figure flashed as he rushed out. "Brat, you won't be able to escape this time, right?" The moment Xiao Chen came out, he saw old Qin flying at him with a sinister expression. He was less than 100 meters away. Old Qin spread his fingers and grabbed at Xiao Chen. Chi! Chi! Old Qin's sharp fingers contained a strong force. Everywhere they passed, 5 faint marks appeared in the air. One could easily imagine how strong this force was. The old man's speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance of 100 meters. He pulled his fingers downwards, looking like he was about to pierce through Xiao Chen's shoulder. At the crucial moment, Xiao Chen turned around and pressed 2 fingers on his right hand against the other party's shoulder. A huge force came from Xiao Chen's shoulder, causing him some pain. Old Qin circulated his essence and dissipated the force. He smiled faintly and said, "With your strength, even if I stood here and let you hit me, you would not be able to break through my defense. Furthermore, you want to snatch my things?" Dang! Bang! Just as he finished speaking and his right claw was about to land on Old Qin, a bloody hole suddenly appeared on his shoulder. Old Qin's body fell to the ground. Xiao Chen waved his hand and the 3-inch-long palm sword flew back to him. Xiao Chen did not care how strong this sword strike was or how much damage it dealt to Old Qin. His figure flashed as he flew towards the pillar of light. Old Qin clutched the bloody hole in his shoulder, his pale face showing a pained expression. He had never imagined that Xiao Chen would actually have a peak low-rank secret treasure in his palm. With a flip of his palm, Old Qin took out a pill. A pained expression appeared on his face as he hesitated for a moment before swallowing the pill. The medicinal pill melted in Xiao Chen's mouth, and the bloody hole in his right shoulder healed at a visible rate. Soon, it returned to normal. This was a Tier 8 healing panacea. It had the effect of reviving the dead at a crucial moment. Old Qin was only using it to heal his wounds. He had no choice but to use it. It was obviously overkill. For the sake of recovering the monster core, he had lost yet another healing panacea. The hatred in Old Qin's eyes grew even more intense. Seeing Xiao Chen pass through the pillar of light, he hurriedly chased after him. After Old Qin passed through the pillar of light, his vision blurred for a moment. Then, he exited the demon battlefield and returned to Boulder Island. He quickly looked around for Xiao Chen. Strange, where did this brat run off to? Why can't I see him anywhere? It is impossible for him to be so fast at Mach 3. 5. Old Qin looked around at the empty surroundings, his eyes filled with doubt. Just as Old Qin was feeling suspicious, a strong aura of massacre appeared above him. Along with the state of massacre was a tyrannical dragon might. Old Qin's expression changed greatly as he looked up. He saw Xiao Chen descending from the sky. An azure dragon image coiled around his right hand. Xiao Chen clenched his fist and punched at Old Qin. Boom! There was a dragon roar, and ripples appeared in the sky. Old Qin instantly felt a supreme dragon might descend from the sky, like a mountain pressing down on him. Old Qin could not move an inch. He could not help but be horrified. He quickly took out a small, exquisite shield and blew on it. The shield rapidly expanded, emitting a light blue luster as it blocked in front of him. The blue light was clear and transparent, and the spiritual energy it contained was overwhelming. This shield was actually an inferior-grade medial-grade defensive secret treasure. However, the surface of the shield was slightly dim. It was clear that Old Qin had exhausted too much essence and was unable to bring out the full potential of this secret treasure. Bang! The dragon head crashed into the shield and the blue ripples immediately scattered. Blood leaked out of the corner of Old Qin's mouth. He held the shield and instantly retreated a kilometer. Blue Dragon Tail Whip. Xiao Chen shouted and the azure dragon image immediately gathered the last of its energy on its tail. It moved in an arc, bypassing the shield and striking Old Qin's body. Pussy! Old Qin vomited a large mouthful of blood, and his body was sent flying. When Xiao Chen saw Old Qin drifting through the air like a withered leaf, many thoughts flashed in his mind. In the end, he resisted the urge to charge forward and kill Old Qin. Old Qin's companions had not arrived yet. If Xiao Chen charged forward and got delayed, it would be all over. Xiao Chen's figure flashed and he quickly left. He felt it was a pity. This time, he had used all his trump cards, but he still could not kill Old Qin. In the future, there would probably be no more opportunities for Old Qin to exhaust his essence or exhaust his mental energy. Not long after Xiao Chen left, the pillar of light flashed a few more times. The half-step martial monarchs chasing Xiao Chen's clone finally arrived. When they saw Old Qin lying on the ground with his shield tossed aside and a pale complexion with blood flowing out of his mouth, they were astonished. They quickly gave chase. Old Qin, are you all right? Old Qin stood up weakly and looked in the direction that Xiao Chen had taken. His eyes looked like they were going to spew fire. He said coldly, I won't die. That brat cannot have left the southern island so quickly. Quickly bring me back to the Holy Fire Manor. If I do not find that brat, I will not be able to quell the hatred in my heart. The group exchanged glances and looked at the severely injured Old Qin. They could not understand how Xiao Chen, an inferior-grade martial king, could injure Old Qin. Even though Old Qin had exhausted a lot of his essence, he still had his foundations. It would be easy for him to crush an inferior-grade martial king to death. On the lake northeast of Boulder Island, a small silver boat was moving quickly. Xiao Chen sat cross-legged in the boat's hold. He held a medial-grade spirit stone in each hand as he slowly recovered his essence. Xiao Chen used the blood flame shoes, a medial-grade secret treasure, for a long time. Furthermore, he used the life bestowal spell and the roaming dragon's 9 transformations at the same time, which significantly increased the drain on his essence. In merely 4 hours, Xiao Chen had exhausted most of his essence. Fortunately, he managed to escape the pursuit of Old Qin and the others before he ran out of essence. This was not much different from what Xiao Chen had planned. After the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation reached the 6th layer, the speed at which Xiao Chen absorbed spiritual energy had tripled. The medial-grade spirit stones that could have allowed him to cultivate for half a day had been used up in half an hour. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and felt that the purple chi whirlpool was only filled with essence liquid. He frowned slightly. 2 medial-grade spirit stones were only enough for him to cultivate for an hour. Furthermore, it was only half as effective. The exhaustion of a heaven-ranked cultivation technique was much greater than Xiao Chen had expected. Calculating it, he had exhausted at least 10 medial-grade spirit stones a day. If the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation advanced in the future, the exhaustion would increase exponentially. Right now, Xiao Chen had more than 50,000 medial-grade spirit stones. He did not have to worry about this. However, it would be hard to say in the future. No wonder those peak geniuses all wanted to find a strong power to back them up. The competition between geniuses was not just a competition of their own talent. There were also all sorts of natural treasures and superior-grade resources. These were all important aspects of the competition. The principle was very simple. With the same talent and aptitude, one person could use an unlimited amount of resources while the other could only use half of the other person's resources. Over time, this difference would be extraordinarily large. It might even form an insurmountable chasm. Furthermore, this was only for cultivation below Martial Monarch. If one wanted to maintain such a fast cultivation speed after advancing to Martial Monarch, they would have to use superior-grade spirit stones every day. If that was the case, the exhaustion would be even more horrifying. Given the situation of the Great Qin nation, even the royal court would find it hard to sustain such a huge expenditure. In that case, who could afford to raise a peak genius who had advanced to Martial Monarch? Perhaps only the Great Qin nation had such a strong sect that could afford to raise such a genius. Xiao Chen collected his thoughts and took out the Haotian medallion from the universe ring. He grasped the Haotian medallion tightly with his right hand and a pensive look appeared in his eyes. The Supreme Sky Sect was one of the 10 peak sects of the Great Qin nation. Xiao Chen did not know if they could afford to raise his cultivation to Martial Monarch. However, once he accepted someone else's resources, he would be bound to the other party's war chariot. There was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Never mind, thinking about this is giving me a headache. The resources I have now are sufficient for me. I will worry about this later. Let's take a look at my harvest first. Xiao Chen put away the Haotian medallion and took out the corpses of the 3 half-step martial monarchs from the universe ring. The wounds on these 3 corpses were very horrifying. A black aura lingered on the wounds. The surrounding flesh was corroded into a horrible sight, and a strange smell wafted out. Xiao Chen gently touched the wounds and a drop of the black aura came into contact with his fingertip. ZZ. The black aura continuously corroded the skin and flesh of his fingertip, trying to enter his flesh. This caused Xiao Chen to feel some pain. His mood seemed to turn agitated. A strand of purple flame appeared on his fingertip and burned the black aura into nothing. Illusory miserable cries resounded in Xiao Chen's mind. The black aura seemed to be alive. What a horrifying baleful aura. If such an attack pierced through my flesh and I did not get rid of it in time, it would be fatal. When the baleful aura invaded my meridians, even the smallest wound would be fatal. This should not be an ordinary state of massacre. It was infused with the negative states unique to demons, such as despair, pain, rage, etc. Otherwise, it would not have such an effect. In the future, if I run into similar wounds, I cannot be careless. Otherwise, it might lead to a great disaster. These 3 people might have died like this. Xiao Chen removed the spatial rings from the corpses and tossed the corpses into the lake. Then, he started to check the treasures in the spatial rings. Xiao Chen opened the first spatial ring with his spiritual sense. Instantly, he saw a large pile of medial-grade spirit stones. With a rough count, there were at least 20,000 medial-grade spirit stones. As for the inferior-grade spirit stones, there were a horrifying number of 100,000. What a fellow! Xiao Chen had killed so many peak martial kings and obtained only 50,000 medial-grade spirit stones. Unexpectedly, this half-step martial monarch had accumulated 20,000 medial-grade spirit stones. Chapter 419. However, when Xiao Chen thought about it, most of these old men had lived for more than 100 years. They had probably been half-step martial monarchs for several decades. It was not strange for them to have such an accumulation. Xiao Chen continued looking. There were some high-ranked blood demons' demon cores in the ring. These should be the demon cores they killed in the demon battlefield. Aside from these, there were also a few inferior-grade secret treasures. However, they were just ordinary secret treasures. They did not attract Xiao Chen's attention. Just as Xiao Chen was about to withdraw his spiritual sense, he noticed an unremarkable black box in the corner. The box was about the size of a palm. If not for Xiao Chen's sharp eyes, he would not have noticed it. This box was placed in an inconspicuous corner. What could it be? Xiao Chen thought for a while before taking the box out. The box was not locked. Xiao Chen opened it easily. 10 exquisite white pearls lay in the small space. The pearls were as smooth as crystal. However, they did not give off any spiritual energy. Compared to spirit stones, they were very plain. When Xiao Chen picked them up and sent his spiritual sense into them, he could feel the pure spiritual energy in them. They were even purer than the spiritual energy in medial-grade spirit stones. According to Xiao Chen's estimation, this small white pearl was equivalent to 100 or more medial-grade spirit stones. Xiao Chen was startled. He found this pearl familiar. Suddenly, he recalled that there were 2 similar pearls among the burial items of the Savannah King. He quickly took them out and compared them. The 2 pearls were the same size and looked very ordinary. They did not leak any spiritual energy. Only when Xiao Chen sent his spiritual sense into them could he sense the horrifying energy contained in them. The difference was that the 2 pearls of the Savannah King were blue. Their color was clearly deeper. Furthermore, the energy they contained was on a completely different level from the white pearls. Xiao Chen felt that he was confident of absorbing the spiritual energy in the white pearls. However, he did not dare to think the same for the blue pearls. With his current cultivation, he would explode and die on the spot if he absorbed it. Xiao Chen muttered, "These 2 pearls should be the same item. However, they are of different grades. However, I have never heard of such an item before. I have to look into it in the future." Aside from spirit stones, there are other things that can store spiritual energy. Xiao Chen placed the spirit stones and the mysterious pearl into his own universe ring. Then, he tossed the other items into the corner of the universe ring, including the spatial ring. In the remaining 2 universe rings, Xiao Chen obtained another 40,000 medial-grade spirit stones. However, He did not find any more of the mysterious pearls. However, he found 100 superior-grade spirit stones in the third universe ring. This was a pleasant surprise. With this, Xiao Chen's total number of medial-grade spirit stones reached a horrifying 110,000. As for inferior-grade spirit stones, he had more than 1,000,000. In this trip, Xiao Chen had a great harvest. Chen's spirit chens. Spirit demons spirit demon chens. On this trip to the demon battlefield, Xiao Chen had reaped a great harvest. The only thing he had lost was half of the Wutong spiritual tree and the dragon qi in his arm. He needed some time to accumulate before he could use it again. After doing all this, Xiao Chen sorted out all the items in the universe ring. He discovered that some of the small items and miscellaneous items had already accumulated to a certain level. These items were obtained from the cultivators he killed. If they were individually, they would not be worth much. However, when accumulated, they would be a great harvest. If there were too many of them, it would be troublesome to store them in the universe ring. Xiao Chen took out a map of the ancient desolate land and muttered to himself, I have to find a place to exchange for all these items. At the same time, I can ask around about the various factions in the ancient desolate land and how strong the Holy Fire Manor is. The ancient desolate land was very large. It far exceeded Xiao Chen's expectations. Not counting the few cities at the periphery, just the Heavenly Extermination Lake alone was already larger than the Great Qin Nation. Rather than calling the Heavenly Extermination Lake a lake, it would be more accurate to call it an ocean, an inland sea. This was because it was simply too vast. According to the map that Xiao Chen bought in Boulder City, the entire Heavenly Extermination Lake was divided into the Southern Islands, Western Islands, Northern Islands, and Eastern Islands. There was also the Central Islands with a desolate city at the center of the Heavenly Extermination Lake. Aside from these, there were many unknown areas on the Heavenly Extermination Lake. To cultivators, it was a forbidden land. It was hard to imagine that during the Tianwu dynasty, the core of the entire continent had become like this. Boulder Island was an unremarkable island in the southern archipelago. If not for the existence of the demon battlefield, very few people would have landed there. There were thousands of islands in the southern islands. Some islands were desolate and uninhabited, filled with ferocious demonic beasts and demonic plants. Cultivators used them as experiential training grounds. There were also some islands filled with flowers and plants, filled with overwhelming spiritual energy. The entire island was filled with spiritual energy, filled with spirit herbs and boundless herb gardens. However, most of the islands were no different from human cities. Thousands of ordinary people lived there. There were cities, lords, and sections. The island that Xiao Chen wanted to go to was called Red Cloud Island. It was the island closest to him that had humans living on it. It was considered a middle-sized island in the southern islands. Even though it was very close, it was only the distance shown on the map. It was only 1 finger's distance on the map. However, in reality it was 2,000 kilometers. However, there was one good thing about the lake. One could travel in a straight line, unlike the 2 cities that were clearly very close. Sometimes, one would have to take a long detour due to various obstacles, such as mountains, lakes, or grasslands. Xiao Chen estimated that if he took it easy, he would be able to arrive in 3 days. Xiao Chen had already left the boundaries of Boulder Island. On this vast lake, Xiao Chen's lone boat was like a drop of water in the sea. It would not attract any attention. Xiao Chen did not believe that the Holy Fire Manor's people would be able to find him. Hence, he intended to travel in a relaxed manner. At the same time, he would use these 7 days to temper his physical body. There was a threshold for cultivating the firmament body tempering art. One's vital qi had to reach 150 tons of force before one could practice it. When Xiao Chen practiced the dragon and tiger body tempering art to its peak, he could only exert 150 tons of force. In the end, he was still lacking. If Xiao Chen wanted to improve further, he could only rely on external help. The so-called external help referred to the body-tempering spirit herbs that Xiao Chen had obtained on Qianren Island. Xiao Chen had once consumed a large number of body-tempering spirit herbs in the underground world of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Hence, regular body-tempering spirit herbs were not very effective on him. On Qianren Island, the body-tempering spirit herbs that Xiao Chen found were all at least 500 years old. Unfortunately, there were only 6 of them. Xiao Chen placed the 6 spirit herbs that increased vital qi on the bow of the boat. He muttered, "There are only 6. However, 3 of them are at least 1,000 years old. If I consume all of them, I should have no problem increasing my strength by 25 tons of force. 150 tons of force would be sufficient. At that time, when Xiao Chen cultivated the inferior grade heaven-ranked body tempering secret art, his physical body would explode forth. The silver boat moved at an unhurried speed on the calm lake, gliding calmly in the direction that Xiao Chen had determined. After Xiao Chen consumed a spirit herb, he sat down cross-legged and focused on refining the medicinal energy. He absorbed every drop of medicinal energy into his bones. 4 days passed in a flash. Every time Xiao Chen refined a spirit herb, he could feel his bones, meridians, and even his flesh becoming tougher. His vital qi also increased significantly. On this particular day, Xiao Chen suddenly opened his eyes and circulated all the vital qi in his body. Then he punched the calm lake. Bang! The fist wind formed by Xiao Chen's vital qi created a 20-meter-wide whirlpool on the lake. After a while, a pillar of water soared into the sky from the whirlpool. All sorts of fish and shrimps fell continuously from the water pillar. They fell for a few minutes before they all fell. It was easy to imagine that the force of this punch had to be at least 300 meters deep before it could cause so many fish and shrimps to fall. Xiao Chen withdrew his punch and revealed a satisfied smile. He had finally achieved 150 tons of force in 5 days. There was still a 1,000-year-old spirit herb that he had yet to refine. However, Xiao Chen did not continue refining it. At his current cultivation, a 1,000-year-old spirit herb would not have much of an effect. Since he had already reached the threshold of the firmament body tempering art, there was no need to waste it. 5 days. I should be at Red Cloud Island by now. Xiao Chen muttered as he looked at the lake in front of him. There was a white mist on the distant lake. Behind the mist was the indistinct silhouette of an island. That should be Red Cloud Island. It is time to rush at full speed, Xiao Chen thought to himself. With a thought, the small silver boat immediately turned into a beam of purple light and entered Xiao Chen's right eye. Xiao Chen pushed off the water and executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art. Xiao Chen was like a blue dragon flying quickly on the water surface. Boom! 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 Not long after Xiao Chen flew, he felt intense energy fluctuations coming from in front. There were loud shouts and waves surging. Clearly, there was a battle going on in front. Based on the energy fluctuations, the cultivators fighting should not be of low levels. Xiao Chen hesitated for a while before flying in the direction of the sounds. After 10 breaths, Xiao Chen finally saw who was fighting. A kilometer away, a black-robed cultivator and a girl in a blue dress were fighting on the water surface. The black-robed old man was a medial-grade martial king. He held a pitch-black sword in his hand. A black aura surrounded the sword. The aura of the black-robed old man was very strange. His moves were very ruthless, targeting the vital points of the white-robed girl. The white-robed girl's cultivation was higher than the black-robed cultivators. However, because of the strange black aura, she had to be careful. This made the situation look very unsightly. However, in Xiao Chen's opinion, the white-robed girl had the upper hand. The black-robed cultivator tried to escape several times, but the white-robed girl blocked his path. Clearly, the white-robed girl wanted to play it safe. She wanted to use the advantage of her cultivation to drag things out slowly. Then, she would deal a fatal blow to the black-robed man. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. He was somewhat astonished. The aura of the sword was similar to that of the scarred man on Qianren Island. It was clearly the demonic qi of the demonic world. Chapter 420. Unexpectedly, this black-robed cultivator was a remnant of the Dark Church with a demonic beast martial spirit. According to the rules of the continent, when one saw a remnant of the Dark Church, they had to work together to kill him. After all, the other party was once the public enemy of the continent. Xiao Chen thought for a while and stomped on the ground. An intense fist wind flew at the black-robed cultivator. When the black-robed cultivator saw Xiao Chen suddenly appear, he was somewhat surprised. However, when he discovered that Xiao Chen was only an inferior-grade martial king, the shock on his face turned into a smile. You overestimate yourself. I can use this brat as a hostage and leave this place quickly. This girl is too strong. Dragging this out is not a solution. The black-robed cultivator knocked away the white-clothed girl's attack with his sword. He clenched his left fist, and strands of black qi surrounded it. He revealed a sinister smile as he clashed with Xiao Chen's fist. Be careful. there is demonic chi on his fist. You cannot clash head-on with him. When the white-clothed girl saw Xiao Chen suddenly appear, she could not help but feel anxious. Why did a fellow who does not care about his life appear out of nowhere? Xiao Chen's expression remained calm. He did not care too much about it. He only merged his essence and vital chi. Under the situation where a full-powered strike could carry 150 tons of force, the essence he infused could reach 250 tons of force. This could be considered the peak punch of Xiao Chen in his perfect state. Bang! There was a loud Xianxia sound, and a huge force spread out. The black-robed cultivator's entire arm was crippled. His bones broke. When the two fists met, there was a loud sound and an intense shockwave. A 10-meter-tall wave soared into the surroundings. Before the white-clothed girl's astonished gaze, the black chi surrounding Xiao Chen's fist wind blew away without a trace. Pussy-eye! The black-robed cultivator vomited a large mouthful of blood. His pale face was filled with shock. Xiao Chen's strength had reached an incredible level. It was at least 250 tons of force. Aside from peak superior-grade martial kings who cultivated superior-grade earth-ranked cultivation techniques, it would be difficult for anyone to achieve such strength. I have to run quickly. That girl is already difficult to deal with. Now there is this strange brat. If I do not leave now, I will not be able to. The black-robed cultivator turned around and dove into the vast lake, trying to escape underwater. You want to leave? Not so easy. Xiao Chen stepped forward and shouted. Then, he punched the surface of the water and a huge whirlpool appeared in front of him. A pillar of water shot up into the sky. Amidst the countless fishes and prawns, the black-robed man's body was directly lifted into the air by the water column. At this time, the white-clothed woman also came back to her senses. She flew forward and brandished her sword. The white-clothed woman was like a butterfly, fluttering up and down. In the sword light, it was extremely sharp. In the air, it was as if it was real. Xiao Chen had never seen such a condensed sword light before. In an instant, Xiao Chen sent out more than 100 sword lights, creating more than 100 bloody holes of various sizes on the black-robed cultivator's body. Bang! When the water pillar fell, the black-robed cultivator's body landed on the surface of the lake as well. However, he was already dead. He could not be any more dead. This woman looked delicate and elegant. However, when she attacked, she was extraordinarily decisive and sharp. Cassie! The white-clothed woman chopped off the black-robed cultivator's head. Then, she tossed the head into her universe ring. Then, she removed the other party's spatial ring. Her movements were very smooth and practiced. Thank you for your help. What is your name? After the white-clothed woman finished all this, she raised her head and looked at Xiao Chen. Then, she smiled gently. Originally, Xiao Chen thought that the other party's help would drag her down. Unexpectedly, it saved her a lot of time. The white-clothed woman felt somewhat curious about this unfamiliar and strong youth. Xiao Chen said calmly, "It's fine. He is a remnant of the Dark Church. It is only natural for me to kill him." When the white-clothed woman heard this, she was slightly stunned. She carefully sized up Xiao Chen and smiled gently. "You have just arrived in the ancient desolate land, right?" Xiao Chen felt somewhat suspicious. He said, "Yes, I have indeed just arrived in the ancient desolate land. However, how did you know?" The white-clothed woman smiled and said, "After staying in the ancient desolate land for a long time, you would not say that." "What do you mean?" The white-clothed woman organized her words and explained everything to Xiao Chen in detail. It turned out that there were many remnant members of the Dark Church in the ancient desolate land. Furthermore, they had formed a moderately large faction. However, no one bothered about them. There was no other reason than this was the ancient desolate land, where the various factions gathered. There were many wanted criminals of the various nations, bandits, and tyrants who killed without batting an eyelid. As long as they came here, the wanted posters of the outside world would lose their effect. Since the destruction of the Jianghu dynasty, the ancient desolate land had always been a lawless place. It had always been extremely chaotic. Furthermore, due to some strange reason, there had never been any news of the 5 great nations or the strong sects planning to monopolize the ancient desolate land. At some point in time, the ancient desolate land became an absolutely neutral place in the continent. Even the evil tyrants and evil cultivators that everyone in the outside world would not be killed by righteous people in the name of chivalry. In the ancient desolate land, strength was everything. Righteousness and chivalry were just jokes to others. Even the survivors of the Nether sect, the common enemy of the human race, would not gang up on them here. They were no different from ordinary cultivators. They would only be hunted down if they violated the interests of others. After Xiao Chen heard this, he suddenly understood. This ancient desolate land was a miraculous place. However, he did not know why the various great nations and sects did not dare to encroach on the ancient desolate land. The ancient desolate land was a huge place. It could not be described as a piece of juicy meat. There should be an extremely strong faction in the ancient desolate land looking out for it in secret. Otherwise, it would not be able to prevent others from spying on it. After the white-clothed woman finished speaking, she continued, "Let me formally introduce myself. I am Xianxia from the Great Xia Nation's Thousand Sword Pavilion." Xiao Chen had heard of the Thousand Sword Pavilion before. It was a peak sect in the Great Xia Nation. Its strength was similar to the Great Chu Nation's Heavenly Sword Gate. It was somewhat famous in the four great nations. Xiao Chen nodded gently and said, "I am Xiao Chen from the Great Qi Nation. I do not belong to any sect at the moment." Xiaxian's pretty face revealed a stunned expression. Clearly, she did not believe that Xiao Chen did not belong to any sect. Xiao Chen's punch contained 250,000 kilograms of force. Even in the Great Jin Nation, where there were many geniuses, a large sect would value him. However, although Xiaxian was curious, she would not try to get to the bottom of things for no reason. Everyone had their own secrets to some extent. Looking at where you are going, you seem to be going to Heavenly Spring Island. Coincidentally, I have completed my mission as well. Let's go together. Xiaxian invited. Xiao Chen was stunned. He said, "Isn't that Red Cloud Island in front? How did it become Heavenly Spring Island?" Xiaxian said with certainty, "Heavenly Spring Island is in front. It is one of the 6 great islands, second only to the main island in the south. You must be going in the wrong direction." Xiao Chen took out the map and looked at it. He could not help but smile bitterly. Red Cloud Island and Heavenly Spring Island. One was in the south, and the other was in the north. The distance between them was close to 500 kilometers. Xiao Chen really did not know how he got here. "How did you get here?" Xiaxian asked softly. Xiao Chen thought for a while and answered honestly, "I took a boat here." Since he took a boat, that should be a flying-type secret treasure. Xiaxian felt excited. She had not expected Xiao Chen to have such a treasure. However, this could explain the reason for this. Xiaxian said softly, "No wonder. The Heavenly Extermination Lake looks calm, without any waves. However, there are many undercurrents. Sometimes, they even form a strong undercurrent. If one was not an experienced boatman, even if one had a map, they would definitely deviate from the right direction." The main island of the southern archipelago, Longyang Island, was similar to the capital of the Shihe province. It was the core island of the southern archipelago. The only difference was that it did not have any jurisdiction over the other islands. Around Longyang Island, there were 6 islands that were second only to it in terms of size and position. This Heavenly Spring Island was one of them. Never mind. Since I am already at Heavenly Spring Island, I might as well take a look. Red Cloud Island is just a small island. Whatever it can do, Heavenly Spring Island should be able to do as well. The two of them executed their movement techniques and quickly headed for Heavenly Spring Island. Along the way, Xiao Chen understood why Xiaxian and the black-robed cultivator ended up fighting. The name of the remnant forces of the Dark Church in the ancient desolate land had changed slightly. They were still called the Dark Church. There were many experts in the Dark Church. However, compared to the Dark Church in the past, they were much weaker. Not long ago, the Dark Church had gotten into a conflict with another faction in the ancient desolate land, the Blood Wolf Gang. Both sides had issued missions in the Heavenly Extermination Union to kill the other's disciples and obtain rewards. Xiaxian had come to this Heavenly Spring Island to do something. Coincidentally, she accepted the mission from the Blood Wolf Gang. Xiao Chen asked, "What rank is that black-robed cultivator in the current Dark Church? How many rewards can I obtain for killing him?" Xiaxian's figure flashed on the surface of the water. She said softly, "The Dark Church has 1 churchmaster, 2 vice-churchmasters, 9 elders, and 108 protectors. The rest are just a bunch of miscellaneous soldiers of varying strength. The one I just killed was one of the 108 protectors. However, the current protectors cannot be compared to the protectors of the past. The older protectors were at least half-step martial monarchs. Unfortunately, most of them are already dead. The one I just killed was just to make up the numbers. Given this, Xiao Chen had a rough idea of the current strength of the Dark Church. Even though it was much weaker than before, the 9 elders should all be martial monarchs. However, the 9 elders should all be martial monarchs. Furthermore, there were some protectors who had not died. Such a force was probably much stronger than the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Xiao Chen continued, "Why did they fight? Do such large-scale battles happen frequently in the ancient desolate land?" Chapter 421. Xia Xian smiled gently and said, "Ha ha, you really have a lot of questions. When I first arrived, I was the same as you. It's all about fighting for territory, islands, spirit veins, or rare treasures. It is very normal. After a while, you will not feel anything." The two chatted for a while. Then, they rushed at full speed and soon arrived at Dragon Spring Island. The island was very large. It could no longer be called an island. There were at least 10 cities the size of Whitewater City. Under Xia Xian's suggestion, Xiao Chen went to the largest city on the island. It was also named after the island, Dragon Spring City. In that case, let's part ways here. Thank you again for helping me. If you have time, you are welcome to come to the Clear Spring Inn to look for me. After Xia Xian entered the city, she said goodbye to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen nodded gently and headed to the shops in the city. Along the way, Xia Xian told him about the strength of the Holy Fire Manor. The Holy Fire Manor was considered a strong faction in the southern islands. However, compared to the Dark Church and the Blood Wolf Gang, which covered the entire ancient desolate land, they were much weaker. The manor lord of the Holy Fire Manor was a martial monarch. There was also a consecrator who was also a martial monarch. There were also 10 odd elders who were half-step martial monarchs. Old Qin was one of them. Given this, Xiao Chen felt more at ease. The chances of the other party sending an elder to capture him were not high. After all, Old Qin was only an elder. It would be difficult for him to order the other elders around. As long as half-step martial monarchs did not make a move, even if Xiao Chen faced a peak superior grade martial king, he would be able to leave easily. There were many people on the streets of the city. Most of them were ordinary people with low cultivations. However, there were many experts as well. There were many martial kings. Occasionally, 1 or 2 peak superior grade martial kings could be seen. What surprised Xiao Chen was that he saw many fiend race cultivators. These people looked very different from humans. For example, the barbarian ox race cultivators had small horns on their foreheads, the heavenly wolf race cultivators with silver eyes and pointy ears, and some fiend race cultivators who had not completely transformed. The fur on their bodies was very thick, and some even had long tails. However, when most people saw these fiend race cultivators, their expressions were very calm. They did not feel surprised at all. Even the ordinary people were not surprised. On the contrary, Xiao Chen looked around and seemed to be making a fuss about nothing. "Brat, what are you looking at? What's there to look at? Watch me tear you apart." A loud roar suddenly roared at Xiao Chen. The sound was like thunder, shaking everyone's eardrums. It was a burly tiger race cultivator more than 2 meters tall. He was bare-chested and had thick yellow fur all over his body. Seeing that Xiao Chen was looking at him curiously, he felt extremely displeased. He bared his teeth and shouted. He clenched his fists so hard that they crackled. Then, he charged at Xiao Chen with an aggressive aura. On the noisy street, this thunderous voice immediately attracted the attention of countless people. These people did not seem to find such a situation strange. When they saw that there was a commotion, they immediately went over. Xiao Chen could not help but feel somewhat embarrassed. He had not expected his curiosity to attract such trouble. Based on the aura of this tiger race cultivator, he was no weaker than a medial grade martial king. "Sorry, I just arrived in this ancient desolate land and was somewhat curious. I apologize for my rudeness. Here are 200 medial grade spirit stones. The less trouble the better." Xiao Chen had offended the Holy Fire Manor. Furthermore, this person had a few companions behind him. It would not be good if this matter blew up. Furthermore, Xiao Chen was indeed in the wrong in this matter. He looked at someone like they were monsters for no reason. Anyone would feel displeased. It would be fine if he could settle this with some spirit stones. That tiger race cultivator caught the bag that Xiao Chen tossed over and counted the spirit stones. He said, 200 is too little. Take out 1,000 medial grade spirit stones. Otherwise you can forget about leaving here alive. So he is here to extort me. Xiao Chen's expression turned cold. He said in a cold voice, sorry, I have the spirit stones. However, I will not give them to you. The tiger race cultivator could not help but become enraged. He said, you are really seeking death. Even if you hand over the spirit stones now, it is useless. Dang! The tiger race cultivator shouted and stomped on the ground. Small cracks immediately appeared on the street. His figure wavered as he punched at Xiao Chen. Bang! 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 It seemed like a ferocious tiger appeared on Xiao Chen's fist. Its aura instantly surged. The fist wind exploded, creating intense sonic booms in the air. Kasie! Just as Xiao Chen was about to make a move, a purple-clothed man jumped down from a restaurant at the side of the street. The purple-clothed man opened his palm and grabbed the other party's fist, easily neutralizing this punch with its overwhelming aura. No matter how hard the tiger race cultivator tried, he would not be able to move an inch. The purple-clothed man turned around and said to the tiger race cultivator, return the spirit stones to him, and you may leave. Jianghu. When the tiger race cultivator saw the purple-clothed man's appearance, his expression immediately changed. He handed the bag containing the spirit stones to the purple-clothed man and turned to leave. When the surrounding people saw that there was no more excitement to watch, they all dispersed and went to do what they had to do. The purple-clothed man tossed the bag of spirit stones to Xiao Chen and smiled gently. Don't be so generous next time. Here are your spirit stones. Xiao Chen caught the bag of spirit stones and looked at the handsome, imposing purple-clothed man. After thinking for a while he said, you are also a fiend race cultivator. Why are you helping me? When the purple-clothed man, Jianghu, saw that Xiao Chen saw through his identity, he was not too surprised. He smiled faintly and said, I am not helping you. I am helping them. With your strength, even if their companions work together, they would not be a match for you. Aside from the azure rhombus mark on this person's forehead, there were no other characteristics of a fiend race cultivator. In reality, when Xiao Chen said that the other party was a fiend race cultivator, it was only because of his strong mental energy. He could feel an aura that was different from that of a human from this person's body, but he could not confirm it. There was no way for Xiao Chen to confirm what kind of fiend race the other party was. Xiao Chen also felt it was strange. Why did some fiends not have any special characteristics? However, some of the fiend race cultivators had very obvious characteristics. There were also some that only had some special characteristics. Logically speaking, there should not be such a difference between fiends. Of the fiend race cultivators, the tiger race cultivators love to take advantage of others. They often threaten humans who come to the ancient desolate land for the first time. If you had only taken out 10 medial grade spirit stones at the start, they would probably only ask for 100 medial grade spirit stones from you. So, don't be so extravagant in the future. Jianghu smiled faintly and explained unhurriedly. Xiao Chen smiled calmly and said, in other words, I have become a sucker. You can say that. Jianghu shrugged his shoulders slightly and smiled faintly. That's right, you should have received an invitation as well, right? If so, why don't you come up with me? We will be going the same way. Xiao Chen was somewhat confused. He asked suspiciously, what invitation? I don't know what you are talking about. That should not be the case. The other party is so young, but his aura is very long. Furthermore, his mental energy is terrifyingly strong. Logically speaking, he should have received an invitation. Jianghu felt somewhat confused. He gave Xiao Chen a deep look and said, do you dare to receive a palm strike from me? Xiao Chen did not understand what was going on. However, he knew that the other party did not want to fight him. The other party only wanted to test him. After hesitating for a while, he happily agreed. After all, there would not be any losses. Perhaps, there might even be some unexpected benefits. Sorry for the offense. When Jianghu saw Xiao Chen retreat by 100 meters, his figure flashed. Then, he sent a palm strike at Xiao Chen's face without any fancy moves. This palm strike did not have any fancy moves. It did not look very fast, either. There was not even a palm wind. There were no energy fluctuations in the space. It was very simple. In terms of aura, it was not even 1% of the tiger race cultivators. The feeling it gave was very strange. It was like a child playing house. He said he wanted to hit him, and then he hit him. It was very ordinary. However, Xiao Chen's expression suddenly changed, becoming extremely grave. He was startled in his heart. He withdrew his essence, not letting it leak out at all. He focused all his energy on his palm. Such control was truly frightening. One had to know that there were countless pores on the palm. Regardless of whether one was aware of it or not, there would always be some aura coming out of the pores. However, Jianghu managed to do it. Furthermore, when he attacked, his speed was very fast. However, there was not even the sound of wind. Clearly, he had truly reached the state of being one with nature. Even some martial monarchs would not be able to do such a thing. They would need at least 10 years of bitter cultivation and startling talent before they could do it. Jiang Zimo's palm had already arrived in front of Xiao Chen. There was no time to waste. There was no time to think. Furthermore, he agreed to receive this palm strike head-on. Thus, Xiao Chen could not use a trick like the roaming dragon's 9 transformations to dodge. He could only receive it head-on. Xiao Chen clenched his 5 fingers into a fist. His bones crackled as he gathered all the vital qi in his body. The image of a tiger and a dragon circled around his arm. The dragon and tiger roared. Unlike Jiang Zimo, who was extremely ordinary, Xiao Chen raised his aura to the extreme. Since he could not completely withdraw his aura, he might as well release it with all his might. Bang! The fist and palm collided, and a strong wind blew. The instant Jiang Zimo's extremely ordinary palm strike clashed, it erupted with a force that could topple mountains and overturn the seas. A strong wind blew, and Xiao Chen's hairband was blown off. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and his clothes fluttered. The strong wind made it difficult to open one's eyes. The huge force traveled from Xiao Chen's arm to his feet. Then it spread to the ground. Bang! 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 The stone tiles on the surrounding streets suddenly exploded. It was dragged up by the strong qi and kept rising in the air. It spiraled around the two of them and kept spinning. Xiao Chen's palm felt sore. He nearly got knocked back. It was hard to imagine that when one was extremely calm, it would erupt with such a strong might. Furthermore, Jiang Zimo's energy was endless, growing endlessly. It was like a gushing river surging towards Xiao Chen. This cannot go on. The cultivation technique that Jiang Zimo cultivates is somewhat strange. The force of his palm strike is very uniform. From the start to the end, it did not weaken at all. Chapter 422. In terms of perseverance, Jiang Zimo would definitely last longer than Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen had to knock him back in one breath. Xiao Chen opened his eyes wide and the purple qi whirlpool in his dantian spun rapidly. He merged his essence and vital qi together. The force in his palm immediately increased explosively. Boom! The sudden increase in strength caused Jiang Zimo's body to fly back 5 steps before he slowly came to a stop. Bang! Bang! The surrounding rubble also fell to the ground. After Jiang Zimo's palm strike ended, he stopped attacking. His expression was extremely calm. He did not even need to adjust his breathing before he walked over to Xiao Chen again. Xiao Chen withdrew his fist and relaxed. He adjusted his essence for a while before the surging energy in his body slowly calmed down. When Xiao Chen saw Jiang Zimo casually sending out a palm strike, he could not help but feel even more curious about the cultivation technique that Jiang Zimo cultivated. Jiang Zimo performed a cupped fist salute and smiled. Not bad. You are the first in the same generation to knock me back with one punch. Xiao Chen smiled bitterly. What do you mean not bad? I already did my best. Looking at your calm expression, you clearly only used 20% of your strength. Jiang Zimo smiled and explained, there is no need to be humble. I also used my full strength. It is just that the cultivation technique I cultivate is rather special. Even if you beat me to the brink of death, I will still maintain this calm expression. When Xiao Chen heard this, he could not help but smile. This person's words were really humorous. He was rather broad-minded, which suited Xiao Chen's temperament. However, this cultivation technique was really strange. Using 20% of one's strength and using one's full strength would result in a completely different aura and might. The exhaustion was also different. No one would use their full strength the moment they started. If they did, their essence would be completely drained. Suddenly, a strange thought appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. Jiang Zimo's full strength might last as long as Xiao Chen's 20% strength. If that was really the case, then the other party's cultivation technique would be extremely horrifying. Jiang Zimo continued, "Your strength meets the requirements." It was their mistake not to receive an invitation. "May I know your name? Which nation do you belong to? What sect do you belong to?" Xiao Chen performed a cupped fist salute and said, "I am Xiao Chen of the Great Qin Nation. I do not have a sect for now." Jiang Zimo muttered Xiao Chen's name. He found it familiar, but of course, he could not recall where he came from. "Brother Xiao Chen, how about this? On the 17th of the next month, if you have time, go to the Clear Spring Inn's backyard. I believe you will be interested. I have a recommendation for you." Clear Spring Inn. Isn't this the inn where Xiaxian is? Could it be that Jiang Zimo and Xiaxian are here for the same thing? Xiao Chen set aside this thought for now and raised his head. When he saw the dignified Jiang Zimo, he said with some doubt, "Speaking of which, this seems to be our first meeting. Is there a need to be so enthusiastic?" Jiang Zimo laughed and said, "Are you afraid that I will harm you?" "That's right. Let's put it this way. On the 17th of next month, I'm not forcing you to come. If you're willing, just make some time to come. I promise you won't be disappointed. I'll take my leave first." "Oh right, those Tiger Tribe members will probably ambush you later. Remember to go easy on them." With a light leap, Jiang Zimo returned to the restaurant. Xiao Chen did not linger and continued to head for the largest shop in the city. In the restaurant, a silver-haired woman stood in front of a table next to the window, looking at Xiao Chen's back thoughtfully. The silver-haired woman had a pretty face, as if she was a fairy that had fallen into the mortal world. Her temperament was otherworldly, but her silver eyes did not have the slightest hint of emotion, appearing extremely cold. When he saw Jiang Zimo, he asked anxiously, "Zimo, who is that person? Which sect is he from?" When Jiang Zimo saw the silver-haired woman's anxious expression, he was astonished. This was the first time he had seen the silver-haired woman so concerned about a human cultivator. "Xianxia, do you know this person?" The silver-haired woman shook her head and said, "He looks very similar to someone I know. However, his appearance is completely different." Jiang Zimo nodded and said, "He is Xiao Chen. His strength is pretty good. However, he does not belong to any sect." When the silver-haired woman heard this, she felt somewhat disappointed. She said softly, "Oh, it looks like I got the wrong person. The person I know is surnamed Yi." There were many shops in the city that specialized in selling cultivator goods. Xiao Chen stopped in front of the largest shop. The shop was simple and unadorned. It was a majestic wooden building. There were many people coming and going. It was very lively. The golden signboard above the door had the words, "Flowing Wind Pavilion," written on it. Xiao Chen followed the crowd and entered. The shop was very large. Xiao Chen looked around. There were all sorts of goods in the hall on the first floor. There was a counter for spirit weapons. There were rows of wooden shelves filled with all sorts of spirit weapons. The ranks of the spirit weapons were all there as well. There were even several hundred profound ranked spirit weapons and above. Beside the counter for spirit weapons, there were shelves for all sorts of battle armors. The shelves for spirit weapons and battle armors formed a circular area for weapons. The circular area for weapons was in the center of the hall. The shelves along the walls had all sorts of spirit pills and herbs, as well as lingji of different ages. The entire arrangement was very scientific. When Xiao Chen stood there, he felt like he was in a supermarket in his previous life. However, it was more ancient than a modern supermarket. It was more natural. "This young hero, are you looking for spirit weapons, battle armors, or custom-made weapons? Our shop is one of the few partners of the Heavenly Craft Manor in the ancient desolate land. We can fulfill any request you have." When a manservant saw Xiao Chen strolling in front of the weapons area, he quickly smiled and greeted him warmly. When this manservant spoke about the Heavenly Craft Manor, he was very pleased. It was like being able to work with the Heavenly Craft Manor was something incredible. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "I am not buying anything. I have something to sell. Will the Flowing Wind Pavilion accept it?" The smile on the manservant's face did not change. He said, Of course we will. Take the stairs over there. After you pass the treasure pavilion on the second floor, you will go up to the third floor. There is a professional appraiser there to help appraise the items. I guarantee that young hero will not suffer a loss. There were very few people in the treasure pavilion. It was less than half of the hall. Xiao Chen took a look and roughly understood what was going on. This treasure pavilion originally sold all sorts of cultivation techniques and martial techniques. There were also some inferior-grade secret treasures, some rare medicinal pills, and all sorts of high-ranked ores. They were all very expensive, so it made sense that only a small portion of martial artists could afford to buy them. Xiao Chen continued walking forward and arrived at the third floor of the Flowing Wind Pavilion. Compared to the second floor, there were even fewer people on the third floor. It was also much quieter. There was no bustle or clamor like the first floor. Everyone waited quietly. Xiao Chen sat on a wooden chair. Immediately, a maidservant came over to serve him tea. Her service was very thorough. Xiao Chen picked up the teacup and took a sip. Then, he asked the maidservant, "How long do I have to wait before it is my turn?" The maidservant smiled and said, "Young hero, in order to maintain the fairness of transactions, the appraisal hall of the Flowing Wind Pavilion can only entertain 3 customers at a time. Some treasures are very easy to appraise, while others are very difficult. It is hard to say how long it will take." Xiao Chen looked at the number of people waiting. It looked like it would take at least 2 hours. So, Xiao Chen put down the teacup and closed his eyes to take a nap. Fortunately, he was quite patient and didn't feel particularly bored. The people beside him, on the other hand, couldn't stay idle and started chatting. "Have you heard? The Holy Fire Manor's 7th elder, Qin Feng, led people to the demon battlefield to kill blood demons. They lost 3 half-step martial monarchs. The peak high-rank blood demon that they managed to kill with great difficulty was snatched away." Suddenly, someone mentioned the matters of the demon battlefield. The Holy Fire Manor was considered a major force in the southern islands. Upon hearing about the Holy Fire Manor, the others in the hall also became interested. A yellow-robed cultivator asked, "When did this happen? Why did we not hear any news about it?" "Hee, news from a week ago, of course I wouldn't hear it. Right now, it has only spread to Monolith Island and Holy Fire Manor's headquarters, Holy Fire Island. I reckon it won't be long before it spreads to the entire southern islands." The green-robed cultivator who spoke first said proudly, "Who is so powerful? To be able to snatch away a peak high-rank blood demon from under the noses of 10-odd half-step martial monarchs? He must be at least a martial monarch." The green-robed cultivator laughed loudly and said, "Wrong, very wrong. Why don't you think about it? Why would a martial monarch want a peak high-rank blood demon's demon core? They have already opened their Sea of Consciousness. If they wanted to use it, they would use the demon core of a blood demon general. The demon core of a blood demon is not very useful to them. Then it must be a peak half-step martial monarch who snatched it away. Coincidentally, they need a peak high-rank blood demon's demon core to open their Sea of Consciousness." The green-robed cultivator continued, "Wrong again. The person who snatched away their demon core is just an inferior-grade martial king. Not only did he snatch away the demon core, but he also snatched away the 3 medial-grade secret treasures and the corpses of 3 half-step martial monarchs. How can this be? How could an inferior-grade martial king do all this under the noses of so many half-step martial monarchs? That is absolutely impossible. You are exaggerating." The people at the side all shook their heads and revealed doubtful expressions. They felt that the green-robed cultivator's words could not be trusted. The green-robed cultivator smiled faintly and did not bother to refute. "It is up to you whether you believe me or not. Soon, you will be able to prove whether what I said is true or not." This topic continued for a while. Then, someone brought up a new topic. The trial of the ancient desolate tower seems to be starting again. I wonder how many people will qualify to enter this time. This time, there will probably be more people than in the past. There are too many geniuses in this generation. It will be difficult for the Great Gene Nation to continue dominating the 5-nation youth competition. I don't think so. In the Tianwu continent, the Great Gene Nation has the most spirit veins. There will only be more geniuses. It will be difficult for the other 4 nations to occupy the top 10. Let's wait and see the results of the ancient desolate tower. If someone can reach the 7th floor, they will have a chance. It will be difficult. Aside from the group of people from the Thunder Emperor's time, no one has been able to reach the 7th floor in the past few thousand years. Right now, it is just the beginning of the flourishing era of cultivators. We will have to wait for at least another 10 years.